What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and we are here for the largest SWU event now officially to date to fire off the Richmond sector. So thank you for joining us for coverage. They just finished the player meeting, and we got a great match already on Table 1. This is actually Team Secret, Conroe Ryan playing Quinlan Tarkentown, my deck, against Jason playing a Cad Bane Tarkentown. So as we're getting forwards, tell us about this match, Jonathan. I'm happy to be joined with Jonathan Fisher from across the network. We'll be switching commentators a lot today. So how you doing, John?
Yeah, doing great. I'll be here the first two rounds. Excited to see what we see. You know, I thought when you're in the first couple rounds, we took whatever was at Table 1, and it just happened to be like two pretty good meta decks and I'm sure great players. We didn't get to get some round 1 jank, but that's okay. This matchup, Cad Bane Tarkentown, if you ask Carlos, it's a really great deck. He'll talk about it all day. Quinlan Tarkentown, I think, is one of the top decks in the format right now. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yep. And we are using a little different video process. I can see that actually we're having artifacts right now. That will likely get better as we go, but we've actually had a group of network engineers working very hard to help things and try to maximize the quality in a situation that is kind of tough. I see actually Carlos's ears were tingling because I see him in chat already.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Quinlan starts off.
He's been there waiting for a Cad.
Yep. So we have a Zygarian Starhopper into the Space Arena for Cad Bane. Jason leads with, followed by Sabine unit into the Ground Arena for Ryan.
Yeah, quick use of the Tarkentown as well, just to clear the board, keep things going.
Yeah, and I think that both players are okay with that, right? From Quinlan's perspective, I mean, they don't have a turn 2 play. From Cad Bane's perspective, he got the indirect damage on the 25 health base. So it is okay. Cad Bane's Tarkentown is still available. Quinlan's is not.
Right. I think in these games, we're going to see this quick exchange of clearing the first units.
Right. Houndstooth. So we got a Prestige Houndstooth coming down on turn 2 for Cad Bane. That's not a card that's in every list, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot like the Boba unit, where it gets an advantage against exhausted units that have been on the board already. In this case, it gets to do damage before it takes damage back.
All right. I am going to, now that we are off, share the link on all the socials if you want to call, the next round or two as the happening for the viewer.
I'm interested to see also with the L3s in these decks, if we get to late game, rescuing like a key unit from a CAD capture or something like that can be really interesting. It's neat that actually comes up now, whereas for a while you kind of ignored that ability. So going to 4 resource turn, I mean, one thing Quinlan has is the earlier deploy, and another thing is force throw. When I'm playing against Quinlan decks, something that I think about is I have to win the games where they don't draw force throw. It's going to be tough if they get really high value force throws, but you cannot afford to lose the games where they don't find it, in my opinion. We do have better networking equipment. We've got this gray screen issue that we're seeing right now propping up. We've got Symbiode on site. That'll help us work through that as the tournament goes on. All right, so we have Akira resolving. Looks like they chose Fett's Fire Spray. So, is that the... What? I'm sorry. What unit is that 4-drop? Is that the one that does...
That is the Strafing Gunship. It's of course Cure for Quinlan, the Strafing Gunship for Cad Bane, which is a cool unit that is Underworld and also can attack the Ground Arena from space.
Yeah, and they get -2 attack. The ground unit, I think it is. Yeah, this fog of war is what we're trying to figure out, how that's being introduced into the entire streaming workflow.
The fog too strong. Yeah, so for those that don't know, I mean, any type of live coverage of the event, which is what we want to do here, by definition has to get a video signal out of a place that's extremely difficult to get good internet out of. We are not allowed to, there's not the 5-figure budget that would be required to purchase the venue interview. So we're actually using a hotspot that, had a significant expense, and the bandwidth was working fine. But what tends to happen is rounds start, is that really hits the total network bandwidth, like even to Verizon's network, around an event, just with the number of people, that are here. So we'll try to get to the good balance as we go. It always is the case that as the tournament goes on, because there's not as many players as there was at the beginning, around that, that will improve. I've seen a pretty significant lock right now, so hopefully that comes back. But we have to adapt to new technology as we go. It is ridiculous, Nick. theGandork actually will be joining us for commentary, but I had no idea as to what the convention centers would charge somebody like SCG. So they'll let them rent the venue, and they will then, if the venue renter wants internet, it is like $80,000. I mean, that's actually what it is. So, and clearly what happened there was a network stutter, because it locked for a bit. As we get closer, the protocol will set up and should clear up. I see that it's there. If a 5G phone fixed this, that would be done already, but it's not. This is actually a 5G hotspot that was exactly what C-Raptor used last time. I think what happened there, looked to me, it was probably actually Verizon clogging up.
Yeah. Yeah, C-Raptor, if you go to his channel, he did a video on how he did his setup for a stream. Mm. And we've been working together with C-Raptor.
Yeah, in fact, I think he's calling around 3.
Collaborate.
So,
yeah, he'll be here
on our channel. Yeah, shout out to our friends.
Yeah, C-Raptor, if you go to his channel, he did a video on how he did his setup. We have a board state. Okay. And we've been working together. There's a Plo Koon. We're at 6 resources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, both players have resourced. The Houndstooth, it looks like, okay, initiative was on CAD's side, and the Houndstooth is attacked.
Yeah, if we could be, when you guys can't see the board, it is also the case that we can't see the board. So I don't know if people know that. So, we will be descriptive as we can as to what's there.
The CAD leader deployed.
Yep. I see it too. You can see through the fog as we go.
I know. And he played another space unit. Look, we're gonna figure this out. We do have network homies that know what they're doing. They're gonna figure it out. I'm not making light of it, but I'm gonna, do the best with what we got.
And I welcome any of you, to go and do a live stream from the events as well. So the more of these, the better.
All right. Let's see the damage on base.
It's unlikely that I think we actually have the best hotspot that they can do. I mean, this tends to happen towards the beginning. What we'll probably do is actually crank down the quality between rounds, but there's zero way to test this, what it's going to be like at a 500 plus player event other than to do it during the plus 500 player event. So we will get the settings correct, but I mean the first couple of rounds might be an issue. And for those that think it's unwatchable, come hit us up tomorrow or do your own stream. That's cool. All right.
So the Quinlan players choosing the control role here with 18 now, I imagine 22 on their base. If that was space attack, yeah. So they're almost dead. They need something for that strafing gunship, or this game's over.
Yep. So as we're going to get into, Ryan plays Force Throw. That's a good card, and he's probably going to choose himself. He can't take the risk.
Yeah,
that
he needs to.
Cad has a card less than 2, or he did. He went for it and he hits it.
Whoa.
It's a suckus into the space arena, taking care of the strafing gunship and living another day.
Man, he hasn't played a card this turn. So he definitely had something in his hand. Maybe he didn't even have a card big enough in his hand, and that was his only shot. Yeah, Eldorian. So the video comes out of the convention center to a central place, and our voice also goes to that central place. So it's the connection from the convention center to that central location where everything is brought together to push to YouTube.
So and that's done on purpose. If we were on site, the stream would have crashed. That's what would have happened during round 1, and everything would have went down. So, I mean, what happens here is we'll lose the video for a little bit, and I mean, I think those settings will be adjusted. Jason on Cad Bane did finish the job and took care of Conroe. So the players are going to go to sidebars now, and we'll see what happens.
I'm a little surprised. I thought Cad Tarkentown was a terrible deck, but it wins game 1. Wow.
So if that doesn't generate a comment from Carlos, I don't know what will.
That's the only thing I'm looking for. I'm just trolling Carlos.
I could tell.
I actually, Cad Tarkentown, I started playing it almost immediately. And just that, we didn't have Quinlan at the time, but pinging and then Tarkentowning, like, we see how powerful it is. It has been powerful ever since we started getting more of these ping leaders. And the OG, I think someone mentioned the Vader Tarkentown OG. There was a meme that said, "I walk so you can run." But yeah, it's good.
So I see Sharky. I think that's Sharkbait in the chat, my buddy from Colorado. But I know the bottom sleeves are team secret because Conor Ryan is one of their participants. So that's a newer, I think, competitive team. I know Sunny D is one of the members there who is a multiple masterclass guy, with us. Oh. I do not know.
Whose sleeves? Which sleeves are you interested in? Shark bait? Or the CAD sleeves, okay.
I saw a comment from. Yeah, so the Richmond sector is not in Denver, Colorado. It is in Richmond, Virginia.
Is it not? 42625 Denver, Colorado. It says it right on screen.
I know, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's how they get you. That's the psyops, that they'll do it. So
yeah, I always tell the best players I know that the venue is in a different state across the country, and they better be on time.
In fact, it worked because Buckethead's Justin is in Denver right now because I had that on a Discord, scrape for a second. So sorry, Justin.
Yeah.
We'll try to get you on later as an interview to make up for it.
Jeff Greasy too. It went to the wrong place.
You love it when a plan comes together, when you can actually get get the players that you don't want to face because they're so good into a different spot. All right, so they've sideboarded. They're shuffling there against Cad Bane with Quinlan. I mean, we are being careful not to say anything we know about deck lists there, but generally, one thing that I do is if you aren't running all your copies of Han Solo, the unit, you definitely add those because CAD unit is a consistent problem there. You are going into mid-range, so I mean sometimes some of the tech cards for space will come out. So that's something that I do. What do you think from CAD side you're doing for sideboarding?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't played this matchup a lot. I think, I mean, he won game one, and so unless he has some cards that he knows he brings in for this matchup, I'm not sure how much change he's making. We can't say deck lists, right? So it's hard to say exactly what they would bring in.
Yep. So, I appreciate the comment there. We are doing the best that we can, and what's going to have to happen is between rounds we're going to turn down some of the settings, to prevent artifact loss. But I mean, if anybody has a perfect way to, set up exactly what bandwidth conditions are going to be, let me know. But we have actually a bunch of people that are working on it. We just can't adjust things during the round. So this was working fine, before. But I mean, it is the case that, once everybody's there, I mean, typically towards the beginning and end of the rounds is when it gets a little tough. But as soon as we can adjust some things, we'll tweak it, and we'll hopefully get rid of the fog of war as much as possible.
So
the good news
Conroe
is
played. Yeah, an Ahsoka hit the table, and a unit got discarded. So the Quinlan player got the exhaust. That's pretty huge for the base race situation. And yeah, for the sideboarding, I really don't think CAD changes much at all. It's possible this player did not sideboard for this matchup at all.
So this in from our head judge at the event, the player count playing was 584 after any drops and undrops. There's going to be 8 rounds today. They're going to cut to a top 64. And tomorrow there will be 4 rounds and then a cut to top 8 to determine the championship. Top 8 is, of course, single elimination.
Yeah, Gandork, I don't think he made any changes, to be honest. Oh, Bamboozle. So it's going to lose the shield. Still a 5/4, but he could play something to ping it.
Conroe Ryan did actually win a planetary qualifier. My teammate Platform mentioned in one of the chats. I recall that. I also recall that he went deep at the Baltimore. I believe went deep at the Baltimore planetary qualifier.
And he's part of Team Secret in my last episode of Across the Network, episode 8. We're on 8 episodes. We had Sunny D from Secret on for our longest episode yet. Sunny D loves talking about Star Wars, let me tell you. All right, the Ahsoka's dead. Saw that.
Yep. So while we're doing this, what do we know about the representation of decks as we sit? I mean, we know that 582, played, but do we know anything yet that you can tell people about what actually came to the event?
I can go figure that out. It'll take me just a second. If you want to fill for a bit.
Yep. There is a bit of fog. I mean, we'll try to pound it out as soon as we can. But there's nothing that we can do to adjust during a match. It's really just not possible. Game 1 did go to Jason. I can update that part. That part I can't change.
This isn't lightning fast, but I'm getting the data, and I'll be able to get that for us.
So I actually learned quite a bit about network video and things, this week. So, it's a delicate balance is actually, what it is. And it's a delicate balance through kind of changing circumstances. But all types of video that are digital, when there's a lot of movement, that also makes it so that, new data gets sent, and that's kind of what causes the gray. So, we kind of have to, test as we go, is my understanding, to try to get to where it should be.
All right. Oh, this back. 9 on the CAD base, 12 on the Quinlan base. Yeah, Jake, we have some people that know what they're doing. Well, I'm confident we'll figure it out. Now, I'll have to get the data between rounds. I will get that, though. I'll get us leader percentages for day 1, all that kind of data.
I'm watching through the engineer chat, so they're working on it, guys.
Yeah. I was working on some data processing and trying to come back to see if the stream is up. It is not.
Oh, I believe what just happened there is Jason took round one. So we are going to go to a break, and we'll be back with round two after this. What's up, Star Wars Limited fans? Loopy and Jonathan right now. I'm not Platform327, but he's going to call round 2 with Jonathan. But we're working hard. Like I said, we have multiple engineers that are actually working through the video. What we're probably going to do for round 2 is our setup that we've used previously, using a different server while they work on kind of the other one for later rounds. So this one is highly unlikely to crash or go gray. It might become pretty pixelated, and if that happens, then we're working to get you the best quality that we can. But in the meantime, you were able to tell us what decks comprise the 582 players, Jonathan?
Yeah, so I've got leader counts and base counts. I'll try to get some more interesting data as we go through the weekend. But I was already interesting to see the top played deck being Sabine Wren, 10% of the field.
Yeah, and shout out to Ryan Terpstra, who actually called that. He's a Sabine player. Actually, we both top forward the first Chicago PQ for on Sabine. And he said that Sabine would be the most represented deck, and I said I'd be surprised if it's not Han and Quinlan, and Ryan called it. So Sabine Wren is the most represented deck, followed by what?
Yeah, followed by it was was it Quinlan second? Oh, I'm going crazy now.
It looks like it's Quinlan.
No, was
Voss.
it Cad?
Yeah, it looks like it's well, actually, it might be.
Oh, that's right. No, it is. Your head's in the way.
Yeah. Yep. Very good.
Yeah.
Well, you made the picture, buddy.
I think it's Quinlan. I know. I can put it in front of me, but I'm looking at our screen right now. I think it's Quinlan. And everyone else is like, "Is it Quinlan?" I'm not sure. I see Loopy. But yeah, Quinlan after Sabine, and then Cad and Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, who I'm trying to dodge out of the way of, is tied for third.
Yep.
So
I think this is a diverse meta. So Sabine at the most represented deck is 10% of the field. Followed next by Quinlan Voss sticking the landing, my boy, at 9%. We have hashtag value at 2.3%. That's always a nice, cool deck that we see as we get there. Cad Bane, who needs no introduction, is introduced at 7%. Emperor Palpatine at 3%. For what kind of monster would play that guy at an event.
And then we have the Lukes and Vaders. There's some Lukes and Vaders in there hunting the showcase.
Yeah, 5.7%. And, my Vaders that are there, Dark Lord of the Sith at 4.5% are not hunting the showcase. They are hunting the number 1 spot in the event. Vader is not a deck that can just top 64.
Is that right?
Vader is a deck that actually can win this thing. And I put out a video yesterday on Vader. Obviously pre-recorded, not live, so it's not as challenging as some of this stuff. But I think he's actually as well positioned as I've ever seen Set 1 Vader right now. It is a strong matchup to Quinlan. It is not a strong matchup to Sabine, but Sabine at 10%. That's the highest represented leader today, but that is not a huge percentage for a major TCG. Right. Am I wrong about that?
No. So the most represented deck is only 10%. And then you get down to 7% in third, and then the percentages are much smaller. That's pretty diverse. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not terribly surprised that it's Sabine. And in our last episode Across the Network with Sunny D, we talked about how hard it is for players to move into new decks. Even if they're great decks and perform really well, you need some time on it. Whereas Sabine's been around from the start, and there's a lot of players that have some reps into Sabine, even if they might have played another deck. It's easier to kind of go back to Sabine and let the field prove to you that they can beat you.
Okay. So, this is great. Let me actually kind of go through some of the other scenes here. I have to kind of watch the other screen to see as we have players set up. I suppose I can watch video now because we have the other setup. One sec. Just make sure that our match doesn't start where we're not doing it, but I have a couple other stuff.
Yeah, hashtag value, that kind of stuff is like... this data is not complete as I'm downloading it. It's got some gaps from
Yeah.
people dropping and not
So
submitting their lists.
so let's talk a little bit about that because I think it's good. Melee GG is the provider that does the tournament software, I guess is what I would call it, on a web-based platform. And they're really good. It's owned by CCG Pros. I know that because I had an interview with Brad Nelson, and they've been great. Actually, the rest of them, though, are all CCG guys, too. Steve owned Misty Mountain Games, which is, as close to my local as any store. I'm not actually really local to any game store, unfortunately, with where I live. But he owned that prior to the current owner Brian, but they're all working very hard. And anybody who plays SWU knows that you can now submit deck lists through Melee, and there's some tools that they have, and I think that they're all being refined. There were actually some deck list improvements this week on how you can submit them. I actually got jacked up with a submission error in Madison that should have been a game loss, except my opponent didn't want to DQ me, because because he's one of my testing partners and he knew my deck, among other reasons. But it was difficult when you had to kind of copy into a text file and you couldn't even clipboard it.
Mm-hmm.
But it can go to the links now. I think that I know that they're in touch with Parker at SWDB, so all of that is happening. But I
have really nice things to say about them too.
Yeah.
That Sea Raptor and I are working on trying to do some really cool stuff, but it requires having direct integrations with Melee to be able to pull data from their system as tournaments are ongoing. And we reached out to them this week, and they immediately responded and gave us access. So that's something we're gonna be working on. These guys are working really well with us. They're very responsive, very helpful.
Yep, and
the Melee guys are awesome.
Yep,
Love them.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, I was shocked when I heard. One of the most shocked I was during that interview is Melee is only 4 years old, or was at the time. So it's a new company, and much like our streaming, they're getting better every time that they do it. I mean, that's what you can, and I mean, some of this API stuff is going to really help coverage. And we're doing it in a responsible way.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in touch with SCG, which I think is one of the best TOs in the country, frankly. I mean, as far as nationwide CCG TO, I don't know who's actually even in that conversation other than them. But, it is cool, and we hope that some of these tools, as they grow, is going to help us, deliver a better experience to you. So shout out to Brad and Steve and everybody else at Melee, and the folks at FFG that are making it happen. And to a point that I saw in the chat, yes, everything that's being done here is entirely by volunteers. I mean, I can tell you that I expend a lot more money trying to get this out to people than anything that YouTube brings in for the little ad revenue that we have. So, I mean, have a little grace, as we're going forward. We want to be able to, see the sector too, and it's a struggle when it's technical, but it's really very difficult to see how any kind of networking solution is going to work during a big event, and it's a balancing act. What I've learned, from my caveman understanding in networking is that it's quality. You try to get the quality to a fine line, and there's only so far that you can go with what you have, and if you go over the line, it typically stops working entirely, and we got to make some choices here. So we'll have, I think, stable video for round 2. If it's not the quality that you hope for, you're welcome to, grab some streaming equipment and, give this a shot, and, we'll see how it goes. All right, let's talk about prizing at the events. I think that the prizing is good and getting better, for these big sectors. I'm excited to see, once we get our feet on the ground and can do some interviews, what the prize wall improvements were for Richmond. We're told there were. I saw from Jonathan Suarez at SCG that another box arrived of stuff for the prize wall that didn't exist for Denver, so I think that's a good change. We're hoping to do, we're trying to get an interview with some FFG reps that are on site. That will probably be tomorrow between the last round of Swiss and top 8, so you can tune in then. But you're playing for a lot. You're playing for, the champion map, which if it's the champion mat, I can tell you that is either something that you can run to flex on your opponents, but it's also actually a pretty valuable mat because 1 exists, 2, I guess, 4 maybe.
Right.
There's the promos, and were you able to see in person the Obi promo or the Kylo promo yet?
I have not. I've heard it looks a lot better in person, which I believe. The camera just doesn't look the same with a lot of these things.
Yeah, it doesn't do it justice, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they actually use the foiling process from showcases on the promo, so that's cool. But the Obi-Wan looked beautiful. I haven't seen a Kylo in person yet. I've seen pictures of the Kylo.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're like, if anyone's familiar with Lorcana, they've got some prizing where the unique cards that are given out as prizes have so much value that, if you go sell it on a secondary market, if you're choosing to have a cash prize, you can do that, or you can keep this amazing card to play with, which I think is a good route to go. And Ron, the person leading their OP program, has been really responsive. He made changes on the spot in Denver and made sure that those changes were in place for both Richmond and the EU sectors that are happening.
Yeah, and I think that's the right thing. I mean, I would have been disappointed with the prize wall had I played, one of the early sectors. And I get, the people that went to the earlier ones are a little disappointed that they're making it better for later, but, ain't that a little, self-centered? Would you rather have it so that the later people have a better experience or worse?
I never take that viewpoint. Like, you can't punish people for doing what you wanted them to do in the first place.
Right.
Like, if you act like that, you'll never get improvement. And incremental improvement is great. Love to see it. That builds trust over time. And I love it.
Yeah, and one thing is, I mean, if you have feedback, I can say, I mean, I don't think that things were perfectly set up as we can. And, FFG had to deal with some stuff. Their OP head, and Ron's not the OP head. The OP head was Josh Massey. He went to another company like the day Star Wars Unlimited released. And, I mean, Josh was a good guy, and it's an improvement for him. I know a little bit about him. I mean, nothing but love for Josh Massey. But that's a challenge, if, the guy, is no longer at your company, and everybody's had to deal with it. And I think they've restaffed up very well. Ron is, I believe, responsible for developing growth at store events, but he was an OP guy, a TO at Pastimes in Niles, Illinois, outside of Chicago. And boy, do they run a good event. I mean, and Annika there has taken over. We'll have coverage of the third Chicago PQ. Yet to be seen if I can find somebody to produce it live, because there's a very small number of people that know how to do that.
Well, give me the dates, buddy. We'll see.
Well, if you're willing to do it, it's May 10th, and we need somebody. So
May 10th. All right, I'll check my calendar.
But we'll hope to have live coverage. If not, we'll have recorded coverage. But that's a great store, an event, and we're looking forward to that. And I'm also covering the Wisconsin PQ. I'm, for those that know me, head of, or I'm an admin. We have a mod team for the Wisconsin Starlers Unlimited. Shout out to all my Wisconsin homies, 2 of which actually advanced to day 2 in Denver. I'm not sure, how many states can say that or beat a number, but Wisconsin's across the country. But I can play the Wisconsin Pure Planetary Qualifier for the first time, because they were scheduled over the Chicago one, which I had already committed to cover, and I honor my commitments before. But I'm looking forward to that at Borlandia, which is a great store we did, events at. The total players rolling with advantage was 582 that played. It was I think 596 paid, and then there were some drops and such, as you expect, and some undrops. All right, so I do know these guys are available on the prize wall, going back to prizing. And, I mean, I think the kind of aspect tokens are cool. The pins.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that enjoy collecting pins. It's not for me. I don't do it, but people that love enjoying and enjoy collecting pins, I got some friends that like have displays on their walls. People like to put them on their bags. I think it's good to have different options for different folks, right? Like that, like different things.
Oh,
And in terms of like collecting feedback, my episode 7 with Mike Jem and Stevie Getz, I mean, they were both at Denver, and we gave open and honest feedback. But Ron did an interview and said he wants that feedback because how are they supposed to change? How are they supposed to know what to do differently if we aren't sharing it with them?
yep. And I'd encourage people to reach out to Fantasy Flight. It's unlimited at fantasyflightgames.com. That's the feedback email, and that doing that is probably a lot more effective for actually making things better going forward than it would be to gripe online in ways they don't hear. All right, I think that we have
leaders and bases.
Yeah, we got a match coming on, so I'll introduce Platform. You still around, buddy?
I am here.
All right, so Platform will be calling the next match with Jonathan. I hope you all have fun, and we'll be back for round 3, probably with Wes from Sea Raptor.
All right, let's see. You just see, did we switch to... Just let me know, Loopy, did we switch to the table?
Everything is as you see it. I mean, we got a Piet blue, it looks like, on Colossus, and Garsax in yellow. I'll update the overlays, but you two are live and calling the match. I'm going to close my mouth.
Great. Finally. just kidding.
Never go away. God, I thought that. Oh, sorry, everybody.
Here's
Jonathan, here we go.
We have 2 participants showing up for battle. Piet blue on Colossus and Garsax in Garo a lot. I thought it was maybe a Django killer.
Me too.
And I had trouble into aggro decks. I was getting outraced. But in this matchup, I think it might be fast enough.
Of course. I agree with you. I did the same thing, Jonathan, and I found the same results. And I think that this is we'll see how this goes. I can't tell what that character is. Is it Piet?
Yeah, that's Piet.
Okay, so yeah, he's got a slow deck. So Gar Saxon has time to set up, like you said. If Gar gets time to set up, then he can win the game. But like against the fast deck, he doesn't have time to set up.
Yeah, I think he has a good chance here.
He does. Of course, this is this blue. I can't tell what the base is. Is that Colossus?
Yeah, that's Colossus.
Okay, so it's going to be the control variety. So he is going to get his stuff picked off here and there. I'm sure he's running the Krennic package.
Yeah, the Gar deck for sure.
Mention the Gar deck and possibly the Piet deck. You never know. Because the top end when defeated is not bad either on Capital.
No, yeah, you can play them real fast with Krennic on the table.
So it's going to be really interesting. I'd imagine he'd have Krennic in both these decks will feature Krennic, which is probably my favorite card in the entire JTL set.
I think with the Piet deck, something that folks talk about is how linear the strategy is. Sunny D on our last episode, something he said was they might as well play with their hand face up in some cases, which is kind of true. But the top end is just so powerful. Even if their hand was face up, you might not be able to stop them.
Jonathan, you've played against it enough that you just have to have some control for whatever big thing they're putting out there, and then you just keep going.
Right. Yeah, and the problem can come up if they just keep hitting their big ships that have win and plate effects that clear units, and that Colossus gives them some extra health, some extra padding there.
No Good to Me Dead is clutch in this match. He can actually put that on one of the big ships and kill it for 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
We'll see how he plays his deck, though. Gar, we got to take the right line. Obviously, this guy's serious about Piet. He's got a showcase.
Piet Colossus, it's interesting. I don't think there's a ton of ways to recover that -1 card here. So I'm curious to see what this player has in their deck to help them, like if they've included some smuggle or anything like that.
I'd imagine Lompike's drowned in there somewhere. Purging is probably what she's looking for on the opener.
Yeah, for sure. No turn 1 play. You might expect a power the dark side here.
There he is, my boy, Krennic, promo.
Okay, so for the Piet player, I think having ramp in your hand can be an acceptable no play on turn 1. It's a hand that you could keep, especially if it's going to ramp him into some ship that he's able to play on his flip.
And with Colossus, you don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. Skipping a play is almost like drawing a card in Colossus.
You got your hand back and you don't care.
Yeah. It's not perfect. Like, I still want to make plays, but you've got that extra health to help pad and survive.
All right, so he goes 3. They're going quick. Oh, he plays Del Miko in his deck.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. It doesn't get the Gar Saxon boost.
I don't know if that helps him against Piet, though, unless it's the power of the dark side now costs 4.
Overwhelming Barrage is really powerful in the Piet deck because your units are so big, and then there's Super Laser Salvo, or I think that's the name of the card.
And
Turbo Laser Salvo? Yeah. So those are going to be harder to play.
That Assault Frigate, too, Jonathan. They like to do that and then drop Overwhelming Barrage in like the next round.
Oh, a resupply.
Yeah.
I'm curious if he deploys his leader, because he could clear that Snow Trooper, but then it makes him vulnerable to getting cleared back. I wonder how much he's valuing his life total here, if he thinks it's worth it to attack with Piet. If he loses his Piet leader on the Gar player's first action, he won't get any cost reduction on capital ships next turn.
I give Gar credit. He's got 12 on that base already.
Yeah, it's amazing. Having that 35 health, like 12, doesn't seem as bad as it used to.
It's like, okay, you dinged my car. I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah. So should be at 7 for the Piet player. Yep, 7 and 5.
He ramps pretty good.
And this is where the speed of Gar can be a lot slower because he still can't flip his leader until next turn. If he has a surprise strike or something. Okay, so he does get to clear the Piet leader. Oh, he's going base. So that opens the door to Avenger. Lots of other options here.
It's not massive.
We're
Unless he has
gonna see
no good to me dead in hand, to put a no good on it.
There's the Avenger. Even with no good, as the Piet player, you're then looking to leverage a Turbo Laser Salvo or an Overwhelming Barrage with that Avenger.
All right, so he got the shuttles out there now, too. Nice little prestige shuttle. Probably my second favorite card in the set.
That the shuttle doesn't have shielded?
It should be shielded, although he might have moved the shield back over to Krennic.
Oh, he moved it to Krennic. Krennic lost his shield from the laser tech.
Yeah,
that's what
very
happened.
Popular move.
Yeah, I like doing that too.
Protect
Move it to somebody that can attack that turn.
Protect the queen, basically.
Yep, that too. So we finally have our leader deploy. There's 21 on base, but if the Piet player has a board wipe, one-sided board wipe, that could really change this game a lot.
Big time, man. And look at that Avenger looming. Something about an Avenger on the board that makes you feel down.
I think the Piet player has initiative, but they didn't move the token. Yeah, GandorK. I think I would have cleared the Piet leader as well.
Yeah, man.
Much better to get him off the board.
You have to clear him. I have to agree. He's got to go. You can't be playing capital ships for 2 less.
So I think if he had a Barrage or a Salvo, he would have just popped it right off. So could be looking at Devastator, Malevolence, could be another big ship.
Here it comes.
Yeah, there's the Devastator.
And what's that?
It's the card you were looking for. No good to me dead.
Yes, you know good.
So we have so many resources. At this point, we're okay with our leader dying. And he's looking to do some board control here.
He's not been deployed yet.
No, it hasn't. So if he's got some pump in his hand, is he close enough to close the game out?
Over with 2 hot shots next round. There's one.
Yep.
You've played him, Gar. You've played Gar, Jonathan. You know the pump is there.
I know. If he has it.
Yeah,
So I think he's at 31 now.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
at, let's see. Yeah, 31. Real close. Oh, 32. I was off by 1.
He's no shields out, so I don't know if he could clear. He could clear that board with an overwhelming barrage.
Right, exactly. He needs a salvo. Oh no, salvo would still do it because he could clear ground and he's got sentinel in space.
One of the big dogs he needs. Let's see what he has.
If he doesn't, we're going to the next game, and
I think so.
I think, it's kind of playing out how we expected, where guard does have enough pressure. Oh yeah, that's it. That's a concession. Oh no, it's exhausted. Okay, there's a salvo. Okay.
Laser. Like it.
So he's still in it. Doesn't
All right,
clear
so
space. Keep your ship. Yep.
All that's gone.
And well, one of these upgrades are both the upgrades
come back to hand. All the upgrades come back to hand.
Yeah, they'll both come back to hand.
Yep, back to hand. And then 2 boys are dead ducks.
Yeah, it's like, hold on, let me make sure you get both of those back. Do you? Is it once per turn?
No,
Does it happen on the leader death?
No, it's everything. And I think he's dead too, Gar.
I think in this situation, if you are the Piet player, call a judge. Why not? It's okay to call a judge to make sure you understand the rules and not just depend on your opponent.
I would too, especially game 1, because you're going to have another game coming. Might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah. Calling judges, it's not like you're not calling people out. It's not a bad thing to do.
That's a shiny crafty, I think. Is that what that is, Jonathan?
It is. That's crafty smuggler, yeah. Which is the thing about being at 32 is there's all these sticky threats from the Saxon deck that you might not be able to answer.
So, he's got to deal with that shielded unit now.
Yeah, or he's dead.
Or he's dead. It doesn't really matter how many big ships he has out. Some little crafty smuggler running around the ground can beat him up.
Yeah, he needs no glory, which might be in the deck for handling Chewbacca's. He could have no glory in his main deck.
I'm imagining those. Oh, I see something in there. Of course, breaking in would do him in.
Yep. Loopy, I think you have your mic open. Tippy tappy.
The Piet player's going, how am I losing this?
I mean, I'm not surprised. they might be saying that.
Well, he's got the big dogs out. He's got his man out, and he's sitting here looking at the board and going, man, how am I down? Welcome to Piet World.
It's also the kind of deck where when you do win, you do it in 1 or 2 turns with their base being on full health. There it is.
Okay. That's huge.
That is huge. That might actually win the game for the Piet player.
Man. That might just
absolutely
win the game. What a pull.
Yeah. Yeah, because now you can put 18. You can put 20 on the base. Okay, we don't want that attacking. I think I would consider overwhelming, but I understand that. I didn't sit down and do the math. Maybe this Piet player is checking to see exactly what the math is here.
I don't know if he has breaking in his list, but he's not in good shape, man. He got
So surprise strike. It had force exactly enough to clear it. That's nice. And there's no good to me dead. So once again, the Gar player is saying, answer this threat or you're going to be dead pretty fast.
I'm impressed, actually, he got out of that. Very impressed with the Gar player.
Now, it's still at 27 now. We're not at 32 anymore. We're not just immediately dead.
Yeah, and I guess Snow Trooper Lieutenant does what? 5? Still not enough.
Yeah. So we've got 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 11 resources for Piet. 4 cards in hand, looks like.
I can smell Annihilator coming.
Yeah, I can't quite see what he
Well,
has.
he's got something else. All right.
Another Devastator. So there's a Long Pike and a Krennic.
It's a pretty damn good board right there.
I mean, okay, but is that 14? So we need 16.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Right.
Don't finish him off. He's going to get you.
Hugo, I don't think the Lom should have a shield. It didn't attack.
Didn't do anything, yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to pop up Krennic.
So that's
So one
5.
less, one short.
It's just that the Piet player has lethal, so I don't think it's going to matter.
He's still one short, though. Not wild. No, he's 3 short because it's Colossus.
Yeah.
Keep playing Data Vault a lot on KB. Out there on the internet and stuff. All right, let's see. 32, 20.
There it is.
That's it. GG. Gone.
Next game.
Game 2. All right, let him sideboard. I don't know what Gar has in his deck for sideboarding, but like.
Yeah, and even if we knew
You
what
might
was in the
wanna bring
deck, we wouldn't say exactly what's in this deck because that's not what we do.
No,
Loopy's
I
popping
don't
in.
know what's in his sideboard.
Yep. Loopy's popping in for just a second. We're going to actually draw Gandork in, who is a big Gar Saxon guy. So let me move him to the recording channel. Nick, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So did you catch the first game of Gar Saxon?
I did watch the first game of Gar Saxon.
All right. So what are you doing for sideboards? And then I'm going to side off and let these guys do the commentary.
Sure. I think, for sideboards here, for the Gar Saxon, I'm hoping he has, like, Commandeers or Change of Hearts. Like, those are the exact kind of cards you want in this matchup, where Piet's hoping to land something big, and you want to drop. You just want to steal it and get one hit in. Like, at any point in that last game, like, that would have ended it if he had something along those lines.
What are you looking to commandeer in this matchup? It tops out at 6, right?
He sometimes plays, it does, but I guess, I might be thinking more of, like, red Piet with, like, Ruthlesses, but I would be surprised if he had something at 6 in there that you could take. Yeah,
I totally agree with Change of Heart. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if he's not running the full, like, some guys don't run all of the Nogami Dev's main board, like, you bring those in. Like Tony was saying, like they're good just like if they get the big thing to lock it down.
But he has no glory in his sideboard.
Yep, so that would be a good thing to grab. And then if I'm on the Piet side, he's probably gonna hope to grab any like other removal he had. Like that's the really iffy thing with God in this matchup when people are like, I think God could get there. It's like, anything blue villain, God doesn't really want to see blue villain. Anything that has that removal that doesn't care about shields.
I imagine Piet's going to bring in the rest of his vigilances into his deck if he has extras on the board. He probably runs 2. He has 1 more on the board.
Yeah, those are huge here.
That first game, I think the guy lost it when he didn't take out the Piet. I just think he would have won it with just that one change, but we'll see. We'll see if somehow Piet moved that whole game last time. We'll see if Gar figures it out this game and just takes Piet off the table.
That was the mistake there, Gandork. He should have killed the Piet.
Yeah, it didn't work out. Like, he tried to go aggro. It didn't work out when that Avenger got to come down that round, but it wouldn't have been able to otherwise.
Right.
Say that, though, we don't know what he was thinking or trying to do either. So he almost won the game right there, though. He was only a few damage short.
It was Avenger and a Devastator. I think killing that leader probably wins Gar that first game.
I think so, too. I think that's. I think this game's about killing the leader. Once the leader's out, it's time to get rid of the leader and then move on to the end game.
Gandork, I didn't play Snowtrooper Lieutenants in my version of GAR. Is that something you're usually doing?
Not at all. Yeah, there was some surprise choices in that GAR for sure.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice. I mean, it's good. It's a pump and put something on the table for you to drop like a snapshot on or something, or a hot shot. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I know it's definitely an aggressive choice, but it's weird. Like, to me, it was weird that he makes the aggressive choice with the lieutenant, and then I feel like Delmico is a very not aggressive choice. So yeah, it's a very interesting.
Oh yeah, the Delmico. That I was very surprised to see that one. That was an interesting choice. It didn't impact the game necessarily, but maybe it did, and we just didn't know it.
I'm not surprised about Snowtrooper Lieutenant though, because with the 35 and 33 point bases running around, you need the reach.
Yeah. Gandork, any other cards we haven't seen from the GAR player that you're expecting to come out of their main deck even?
That's a good question. We didn't see Aiden last game. A lot of GAR players on Aiden, more so than Lons, but we didn't see her. We didn't see Krennic do any work last game either. Like, he played the clinics, but I don't think did he combo at that point?
Oh, they're in play. They're playing.
Let's get back to it.
We're back in action.
Yep.
Krennic is down.
Ooh, a Pershing. Always love leading on Pershing.
Now that's right away. That gives the Piet player the advantage in this game.
Oh, no respect. No respect for the Pershing.
None. Okay,
It's going straight for the face.
Great start for Gar. Krennic shuttle.
Yeah, that start is awesome.
Perfect.
I would like to clear that Pershing. Maybe this turn he's doing it because the 1 damage didn't necessarily matter, but we'll see.
I would immediately clear Pershing. You don't want him to have cards.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot. But he's got a nice curve. He could be thinking about being able to close the game super fast.
I mean, he has a great start, man. Krennic shuttle.
What's that? Oh, I was wondering what Vader head token their stream was talking about, but I see it instead of the shields.
It's $4. He can play two things, a 2 and 2. He could play a discounted item and a Tuski, and get the board wide.
Yeah, Piet had ramp. Not sure what sevens he could be trying to play. There's the Iden we were expecting.
Okay, so shields across the board.
Yeah, and there's our 7 fleet interdictor. So
that's a great
Sentinel in space.
Plus, it's the kick out. Like, you bounce something 3, so he can bounce your Krennic back after defeat.
But it kills the space unit when it's defeated.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not going to get rid of the shuttle.
Nope. It's a 3 or less space unit, which is great against pilot decks.
Fantastic.
But here, a lot of times that when defeated doesn't hit anything, and it's just a big Sentinel.
It's too late, right, Jonathan? What do you think? It's like, yeah, it's too late when that, because nobody's playing a 3 dweeb at that point when the fleet interdictor comes out.
Yeah, it's just nice to put a big Sentinel. That's all it is. Keep space clear. Now he can just focus on ground and let that interdictor do its job in space.
There it is.
There we go.
I really think one of those is played, it's game over.
He chooses to defeat the Krennic. Iden's a 4/3, right? Am I wrong about that?
All right, he's gonna
Could have defeated Iden. Just wanted to clear the Krennic.
Oh,
it's space only. You get to keep your trooper. And Norman, I didn't know that Vader token was from Destiny. I didn't play Destiny. I want to. I want to try it.
Here. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that is from Destiny. I have a bunch of those.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Got a bunch of them. I'll have to give you one, Jonathan. I got a ton of them.
So, I mean, that's a lot of units on the board. I'm expecting some blasts. He's got tons of health on the Piet side.
Look at the chat. It says Piet should have taken 3 damage.
Piet attacked into the Krennic, which did not have a shield at the time. The shield had already been cleared. Isn't that not
Gotcha.
right? I know. I'm curious. No, it did have the shield, didn't it? Yeah, it should
Yeah,
have
it did.
3 on it.
The chat's usually pretty good about watching that and write about it. So that should be 3 damage on the Piet.
Yeah.
It could be
I'll
huge.
post it. Yeah, I'll just post to the chat.
Oh.
We let the judges know.
Another vigilance. Man, Jonathan, you know now 2 vigilances. This is really looking good for Piet. That extends the game into Piet's range. Oh, man. Gar. And now, also, Super Laser Blast, if he does run it, is open too. He can do that at some point.
Yeah.
Relay his stuff.
I'm expecting it, and him building all this health padding, he probably wants the Gar player to commit more to the board,
Yeah,
wants that leader to flip, and then fire off that laser blast, and then start playing huge ships.
Right, he played up. Is that an Onyx Brute? So that's more healing. Okay. No, that's not. I can't tell what that is.
That is a farmer.
It's a moisture farmer.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, with the indirect damage decks, Moisture Farmer is an interesting little soak for 1 resource. You got 4 to take some indirect on, and then just restore 2 and force your opponent to do something about it.
No question. Moisture Farmer is a character that needs to be destroyed. You're extending your base out for health.
Yeah, its job is to keep you healthy, and if you force your opponent to waste a resource, an action, an attack to clear it, you're happy to see it.
You know, Jonathan, you can smell it, right? Super Laser Blast. Look at that. The trap has been set.
Look how juicy it is.
Oh my gosh. He's probably can't wait.
The Gar units are like over in Piet's side of the board as well, getting a little too aggressive. Time to go home, maybe?
Can't see the Piet hand, but man, it feels like a laser blast. He's counted off.
Yeah, he's like 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. He does not have the blast.
No, not yet. 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Or maybe he wants to play an Avenger for 8.
I think he's having fun now because he's got a farmer down, he's got a lot of health, and he's got plenty of money. All right, he's going to play something. Power.
Yeah, when he set the 3 aside, I was thinking, I guess he has a power.
So he's going to make him choose his doom.
Well, you get the snapshot back. You can just sack the wind defeat, the guy that draws you a card when it dies, and get the snapshot right back to your hand. Which was good, nice setup for the Gar player to think about that.
That's a boom. Snapshot's really powerful in Gar.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, there's a hot shot. The other powerful.
It's kind of deceptively good. The snapshot, you look at it, it doesn't look that impressive, but it really adds up fast in this deck.
It adds up real well because of Gar. I mean, he just is amazing. It's a +2 right off the bat and attack. Okay, he's going to go for it.
And you love suiting up your Gar because you know you're going to get those cards back.
Power of the dark side.
Another one.
So he points right at the unit he thinks he's going to kill.
Now we can shield the Moisture Farmer, shield the Long Pike if we want to, and attack the base for 5. Or with the snapshot, so attack the base for 6. If he shields. He could shield.
I'm impressed right now. He's going in, man. He is not even playing around. He's just attacking the dome.
Well, his opponent had 8 resources and did not laser blast. So I think when you see that, the shields are down, you're going to go all in and see if you can kill them before they can get to it.
Yeah. He's going for it. He's got to win this too. And, he's already battled through 2 vigilances. I mean, come on. So
the only thing I would have done last turn is just shield the Moisture Farmer. Get that. Well, it doesn't do another point of damage because he played the snapshot. So maybe it's fine.
Resetting.
It's interesting.
I don't know if he resourced Piet did. I think he did. Yeah, he's at 9.
Yeah, they both resourced.
7 and 9. Okay. Still a ways to go though. 21 is still not
Comes a big chunky ship. Kill that Long Pike. Oh, or the leader. Yep. Okay.
Devastator.
That hot shot back.
Okay.
All right, but we're not in space, the Gar player.
No.
We'll just keep hot shotting, keep pumping, and push that damage.
So that's going to be what, 4? Is it a crack?
This should be 5. Should be another 5.
5. Yeah, 5 to
Because
kill.
of Gar. Yeah, Kels, I think that would have been good to shield the leader.
Oh,
He
definitely.
would have lost a Lompike, but so like he loses a nice unit either way.
But you want to keep your leader around, you know?
Yeah, and the shields are still good for like laser salvo and overwhelming barrage to make sure those units are sticky.
I think the PX draws haven't been that great. He finally found the Devastator, but like I don't think he had anything in hand to help himself out.
Right, he fired off 2.
And he found all 3 hot shots.
So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Is that lethal?
No, I don't think so. 10, 19, 24. No. 34.
34. He's 1 short. I was right.
Yeah.
Oh, watch him laser blast. That'd be funny next round. Boom. But there's no more vigilance, I don't think. He may have 1 more, but he's got that moisture farmer.
Let's see. Even if he vigilances, he's still dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Lompike does too much. You can't vigilance the Lompike.
Here we go, guys. As everybody likes. Game 3. How much time's left in the
There we
round?
go. I don't have time, but I have like how many matches are still in progress. This is usually kind of a good indicator. And there are still 204 matches in progress.
Holy crap. When's the last time you said 204 matches?
Yeah, that's not players. That's matches.
I've never heard that in my life. All right, yeah, okay. 204 matches. Still, that means we still got a lot of time. There's at least 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
All right.
There's
so
about 25 or so Gar Saxon players in the tournament. So he's represented pretty reasonably.
We're gonna get a pile shuffle.
Trying to get some numbers. So Piets, how many Piets are there? Let me find it.
We haven't seen a lot of Piet. So
What's his name start with? Is it Admiral Piet? Or
I think it is.
there it is. Yeah, there it is. There's 25 Admiral Piets in the tournament.
Out of how many people? 600?
And there's 25 Gar Saxons. They're both the same. It's almost 600. I think the final count was 582. In Melee, there's currently 573 players, but there's, drops, etc.
That's incredible. Great day for SWU.
Yeah. A lot of players. If you were watching earlier today, you know how happy we are to have the stream working and have our match in front of you for you.
And the quality looks nice. We had a lot of people working on that, Jonathan, and you were part of that. So thank you.
Yeah, and we're not done working on it.
No.
This is going through video, which is what we used before. We want to use our other solution. If we can solve the gray pixelation, then we'll really be delivering a high quality stream. We're working on it.
So we got a real match here, though, I'm liking it. Game 3. These guys have seen their decks now. Now we can
Yeah, Kels, at least on that 8 resource turn, we saw that Piet did not have the laser blast. So I agree with the Gar player to just, once you see that and it's confirmed, just keep sticking to the board as much as you can. Don't respect it, make him have it. Lego Pizza, the top played deck is Sabine at 10%. I don't have the Sabine yellow, Sabine green, but Sabine leader is 10%.
That's about 50 people.
Yeah.
50 people. No, 60.
Let's see. I have exact numbers as well. Okay, which commit to one of those two. One of those two is correct. It's either 50 or 60.
Well, if it's a 570 and there are 10%, it's actually 57.
It is 60. Yeah, you were right. It was 60. 60 Sabines.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot.
It's a
And then
lot.
the next highest, let me rank this. Oh, this is much easier. Okay, so then Quinlan Voss, there's 54 Quinlan players, 42 Cad Bane, 42 Han 1, 39 Anakin. Anakin actually is next, and then Luke Skywalker.
No way, Luke. How many
1,
Lukes?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So sixth most played deck, Luke Skywalker, faithful friend, with 34.
No, they're all after the Luke showcase. Yeah. Yeah, how many Vaders? Old Vader.
Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, 27.
Yeah, man. People went after those showcases this time. Last time in Denver, man, there was a lot less Vader players. That was an easy pickup. Whoever did
Look
that.
at the start. Look at the start for Gar. The Krennic into Greedo and then into Lurking Tie. Ooh,
Oh my gosh. That's
this
the best
is
start you could probably
good.
get. Oh, he played right into the carrier. Ooh, that's good too, though.
Okay, so
The carrier can take out that card right away.
I think he'll flip and kill the Greedo, clear the Greedo, because he's in a lot of danger here.
Oh, he's in mass danger.
I actually played a lot of Gar Nabat because you can search for the Krennic Greedo start and then just put smuggle cards in your row.
Yeah, I like that.
Real strong start.
That was pretty good.
Oh, he might have Overwhelming Barrage because he just attacked the Krennic instead of clearing the Greedo. So I'm expecting an Overwhelming Barrage or a Salvo.
Yeah, he'll put the barrage and then probably clear out the lurker. And he just laid a Iden? I can't tell what that is.
Yep, that's an Iden.
Priority's killing the lurker. I don't care what Piet has to kill the lurker. Or he's over. It's over with.
Leonardo, I'm definitely not sharing the Excel around. I don't know if you've seen something being shared. We're just sharing graphs on stream. But when it says value error, it's just because there are players that dropped, players that didn't submit their deck lists, and my filter that creates the graph just dumps them all in one place.
I don't know if he can wait to overwhelming barrage, Jonathan. He probably just
Nah,
thinks
you just fired off. Right. Yeah, you're thinking like, can we kill the Iden too? But you just fired off.
He's gonna fire it off. He's gonna have to just do it and pray. Because if the lurker hits though off a surprise strike though, I mean it might be game over.
Yeah, I mean, you're in trouble no matter what you do here. This is a tough spot.
He's in definite deep doo-doo. He's gonna snow. Oh my gosh, snow trooper in. That's just as bad.
23.
See, the barrage doesn't really help him. He needed to clear the lurker before the barrage, is what I'm saying. Now
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. He would have gotten attacks in with some of the other ground units as well.
We'll see. We don't know what his hand is. All right, he's going to snapshot. Cool.
5 more. And are we on the 6? Yeah, we're on the 6, so even the Gar's coming.
Gar packs damage in so fast. This is 20.
Yeah, like we were saying at the start, against aggro, I was finding it to just not be quite fast enough. But in these other matchups, mid-range and control, the speed, I think, is pretty good. I guess we were on 5, not 6.
He only has 8 to go. 8 to go.
I like the Snowtrooper. It's been pretty nice here.
Need the reach.
But we took the 2 damage off the resupply carrier when we removed the overall barrage. Hopefully,
And Snowtrooper
that doesn't matter.
Jonathan, it gives you reach and another body against power of the dark side.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's a little pump with the body. It reminds me of what is it? Protecting the way or the wing or covering the wing.
Covering the wing, yeah, that's a good card.
I like that card too in this deck. Puts a body, puts a pump something with the shield token.
So Piet's really got to choose here what he's going to do. I think he realizes his fate.
So he's at 28. He has 7 remaining. If he clears the lieutenant, that's still 5 coming in. We still have the leader flip. Any sort of pump, like a hot shot, would just kill him outright. He
Right now, yeah.
probably hoping for like a barrage or something, but even then, flipping Gar leader and hot shotting still kills him.
Yeah, he's in deep doo-doo. He got a great start. That Greedo start, you're right about that. That was a great start. Krennic, Greedo, Lurker.
I think he's just kind of looking at his cards, thinking about his options, and realizing I am probably dead no matter which option I take here.
The only thing that'd save him maybe is a laser blast. Shoot the laser next round, but that's not this round.
Yeah, and then the guard leader kills him on flip.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, even that doesn't help him. Look, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Yeah.
Oh, he's at 19. So 4, 5, 6. So the Iden, even all on its own, like Caniac said, just outright kills him. He's got to go into Iden with this.
Three mauls.
He's still probably in a lot of trouble. He just spent all his resources.
Yeah, he just spent it all, and he's got Gar. It's game.
Now that was interesting. I would have attacked with the lieutenant first, because you're going to lose that 2 damage, but then he must be like, look, I got hot shot or a surprise strike. It doesn't matter.
Bye. Good game. That was for you.
Yep.
Gandork. Nice comeback by the Gar player. Good round 2.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And, sometimes in these tournaments, you kind of learn as you go. You want to be fully prepared coming into it, but we saw his sideboard matches were a lot cleaner, and the game 1 chose not to kill the Piet leader and kind of bit them, but they came back and took it in game 2 and game 3.
He sided in Lurker.
Yeah, they're showing us what they brought in. There's that change of hearts that GandorK was asking for, and there's the lurking ties. Yep. I think that's a great sideboard choice. And we've got Laser Blast, which I expected from the Piet player, and then the Vigilances that you called out.
What a match that was, guys. How cool was that? Seeing Piet versus Gar Saxon. I'm excited for today with the meta representation that we'll have. I saw a comment in the chat a second ago that this is one of the most diverse spreads from a CCG they've ever seen. And I mean, I'm kind of a Star Wars guy. My first CCG was Magic, which I quit in 94. And then I played Destiny with my late night brothers all throughout, which was a Star Wars CCG / dice game. And, now there's this, so I don't have the background. Some of the people that may be stuck with Magic, past when you could open boxes and that kind of thing were. But I think it's very cool, and, I mean, we're not having, like, Jango Mirror after Jango Mirror anymore. So this is going to be a pretty good event.
Oh my God.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see day 2, what makes it.
Yeah, and let us know what you think in the chat. We are watching that as we go. For those that are looking for the meta chart, I did throw it up in the late night Discord. So in the description or literally any video you have, we have a Discord invite. It's all free, public there. So if you want to see the chart itself, that's there. Thank you so much, Jonathan and Tony. That was a great round of coverage. We're going to take a quick break. And we'll be back with round 3 after this, switching up some commentators.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you guys.
Where is Padma? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
kitchen trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Is what we are going to do. So it is going to be
Should be
Han Solo.
Maybe we're 10 people or so. But then we just found out about YouTube, that wonderful little thing. So we started making YouTube content and streaming. And lately we've been doing basically all the in Sweden. But yeah, that's what we do.
And if you are a major Star Wars fan, you might have actually caught I called I think a round or two of the Norway PQ, and I was sharing
Indeed.
I shared
We've got you and Jeff Creasy on for the Oslo PQ last set. That was wonderful.
That was great, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed that I had a player named Magnus at my Norway PQ because I mean, if I picture in my mind, a Norwegian name, that's probably the first one that comes to mind. So
yeah, it's pretty common.
Right,
we've got it all over the Scandinavian countries.
All right, and Wes told me to ask him about Norway, so I'm doing that. Tell us what you know.
Well, I'll tell you that story. That story takes a few minutes, so maybe between rounds while they're sideboarding.
Okay, very good. But
they are actually setting up now.
Yep. Yeah. We probably aren't too far away here from this game.
Yep. So we are going here. Let me get the overlays, and you guys take it from here for the first thing while I do some updates.
Sure thing.
Good thing.
Victor, this matchup's going to be interesting, right? Now, Cad Tarkentown, probably very familiar to almost anybody who's played the game since Set 2 came out in some form or other.
Yeah.
But on the right side of your screen, Set 2 Han
with
and
Data
Vault.
Yeah. That's interesting.
This is a great... I run a Han 2 Data Vault deck, which actually has the highest win share of any of my decks right now. So I don't know exactly what this is, but I have a good idea what it might be.
Exactly. There's two very different decks that could be on here. Like often you'd see hand 2 with ECL, and then you're on to a really fast deck probably. Kind of reminiscent of what the swoop races were winning things in Poland with for last set. But with Data Vault, you might be on the deck that runs the new capital ship that gives you half price on everything.
Could be like
Have I played you?
Well, here we are, straight into turn 1. Han coming in with a Mon Mothma, gonna do a little searching. Mothma, not a very popular card, right? For whatever reason.
And this does not give the game away, actually, because both of those two decks I was talking about could certainly be running Mothma, but he pulled out a Bright Hope here, so that would suggest to me that he's trying to stall things, and that would suggest that we're on Sparrowhawk.
Cad gonna come in with an early Greedo. Looks like a Greedo, yes? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Greedo from the first player weekly play kits. In set 1, and
go ahead and take care of Mon.
Yeah,
Tarkentown.
Yeah, I mean, he wished he had a McClunky there, so he could have done it for free without using not for free, but without having to use the Tarkentown there. But I don't know.
Would have cost him the card, but wouldn't have cost him his base that's quite so early.
Exactly, and for a Mothma, I don't know that you want to use Tarkentown on Mom. She's not that a strong unit, but he just wants to be able to control where the ping goes, I think. So that's why he just want to keep the board really lean.
This is one of the strongest plays Han could be making early on, and coming in with new Poe, who immediately takes to space, and the damage that Han inflicts, of course, goes away when Poe moves up and becomes an attachment onto the X-Wing.
Exactly, and bringing his own ship like that is just super versatile. But he gets bounced right away. Waylay is just a perfect card there.
Kick in the teeth.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect play. That was what he needed there to get rid of that thing. So Greedo is alone on the board, and this is exactly what the CAD player wants to see here. CAD player, I mean, it's not a super fast deck, it's very much a mid-range deck, and against this kind of hand deck that I suspect that we're looking at, he definitely wants to try and run and race here. So being in this position is just great for him.
He's got a lot of ground to make up, right? He starts 8 health behind in the base race, and so he's got, any early pressure he can get will pay off in the long run. Coming in with Bright Hope. I don't think that is such a huge problem for the CAD deck here. He's almost certainly not space heavy in this deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually quite fine with the CAD player. It was a double McClunky. Yeah, and then replaying the Greedo again. So that's all 4 resources. So that's CAD player absolutely keeping Han off the board here, but he's burning a lot of cards to do it. You have to wonder if that's going to come back to bite him in the later rounds. Because one of the things I sort of expect about this Han green deck is it should have longer legs, right? It should have bigger units at the top end that CAD may struggle a little bit with. We'll have to see.
You can almost certainly expect to see Home 1 in this deck, and
another Waylay? Goodness gracious.
Wow. I mean, all of this is keeping Han from getting a board, but at the same time, CAD just has that Greedo. He has not developed his own board at all at this point, and that's a crafty. Of course, that's very sticky, but he definitely needs some kind of maybe a blaster or something to be able to actually get some damage off of that. Let's see if he can trigger
finally
that.
Going off the board here. It took forever. Yeah. Boy, did CAD get a ton of work out of that one Greedo in his opening hand.
He did. But I mean, it's only 6 damage on that base. We're on turn 5. We're going into turn 5 here, and there's 1 unit apiece. This is actually not that bad for the hand player, I don't think.
I don't know. CAD's about to come out, and that, I mean, I hope if you're Han, right, you have to have a plan for the CAD flip turn. What are you thinking? Sure. Put yourself in his chair and talk me through your thought.
I'd be struggling to see how he's actually going to one-shot without ECL or anything. He probably can't deal with CAD in one action or anything, but he's probably got up in the range where he wants to be. He could be playing like a Poe. He could be playing big units now to start pressuring with some like actually hard units that could hit hard.
Well, we know Han does have the Poe in his hand. I doubt very seriously that he resourced it.
No, but
coming with a red 5.
Yeah, he isn't playing it. He's betting on that space lane at this point. So now we get to see the hand, I suppose.
Well, it's gonna.
So those are some big units.
Sundari, Reinforcement Walker. There's the Poe.
And the Crate Dragon there.
A Crate Dragon.
And
a Blue Leader.
And that's a Blue Leader. So all of those cards are great. I expect the Cadbury to remove the Walker, I think.
The Walker. He needs to get rid of the Walker.
That's my pull. But no, he goes for the
Crate. All right.
Going for the Crate. Because, of course, the Crate, once it hits the board, it's going to be reeler off. But,
Han's sitting on a lot of possible restore in his hand between the Sundari and the Reinforcement Walker. We're going to have to see how this shakes out.
Indeed. And there is not a lot of pressure built up on that base yet.
No, not yet.
Has probably just hitting the Sundari in order to get rid of it.
I mean, I think in his shoes, that's what I would do. CAD doesn't take a lot of pain back. He's just going to pull a blaster out of the resource row and assassinate it.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Love this play.
Yeah, but again, he is not pressuring at this point. He is not putting a lot of pressure on that base yet. Maybe he can pull something off. At this point also, of course, CAD is starting to get some of their bigger units. We can expect him to be running things like CAD unit, I suppose.
For sure. He'll definitely be in there somewhere. But the other thing is that he has a limit on what he can capture, right? It's a question of how much health the unit has.
Yeah, it still hits for 7, so it's not. I mean, it's not a moot thing, and it can deal with that space lane that he seems to have very little of his own units for.
Yep.
He's getting some damage on the base now.
He is.
Which is
finally got a good 6 hit in there with his leader.
Yeah.
There's the timely interventions. I'm betting we're going to see. You think this is Poe? He's going to. I think he's going to ambush in the Poe.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
I think it's a good call here. Yep.
Yeah. And he'd probably go for the leader here, removing the gun first and then just taking 2 back. He's discarding blue leader for what I can only assume would be the gun.
My assumption is he's going to discard the blaster at least.
All right, and
okay, so he's probably going to discard the blaster and do 2 to the smuggler.
Yep.
And then my assumption is, and he's going to get a card out of his hand. He's going for the full trifecta.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's not bad. That's not bad. But we see he's got a syndicate
value,
lackey.
and he's going to knock the cat out.
Cat is gone for the round. So there's no.
Why did he take 4 back? That's wrong. He should only take 2 back. He got rid of the blaster.
Oh, I mean, he might have used the hand ability, maybe, but hasn't flipped the hand.
No, he didn't use the ability. He just ambushed it in. You could.
So he should only be at 2 damage then.
I'm pretty sure you can't combine timely intervention with Han's ability.
No, you
can't. Separate actions.
Did you see what that was really fast? What did the CAD player use to remove? Was that the Syndicate lackeys?
I didn't see it, but I think it was an ambush unit. Yes.
Yeah, he did have Syndicate lackeys in hand, but I think he's still got the Syndicate there, right? Looks like the Syndicate is in there. He did ambush something into Poe, and almost all of the units he could have ambushed there. Doesn't matter if they were 4 or maybe if it was one of those really small ones, the 2 ambushes.
That's saying it was Forlom.
Oh, Forlom. Oh, cool. So then, yeah, that makes sense. It didn't matter that he put the wrong amount of damage on the
large.
unit.
It's in charge. It is.
Yeah. There it is.
Crate Dragon.
Another Crate Dragon. He did draw into it.
Crate for 8.
And given that he's got so little damage on base, I don't think he really needed to play the Walker at this point. So Crate Dragon
probably
makes more
not.
sense. Yeah.
He's still got 20 health to play with. The Crate is a huge threat. We're looking at Jabba now coming in for the CAD player. Gonna let him dig around in his deck.
Looking
take
for some
damage.
I don't know exactly what you want to pull out with this. I guess Waylay maybe.
Okay, yeah. Because refresh my memory. Because on Crate Dragon, when the opposing player plays a card, you choose whether to deal the damage to the base or a unit on the board. Is that correct?
The Crate Dragon owner would choose that.
Would choose. That's what I thought. Okay, so there. So we assign it to the base, and then Jabba goes and does his searching thing, and comes up with a shoot first.
Yeah, because 4 damage would only remove half of Jabba's health pool. He's got a huge butt on that unit there, so it makes sense to put it on base. Maybe you could have removed Sabine there. Sorry, Basine, but I don't know why you would though. So let's see. There's nothing here that can actually hurt the Crate. But did you see what he pulled out with the search?
He pulled out a shoot first with the search.
A shoot first, okay.
Doesn't really help him in this position.
Not much at all, unless he's scooping it.
Yeah, he's just like,
scooping.
Yep, we're gonna call
that
it.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Why
he
drag it
did
out?
Not get. Yeah, I think the key here was that even though he was managing the board really well, the CAD player can't be the control player in this matchup. He has to be the beatdown, and not being able to put that early pressure, just having that Greedo to really work with, that's not enough. He needs to see some and develop some board early and put a lot of pressure on the hand player while keeping the hand board small so he can utilize his ping at maximum. So it's a tricky, this is a tricky one. Not sure how to actually say. I think the matchup is really a close call. Could go either way.
Interesting sideboard choices here.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's taking out the Crate, right?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's pulling in another one.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes.
I believe that's what we're seeing here, but we can't. We
Removing
shouldn't be talking about
right
this stuff anyway. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
he's-
can't stop that. Sure.
So
Okay.
if this sounds a little bit weird to your listeners, it's because we've got Loopy in our ear and he's giving us some pointers here. But so we could see we could see Christopher there pulling out his Bright Hopes. Makes a lot of sense because the deck that he's facing isn't running a ton of space at all. We did see, however, that there were when you flip through now the deck, I don't know if he brought that in or if it was always there, but I could see some Devastators in the Cad Bane deck there.
I saw those as well.
So I think that makes sense if that's what he's bringing in, because he needs more top end. And Devastator in this deck could really be the difference, that he actually gets something that can work.
Yeah.
But with the Crate Dragon already out, it's going to be hard because it's just going to auto die before it can do anything. And yeah, sure, 4 damage, but it's not removing a crate.
And
So,
I just popped in for a second here. A shout out to Jonathan from Bothan Network who made this, but this is actually the undefeateds going into round 3. So, I mean, if you compare that with the deck representation, I mean, we can kind of look at
we
what's doing
already
well.
see.
So
yeah, we can already see quite what the conversion is looking like.
Yep,
Quinlan is
and-
doing real well.
Yep.
Sabine is doing real well.
So-
they both more than doubled their shares.
Yep.
Han Solo also pretty much doubled their share, going from 7 to 13.2. And Anakin Skywalker is doing real well, doubling their share as well.
That Anakin
on.
Colossus deck is
You
real.
know, 3.9% Darth Vader, Data Vault, Lord of the Sith, my friend.
Let's
And then-
go, Dark Lord of the Sith. Let's do it.
then,
So
for
they've
the-
improved by 0.6 points.
Yep. Well, hey, undefeated Vaders is undefeated Vaders. And
Yeah.
I see a Ray Tarkentown in there. I'm going to say that I put Ray on the thumbnail because it matched the blue the best. And hopefully that's Chris Schutz, because I told him that he needs to make my thumbnail make sense, and I'll be mad at him if he loses. So,
one of my early takeaways from seeing this graph is that the rare bases out of set 4 are making a much larger impact in the game than the rare bases out of set 3.
Absolutely. Hey, Jonathan,
sure.
if you're listening, make some analysis of that. Tell us what the base win percentage is.
Yeah,
that's a good
I'm
one.
here.
Yeah.
And we got
I can see
resourcing
that.
going on. So I'm going to let you guys
Yeah,
get back
we should,
to the next match.
Shouldn't gap too long, because Han is starting off with the exact same play he started last game with, looking at
Looking for something. And I don't think he's going to be looking for a Bright Hope. I think those were all gone now, so he might
I
be
think he
looking at
out.
something more juicy here. That
Home
is a
one.
home one, so he's
Yep.
going for the late game immediately.
Boy,
He's-
if you're now, I'll say one thing that I'm a little surprised. It's interesting. Like, for starters, shout out to the Bothan Network guys and the Bothan Invitational mat on the portion of your screen there. I think you guys are seeing that along the bottom. For me, it's on the right. But this is a matchup that he absolutely has a plan for, has seen before. I'm a little surprised to see, fishing a card that impactful this early, knowing that your opponent is going to be playing Bazine Natal in triple.
Right, exactly. But that makes me think that he might have Salvage in that deck. Salvage is
I
a
like
card
where your
that's
head's at.
been Salvage has
a good
been
card.
part of the discussion in the Bothan service for a while now, and
Yeah,
I
such
know
a good
those
card.
guys love it. And Crispy is just an amazing player, so I would not be surprised to have that. And that's a Sundari coming down, and I think the shield is already gone from the crafty there,
Yep.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Cat opting
And-
to hold the Tarkin Town this time, just using the Smuggler to knock off Mon Mothma this game. So he's still available. There's that Greedo he got so much work out of in game 1.
Yeah, and this is already looking a lot better for board-wise for the
Yeah.
CAD player. This is the kind of board that he would be happy to get here.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Sundari is going to be great here as well.
I think last game he may not have, you can't really see there. These guys are playing so quickly, you're not getting great glimpses into their hands, but it felt
No.
like he was getting fed. His deck was feeding him a lot of those power events that you see in CAD decks. We saw the Waylays, we saw the McClunkies, and he was just trying to use them as best he could to hold the board down. Now, very obviously, I don't know if this was a conscious choice. I don't know what sideboard decisions he made, but doing, getting better work out of his units here and building more of a board presence in the early game.
I bet that's what's happening here for sure. So Yaba hitting the board again. So these early units from the CAD player aren't huge. He's playing a very sticky game, I'd say. They aren't having huge power numbers, but they are having great booties, and they have shields and whatnot. So these are quite sticky units, which makes me think that he might be looking for blasters and other kinds of attachments to get him to deal the damage here. But we'll see what he can make of that. We don't know how he's running blasters anyway.
Yeah. One of the things that I think CAD is going to struggle with in this matchup, right, is, we were sitting here talking about he needs to build a board presence, right? But Han's early game is going to be to do exactly what this blue leader just did. Come in, ambush out the space unit, and just keep him off the board and keep damage off his base until he can get to his top end curve, right? The home one, the crate dragon, possibly a Starhawk, we don't know. That kind of thing at the top end gives Han a big advantage in this matchup.
Right, exactly. And blue leader is pivotal here, as is Sindoris for keeping health pretty good. And then,
Rebellious Hammerhead.
Yeah, right. So he is running some spicy units here for sure.
Oh, big time. I love it.
And that gets rid of the crafty. Obviously, you can't get rid of the Jabba that easily. But what's that card? It's another crafty, isn't it? No?
Hang on a minute. Tabbed away so I could pull up the text.
That's
yes, that is another crafty. Yep.
Pinging the hammerhead. And there's some... Yeah, okay. So he was waiting for the other guy to be able to pay attention, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
That's good sportsmanship.
Yep. The other thing I'm liking here is Crispy kind of, maybe leaning a little heavier on the space units this game than realizing that the CAD deck he's facing is not terribly space heavy.
Exactly. And there we saw Patrice use Talkingtown on the hammerhead. Only to get it to be within range of that McClunky that he played for free. With Jabba out, he can play McClunkies for free. So
that hammerhead has a huge butt, right? 7 health coming into the board. You've got to, and 5 attack. I mean, when you've only got 25 HP on your base, a 5 strength unit is terrifying. So you can't. If you've got a way to get rid of it, you've got to get rid of it. And it takes him a little bit of work and a combo. Right, it takes him a McClunky and some other cards, but he does get there.
He did get there, and the craft is back out for the last 2 resources there. And this game is looking much more even, but I still think it's leaning heavily towards Crispy.
I think
having so little damage on that base.
Yeah. I was going to say, the early pressure, despite the board, the wider board we saw out of CAD this game. The early pressure just never really materialized. Crispy also drawing into some cards that allowed him to kind of fend off a lot of CAD's early plays, and here we are as a match that we said was Patrice.
Yeah, I think
started down health, and now he's well behind in the race at this point. Down to 15 HP remaining.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing I was looking for from the CAD player. That's the first blaster we see there, attaching to Jabba and removing Han from the board. So no Han ability this turn, which means that Han is actually going to have to pay full price for everything. No discounts here. But
I love this
Sentinel
deck.
there.
I love this
Sentinel
deck. Just the cards. What I love about you're seeing cards out of this deck you just don't normally see, and I absolutely adore it because they're good cards. They just don't get a lot of play.
Exactly. No, I think this is, and it's not unexpected to see this coming out of Crispy and the Bothan Network. They have such a huge team to be testing decks with and finding all of these odd combinations that can do well.
Yep.
If any team can do it, it's them.
Yep. Rykian gets hit by that waylay that Jabba fished out for him earlier, and so he's able to push some base damage there.
and getting to 8 damage, but he's so far behind. Even though the board leans heavily CAD at the moment, we're closing in on those high resources. Han Solo ability back online now. We still haven't seen Patrice remove that home 1 yet. So home
you have to
could be
believe it's coming.
now.
In fact, this might be it right
this
here.
Could be it.
There it is.
There it is. And could he get the hammerhead back? No. Of course.
He can't afford the hammerhead, but he can absolutely afford the Sundari Peacekeeper.
Indeed.
Oh my goodness. And
That's
of course,
perfect.
home 1 adding restore to everything.
Mm-hmm.
We're sneaking in something now.
So this could be the
it's a raider. It's a sneak attack raider. I love this play.
Sneak attack raider is perfect here. That's 8 damage to base. Because there's no sentinels, so that's 8 damage to base.
He can put it all to base if he wants.
Yeah, I think he's removing here.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of the unit. He's going to go ahead and pop the blue leader here. That's a good call.
He needs to, because
his ground units can deal with the Sundari.
Exactly, and he's already at 13 damage on base here. So he's a lot. It's a lot more sweaty for Patrice to have 13 damage than it is for Crispy to have whatever damage he might have when this is over.
Absolutely. Now, the beauty of this is that Jabba's going to be able to assassinate this guy and still have 1 health remaining. That big giant 8 HP on Jabba having a big impact here, and then Patrice able to 14. Still push some damage to base. He's going to push 4 into home 1. Is he going to knock it out with the Raider when the Raiders win play? I think he is. He's going to be able to kill it. Yeah.
He is.
Oh, that is a great play from Patrice.
Very
that sneak
good.
attack Raider.
Very
well
good.
timed.
And that's exactly what he needed there.
He desperately needed that.
16 damage on base, and that's not
and
nothing.
A clear board for Han. That's definitely the sort of thing you want to see at this stage of the game if you're CAD.
Exactly. Of course, Han is going to keep pushing big threats now. That's as long as he can draw them, he will play big things every turn.
But the trick is that if Han's going to be playing big threats, it's probably only going to be 1 big threat around. So it's a question of if it's a space threat, then Patrice is going to have to come up with some other way to deal with it, right? He doesn't have any space units on the board right now. If it's a ground threat, he might have to just deal with it the old-fashioned way.
Yep. Certainly. Of course, there's always, I think that's a CAD unit in Patrice's hand there. So that's one way to deal with some things.
Dragon.
But not a dragon. It is. He did put 2 damage on that dragon, which means he can capture it with.
He could capture it if he wanted. I think he's just going to kill it. I mean, it's not going to feel great, but he can.
Yeah, that makes somewhat more sense because of how it will cost him so much to play the CAD unit. 7 damage to his base.
I think he just ambushed into it with 4 LOM is what I believe just happened.
That's what he did.
4 into it there.
Exactly, and get 4 on CAD there. It's not too bad.
Going to put it on CAD later, who's then going to keep pushing base damage. So again, for all our talk about Han's top end, Patrice doing a really good job of managing that game here as we get late into game 2. And then Bastine's going to have a look and see what else he's got lurking. We knew the Reikian was in there. We're looking at Wrecker, Walker, System Shock, and I missed what the last one was.
That was the big deal indirect damage thing. Which you got a capital ship.
Now, Wrecker could be big here. He got rid of the Walker, which is the right call. Wrecker could be big here because he could be looking like Crispy might have a timely intervention in the row. We know he's playing them. I would expect them in this deck. A lot of big ambush threats here. And he's certainly got the
that would allow him to remove both CAD unit and one of the small ones and just push Wrecker through one of the small ones, probably the Crafty, and push 5 damage to base there.
We're paying 5. This sounds like
that's not him. No, that's
okay. He drew another hammerhead, so he's going to deal 4 damage to CAD and throw him off the board.
That's very good. Crafty and Basin isn't going to threaten him too much.
CAD pulls ahead now. 9 HP remaining for Crispy on the bottom end of your screen. Still has 12 HP up top.
And that's
that's heavy.
Heavy, heavy. And that's another damage, but 25. Of course it's not great, but
another sneak attack. Is this the Devastator? It is.
Ooh, that's the Devastator.
Sneak attack Devastator claims the game. Woo!
Patrice get it. that's really good. We're one apiece now. Interesting, and like I said, this matchup is really even. But
more even than I thought. Coming into game 2, I thought, man, I'm not sure how Patrice is going to do this, but he's got the cards in there to do it. As obviously we just watched it. Very, very nice.
We did, and I think that Devastator there was key, and
absolutely
sneak attacking the Devastator was just exactly what he needed to get
13.
there.
It's just 13 to base. Like you just, I mean, if you don't have an answer for that when it comes down, you're done.
Yep. And waiting, using all his board state to get durdling, as some people would like to call it, just bide the time of the round, and then play it in the last part of the round when your opponent can't really react to it. No resources open, no units open. So that's exactly how you do it.
100%, like, all-star card in that game, sneak attack, right? Back to certainly. 2 of each of those basically back-breaking cards at exactly the right moment, paired with exactly the right unit out of Patrice's deck to just disrupt and destroy whatever it was that Crispy was trying. Well done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, without that sneak attack Raider, I think this game would have ended almost there. Letting that home one keep healthy, keep the base healthy while basically just winning the game would have been, it demanded an answer, and he found it. And then that Devastator in the end there to get him across the line was just a clutch.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on to game 3. Crispy's going to start on the button here. Patrice not liking his hand, going to throw that back and try again.
I could not see any of what was going on with the resourcing from Crispy there, but he at least kept his hand and seemed happy enough about it. So I can only assume he's got good opening units here, and some way to sort of try and move along to his game.
All right, Patrice is going to be stuck with whatever he comes up with. He's got a couple of crafties in his opening hands. That's not terrible.
Seen there as well.
It's like a Zuckus?
It's a Zuckus.
Forlum or Zuckus? I think that's Zuckus. I can't tell which exactly.
Yeah, it's a Zuckus. And a Raider, I think.
I'm pretty sure that right-hand card is a Raider.
Yeah, it's a Raider. And there's an event, a Waylay maybe?
I think possibly, yes.
So he's resourcing the Raider there.
Okay.
Interesting. So
hey, look, it's like we've seen this play before.
Obviously, Crispy likes that. Apparently,
and
I guess
what I like about it. What I like about it is Mon Mothma a terribly good unit? No, but she does replace herself. Right? You play the card early on in the game, and then it puts a card back in your hand. So ordinarily, you're slowly losing card advantage over the course of the game. Cards like Mon Mothma help you avoid that by replacing themselves when they hit the board.
And guys, we may have the biggest Mon Mothma fan on the face of the planet in the chat. I know that Falafel is a huge Mon Mothma.
Falafel's there. Oh, yeah, that's
Mon had a big week for those of you that watched the Andor premiere on Disney Plus. Let me tell you, she had an interesting
Oh my God, spoilers!
That's why I'm going to say nothing else.
We see the crafty come down from the CAD play there and pinging
game 2 here. Game 3 starting very much like game 2. Crafty Smugger going to knock out Mon Mothma after she pushes a little bit of base damage there.
And I think since Crispy's base, it's very, very much the same game we've already seen. So Crispy basically being the defensive deck here, having card advantage, having more options is always what he wants to have in this case. He wants to be able to react to what Patrice is doing, and having more cards makes him have more options. So that's certainly not a bad thing. 2 damage to 3 damage? What happened? Oh, okay.
Tarketown. Okay, he's going to McClunk. He played a McClunky to pull the smuggler who had lost his shield off the board. Then he went ahead and used Tarketown to get rid of the Peacekeeper, which is frankly a really good use of it. In fact, now that I think back on it, did Patrice use? He did use Tarketown last game. He did.
Yeah, he did, and use to take hand the Hammerhead, and I think that's he used the Tarketown on a Mon Mothma in that first game was just I guess nerves or something, because that's just not what you want to use your talking down for.
One of the most terrifying plays you can see out of this deck, the 4-resource Poe 6/6 Poe Dameron coming in here for Crispy.
Well, I mean, obviously he's a 6/4 more like when
fair, but
like
I mean, still that is horrifying.
Yep.
Patrice
we
has
might see
a
the
waylay.
Yeah,
He's
that's the
considering
waylay.
it, and he does it.
Yeah,
yep.
he does it. Keeping the board lean means that he can just ping whatever comes down next turn as well.
Yep.
Obviously, with talking down offline, it might not be exactly as impactful, but it's still good. So we move into round 5 here.
Indeed. A lot of back and forth in the early game here. Crispy remains on the button. First to act in this round. He's been on the button the entirety of game 3 so far.
Yeah. Oh, I might
When
be
he comes
mistaken.
in with start the turn.
It's round 4 here.
Yes.
So he
Han coming in.
Flips on immediately.
Now, Hans, refresh my memory. Han's leader side is the same discount as the flip side? It is.
Yeah, no difference. No difference.
Okay.
The only thing, it's not limited, so you can do it any amount of times.
Patrice playing a Zuckus and pinging Han.
So that does still not put Han within any kind of range without a blaster. With the blaster, because with the blaster, the crafty strikes for 4, and that's 1 off from killing Han. So he can still use Han ability this turn, if he so wishes.
Looks like he doesn't need it. He's going to
he's
just put Poe right back on the board.
Yep. And Patrice is thinking about going to base there, and he does.
Pushing base damage.
Yep. Keeping that shield.
Crispy claims. Next turn's going to be interesting with a pair of 6/6s staring across from each other. I think Crispy claiming there is a big deal because he's going to be able to get first dibs with his big unit.
Yeah. And I'm not sure who's benefiting more from trading here. I do think that that Poe is a better unit than Suckers, but not by much. And also seeing how Patrice needs to be rushing this game a little bit. I think he might be more reliant on those 6 damage going to base.
I think if I'm Crispy here, I think I push all 8 to base. I think I send Poe to base, and I think I discard a card to do for 2 more. I think I just go 8 to base right here.
Or he kills
what he does, but I think that's what I would do in his place.
2 cards to kill Crafty could be interesting as well.
He could kill the Crafty. He could discard the shield and deal the damage there to get rid of it. That would be a feasible play.
It's interesting at least.
See. We are discarding, it looks like a blue leader.
Yep.
To pitch the shield. And a reinforcement walker to kill the Crafty.
So he's doing exactly that.
And he's just going to clean Cad's board completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that makes sense.
Right.
That makes sense.
Good value.
That's because like I said, I think that Patrice is more in sort of relying on that 6 damage to base. Racing here could be beneficial for Crispy, but it's more of a gamble, while controlling is what his deck is meant to do.
What I like about that play out of Crispy is that it shows he has immense trust in the top end of his deck to deal with this when the time comes.
Exactly.
I, not having played this game, this deck or this match, I clearly don't have that same trust. Oh, is that a mace? That's a mace.
That's mace.
Mace gonna come in and
kill the Yaba and gets to stand up again and possibly go to base.
So many great cards in this deck.
Yeah, he would survive hitting. Oh no! Cad takes that option off by
looks like Cad's going to punch Mace off. Mace out. He does.
No.
Well, okay. Patrice maybe Patrice, I think, is thinking about it, but hasn't quite made up his mind just yet.
So I think that
Cad goes to base.
He just put 4 on base because he kind of knows that Crispy is probably going to trade anyway. But that means that the Mace stays on the board, right? Because he's got 7.
I was going to say if Crispy attacks him with Mace, Mace is still now. Mace only has 6 damage on him. He's still alive. He's a 5/7.
Right. So he doesn't get to stand up.
Okay, so somebody has to die there. Okay, so now between Cad's ping and the McClunky, that's going to clean up Crispy's board.
Right. So, and that's, I mean, yeah, he's got that CAD unit, but only with 3 health on it. He's already used Talking-Town. So if you look at the board state right now, it's almost like a wash. He's only got 8 damage on that Data Vault. And
they're basically tied, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
pretty
basically
close anyway.
tied. Yeah,
24
very
to
much
26.
so.
So I mean,
very much so.
Or
And
24
the
to 20,
unit advantage here
25.
isn't big enough. Yeah.
It's a timely. It's a Reikian. We're going to ambush in a Reikian,
And
make
he
him a
gets,
Sentinel, kill
and he
Cad, and
gets-
only take 2 back.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Love it.
I think that the board state in a way kind of favors Crispy still.
And Reikian gets to give himself an experience token.
Yeah, exactly, because he's
Oh, and Big Cat
Oh,
unit comes in and
Bane
says,
King.
none of
Yeah.
that shenanigans.
Yeah.
Love it.
But yeah, he's gonna have to give Reikin back though if he wants to attack with that CAD.
Yeah, I doubt he has to read it. I love that he has to read.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't even know what this freaking card
So
does.
Reikin's not going to get any Sentinel when he enters play. He only gets
Correct.
Sentinel
When
when
he
he's
attacks.
played or when he attacks.
Right. Oh, and there's the crate.
That's the
Oof.
crate. Oh,
Crispy reaches his top end.
Yeah, but he's got only 8 health left. So if Patrice got any pump, and I think I see a pump there, even like a shoot first would be good here because then Cad can kill him. Oh,
That was a. Did you see what it was? It was no disintegrations was the card he played.
Oh, wow!
So it takes the crate to 1 health.
Wow!
And now all he has to do is play an underworld unit, and it will. And Cad's ping will kill it.
Yep. Anything, any underworld card will do it. So a 1-cost underworld card.
Love. There it is.
Greedo, just kills it.
Nice.
It's not often you get to see Greedo kill a crate, but
I love no
when he did it.
disintegrations, but that's one of the most ingenious uses I've seen of it. That's brilliant.
I think so. And only it didn't cost that much either, so he didn't.
It's only 3.
He only got to put 3 damage on Cad there. That's all.
7 to base. Does he want to get Reikian back and give Patrice the cards?
He should have been able to do 1 more crate ping for the Greedo.
For the Greedo. Yeah, it looks like they might have missed that.
Yeah. So in the resource row, I saw 1 home 1. So that means there are only 2 more in the deck. Other than that, I didn't pay attention enough to see what else was there.
Man, after game 1, I thought Crispy had this matchup in the bag, but Patrice is just playing it brilliantly. There you go. There's a home 1.
That's another home 1.
So the question is, what's he going to get with the ability? Maybe a blue leader? There you go. That would have been a good call. Go space.
Yeah.
Do a little lane dodging here. Oh!
No, yeah, he's got 2 more resources
use the ability.
We can get Reikin back there.
Very nice.
That's certainly what you want to do there. And also you get the restore from that. So that's 1 restore.
Yes, you do. What a brilliant play.
Yeah, and now having access to Sentinels wherever
Patrice
you
just
need
claims
them.
there.
Yeah, know what he's going to do.
I think he's... I guess he's trying to make sure that Reikians doesn't get first hit to get the Sentinel ability off, or either that or he just didn't have a good play. I'm not sure there. It looks like he's got a lot of events in his hand.
He's got a lackey in hand there, but he's also got
change of heart, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's what he wanted. That's why he claimed. Because he could have lackied into Reikin there, but this is better.
All of these sneaky, cunning events, ladies and gentlemen. Just brilliant. Another crate. I might have never seen a game with 2 crate dragons, but I have now.
Yep.
Wow.
And here's why.
If you're playing the Starhawk version, Wes, I've actually double spelled crate dragons. Deal
yes,
with that.
exactly. I've seen
Because they're not
Yeah.
unique.
no, they're not. I've seen.
That's nuts,
I've
man.
seen it.
This game. I could not. I'm so happy I came to sit to cast this game. This is amazing. And there's the
And that's
third dragon in his
that's
hand.
the third dragon and a hammerhead and the huge indirect damage event. So he's removing the
Planetary
crate.
bombardment. Ooh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
crate's
So he,
still there, and he's got to ping something. And so where does that
he gets
damage
to
go?
yeah, and then 2 damage to base with the crate dragon because he played Bazine.
Yeah. Should be 2. Oh yeah, no, restore, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. When he attacked with home 1, he got the restore, so he cleaned up the 1 damage off his base from earlier. That Mon Mothma put on there like 10 minutes ago.
Exactly. But now the home 1 is back home.
This is starting to look dark for Patrice now.
Isn't it? Isn't it? The crate's just going to go straight through that Basine. I bet. And then
I would. It's huge. I mean, you might as well just get rid of it.
Yeah. No, you just want to pull back the Riken to see where the threats come so that you can sentinel something. He might even sentinel the crate dragon just for the heck of it, you know?
He just went straight to base. He didn't even bother rolling over Bazine. He's like, nah, 10 to base.
Okay.
I mean, technically, Crispy has lethal on board right now, I think, because he's got 5 and 7, 12. No, 12 is not enough.
Yeah.
He needs 13.
7, 5, 7, 12. Yeah, no, he's one off. He's one off.
He's one off at the moment.
Any pump would do it. And I don't know how much of the Rebel package is running there.
I doubt he's got anything in there. I mean, in green, you might have things like tactical advantage, but I doubt very seriously he's wasting deck space on that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, no, he could have had fleet lieutenants, but I don't think he does.
No, I don't think he does either. I think we'd have seen one by now. And this deck has got, I mean, yes, there's rebels in it, obviously, but I don't think it's a heavy enough rebel package to maybe warrant the fleet.
Well, I mean, most of the things are rebels. Basically, the crates aren't. Almost all the other things are rebels. And so Mothma can pull them. But, you know, I don't think he's relying on pumps because he's the control, you know, and the units are big enough anyway.
Okay, he's going to spend 2 for a sneak attack.
Oh, sneak attack.
As he does that, the crate dragon will fire, which means that Crispy gets to assign 2 damage somewhere. Now, this is dicey because if Crispy assigns this to the base, he does have lethal now.
Yeah. So I think that's exactly what they're talking about, the timing here, and he gets to resolve the full event before if he wants to, but he can also choose Crispy to resolve first.
I think they're reading the crate dragon to make sure they do the damage on this correctly, and I'm actually going to do the same thing to make sure that we are interpreting this the right way. So let me go back and pull that card up.
If I remember correctly, the player that is taking the turn can decide who's going to resolve all of their triggers. But if he chooses himself, he's going to have to resolve the trigger on the card and play the card and all of that. But I think at this point he can choose the crate. He's choosing Crispy to resolve all his triggers. I think that's how it works.
Chat's saying the crate doesn't fire until the event resolves. I'm not sure that's technically correct because it says when an opponent plays a card, you may deal damage equal to that card's cost to their base or a ground unit they control. So to me, every time a card comes out of his hand, he gets to point and deal damage.
Yep.
It
So
seems that
the other thing that's going on here is on sneak attack. You actually have 2 crate triggers because there is a 2-cost crate trigger and a 9-cost crate trigger.
Yep.
And
exactly.
The sneak attack gets to complete, but I don't think that really helps CAD here.
No. I'm not sure it does, right? Because the way the Great Dragon is worded, you assign damage based on the cost of the card, not what the opponent paid for it.
Exactly.
So that could be, if I'm understanding it literally could be 10 to base.
It's 10 to base if he wants it, and then any unit can take it this game. So that's certainly what he can do. So I don't think Patrice knows this. And I'm not sure. I think Patrice could assign the crate damage to go off from the 2 cost of the event first. But either way, that's not going to matter that much.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a Hail Mary that in the end, the crate is going to end up preventing. So chat's basically saying that we're full of crap and that the event resolves, both cards come in. But I think by the time he plays the Devastator, playing the Devastator is his action, and then the very next action, if that's the way it goes, Crispy just swings with either one of his units, and there it is. Exactly. There's no way out of that.
Yep, and I think that
there's no way out of that.
What a match, guys! That was great.
A great game.
That was great.
Can you see why I like Han Data Vault? You know, and I haven't posted that list.
And we didn't even see the Sparrowhawks there, and I think Sparrowhawks in that deck.
I would put it in. Like, why would you not? It's a 6/9 ambush, so you would end up paying what, 7 or 8 for a 6/7 ambush card that makes everything else half price. I'd play that card in this deck. Heck yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, and you kind of you can't leave it on the board, so your opponent, it's basically got Sentinel because
for sure
it needs an answer immediately.
Brilliant match. But Crispy walks away with a win here in round 3, staying undefeated here at the Sector Qualifier in Richmond. Looking good here on Han 2, Red Han out of set 2, and Data Vault. Yeah. When I cast the PQ here in Mobile, Alabama, we had a guy, Eric Oakley was playing Han 2 ECL that day. And this was, of course, back in an era when Django and CAD were still a thing. This was set 3. And he got all the way to the semifinals, I think, before he ended up not being able to quite push through a Sabine ECL deck. They were rematching from earlier in a fabulous match that the Han deck just couldn't quite get over. But man, that Data Vault version is nasty. I love it.
I mean, that's a very different deck, though. The Han ECL is basically a very fast deck and very similar to a Sabine build in many ways. Whereas this deck that we just saw is a complete different beast. Yeah. In many ways, I think this deck is much more like maybe a Obi deck that you would see, Obi Green or something.
Yes.
Utilizing the Riken and the home ones and all those big green units.
For sure.
So, yeah.
For sure.
Love that game. Love that
Loopy,
game.
do me a favor. Pull up that graphic that Jonathan left for you for the bases. Because I want to talk about that real briefly before you take a break and bring in the next round's guys.
We were going to do that anyway. So
okay, good.
You know what a match! What a match! But one of our very brilliant left brainers is working hard. Jonathan, shout out to him at Bothan Network, but he created a base representation chart, which I thought I added to this, but I need to. Right now, so let me add it to the deck list slide.
Undefeated bases.
So one of the things that we were talking, we mentioned briefly, right? I think after one of the games was how big an impact the rare bases seemed out of this new set, out of Jump to Lightspeed, were having compared to the rare bases we got back in set 3 out of Twilight of the Republic. And the graphic that Loopy's working on getting put up on the screen here really kind of highlights it to me.
Yeah. Data Vault is at the undefeated level for round 3. They were at 12.8%. So that's a huge uptick from what the representation was. Energy Conversion Lab is ticking up a bit. They were 12% of the field and is now at 16.8. Talking Town, that has been a lot of talk about Talking Town. A lot of people wanted that to be one of the banned cards. They are at 26.4% of the conversion here, which means they are also ticking up above what the representation is. Yeah. But the big thing here is that Echo Base needs to be somehow dealt with because they have almost doubled the representation, and Echo Base is obviously OP. As everyone knows, it's a 30-point base from the set 1, and it just can't be stopped, can it?
Yeah, and you know what that tells me is actually probably Han Green, because I think that Han Green is traditionally run on Echo Base, because that's a green base that has a connection to Han Solo from, of course, Empire Strikes Back. Green base that has a connection to Han Solo from, of course, Empire Strikes Back. But, I mean, just looking at this chart, I mean, 30-point bases usually are significant points of the meta here, but I mean, if you add up Tarkin Town and Energy Conversion Lab, even before we get to the set 4 bases, the representation of those two is greater than all of the 30 bases combined, assuming all of the value parameter, which is related to the filtering, type thing that John's using to make these graphs, but I'm presuming that those are all 30-point bases with small numbers, but the 2 set 1 rare bases have representations equal to the 30, and then the set 4 bases are performing well. We haven't seen the base chart for there.
Making an impact.
I mean, Data Vault and Colossus are both making an impact on the meta, I think.
Big impact.
Yeah.
And you know, we've seen Colossus get paired with a couple of different leaders, right? You've seen Colossus with Piet. The most common one I think we're going to see later today is as the rounds develop is Colossus with Anakin.
Also with,
all over the place too, right?
Palpatine. Yep. No, Colossus Palpatine's going to show up, I'm sure. Yeah.
But I mean, we just watched Data Vault Han 2. We know that Luke Data Vault is a thing. A lot of people kind of following in KTOD Steves' lead. That particular Luke deck chasing their own Luke showcase today. It's going to be this is fascinating. This is really interesting to see.
Yeah,
I bet we probably have a few Bosk Data Vaults as well. That deck has been making the rounds as well.
Boss Green is already nasty.
Yep, and now that we seem to have some, you know, I hate to even say anything about video issues, but I mean, we kind of have our feet under us, it seems, for this stream.
Looking good.
do have actually a more guests than we'll ever be able to use that we might interview between rounds. But I want to get Crispy on because I mentioned before, I play Han Data Vault, and I'm working on it with, I guess I'll just say a multi-PQ winner. I guess I'll say that. So I can't share exactly what the list is. Some of you might have run into it testing, you know, against me. It's not what Crispy's doing, but there is something there.
No, I did meet you the other day.
With Young Han. Did I win?
No, but I was running Sabine, so that's a bad matchup for you.
That's a bad. I don't recall what you were playing, but you know, I am
Sabine,
a little bit of late night gaming is kind of a thing. I am an insomniac, so it doesn't surprise me that I'm playing with Europeans. You know, sometimes when I can't sleep because I test. Then I'm gonna blame it on the time difference. You know, probably.
Yeah. Well, and you know, you talking about Data Vault. We know there was at least one Vader in the field still coming into this round. I'm betting he was on your Vader Data Vault deck or some variant thereoth.
I wish he is.
I'm not going
I hope he is.
I'm not going to drop the lead because I think we'll have him on stream. But one of the absolute deck
I look forward to that.
One of the absolute best deck builders and players I know that has hosted master classes is on Vader Green today, and actually I think a very good Team Secret player is on Vader Vault, you know, today. So yeah, if you haven't checked out the Vader Force Ramp, you know, deck tech, I mean, I am not somebody that releases a lot of deck techs. It's been 1 or 2 a set. There was like 250 testing games there, but I think Vader could win this event absolutely, and I
love it.
I don't know what our secret players list is. I'm familiar with what the other Vader list would be. It's not mine, but it has some aspects to it. The other Vader list is very, very spicy. And is on a player that would never play somebody else's list, if you know him.
And whether or not the deck performs tonight, I think you should all watch that deck tech. It was excellent.
I need to. I have not yet.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
So I'm going to link in the chat right now the Nordic Takedown. I mean, all you know, people watching online, and let's see what our total concurrents are right now. We're at 665 concurrent. You should sub, you know, Nordic Takedown. Viktor, I mean, that was an excellent commentary. You guys had rapport, and I really enjoyed that, you know, just listening in. So thank you very much. Give us a final sell for your channel, though, before we let you go. This is...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to listen to a bunch of Europeans with accents blabber about quite often, every week, actually, just come to our space. We do it. We've got a Discord channel as well, where we hang out, and it's a pretty lively place to visit if you're up our hours. But definitely check out our podcast. That's what we're about.
Yep. And is Jonah a member of Nordic Takedown? Do I have that right?
Yes, indeed. He's one of our main hosts. So Jonah, me, Jason, and also I'm So Humble, Adam, who just joined Team Enigma. So you'll be seeing more of him on the European scene. So yeah, we've got quite a few top players on the team here.
All right. Well, you know, thank you very much. Jonah is a great player. He actually taught the Han Green Masterclass, and well, I'll tell you a story about Jonah. We had actually technical difficulties recording that Han Green masterclass. It probably took 20, 30 cuts. For those familiar with content and editing, is actually what spliced that thing together. And he was up till probably 3, 4 a.m. European time, getting that sucker down. Sonny D from Secret was another teacher of that. And Eros Konmengo, who's a great Han Green player from the West Coast. So I really appreciated both Jonah's competence and his dedication to making that masterclass happen, because, I mean, a lesser guy probably would have, bailed out as we got, to like past midnight and going through. But I thank you so much for joining us. Before you go, let's hear Wes's story about Norway now.
Please, I'm real curious.
It's really kind of entertaining. So it didn't even take place in Norway. You mentioned names, and it sparked a memory, right? I've done a lot of cruising in my life, and as you go to sea on various large cruise ships, you meet a lot of people from a lot of different countries. Now, very commonly, the bridge officers, the staff officers tend to be from. You find a lot of Scandinavians and a lot of Croatians. Ironically, a lot of Croatians go to sea. So I've met a fair number of Norwegians, that are, the captain, the first mate, the XO, whatever. So one of these times we were at a staff event and cruising with some friends of ours, and so imagine 2 couples, myself, my wife, and another couple of our friends. 3 of the 4 of us are all from either military families or families with military backgrounds, very familiar with rank structures and uniforms and stuff. And the officers of the ship are just circulating around. My wife's laughing in the side because she already knows this story. Are just having a chat, right? And this nice gentleman comes and sits down across from us while we're sitting there having a conversation. And we all, 3 of the 4 of us, look over, and it's very clearly to us the captain, the master of the vessel, right? He's got 4 bars on his sleeves or his epaulets. I forget what he had on that day. But we all immediately, never having met this man, it's like, okay, this guy is the captain of the ship. And so we start talking. But one of the friends, my wife's very good dear friend from high school, doesn't have that same background, and so very just plain as day, she looks at this gentleman and goes, "So what is it you do here?" And he just goes, "My name's Tor. I work here." And the 3 of us are just absolutely mortified. Like, how can you not know? But then later on, talking to her, she's like, "How would I know?" And we're all like, "No, that's fair. You wouldn't know." The rest of us knew. It's one of those funny moments that just, I guess you kind of had to be there a little bit, but it was a great moment because you talked about names of Norwegians, and that story immediately came to mind.
But also quite literally just, "I work here." It seems like the correct reply as well.
Yes, he's like, "Oh, my name's Tor. I work here." Like, it was just a riot.
I have my godfather's actually Norwegian, named Dave Ludke, and I'm half Dutch, half Irish. So there is actually a Dutch fest. There's a very thing. It's called the Skut in Hollandtown, Wisconsin, that has gone on for 149 years annually. So if you go on to do some math, that's actually probably the largest sporting type event that exists that's been run annually in America, because that's like before baseball existed. But there's a parade in Hollandtown, and it was a very Dutch-centric parade. And I recall one time when I was probably 15 years old, Uncle Dave walking behind all the Dutch stuff with a sign that said, "Sorry, I'm Norwegian." So.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. All right, so let's transition here. What I haven't given it is an opportunity for C-Raptor to kind of wrap up what he's got going on. I knew you were a Warships broadcaster. I didn't realize you were a sailor yourself. But why don't you tell people here about C-Raptor channel and what you're planning to do for coverage? And I hear that there's an announcement that Miss C-Raptor has officially approved.
Yeah, that's true. We'll talk more about that later, though. I'm saving that one.
Okay.
But yeah, so if you guys have been around catching unlimited coverage, you might have seen the Denver stream that I was able to produce earlier this month in April. We were able to go out there with all the cameras and the setup and do a live stream on the site, commentary desk right there in the room, all that sort of thing. That is a tremendous amount of fun, but it's a tremendous amount of work. And as my wife's emphatically agreeing with me, and a tremendous amount of effort because of all the crap that I have to carry to pull that off. But But yeah, that's kind of the thing. So unlimited wise, I'm going to continue to produce tournament coverage. I've got 2 planetary qualifiers here on the slate in early June. The first 2 weekends of June, we'll be covering those here on the channel, one in Houston, which is like 20 minutes from the house over here, and the other one up in Austin, which is only a couple hours drive, nice and easy. And then hoping to make it to more of these kinds of events, the sector and regional qualifiers. Obviously, I didn't make it to Richmond, but I'm pretty confident that things are looking very good for Minneapolis. So let me keep working on that in the background. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. Going to keep doing unlimited stuff on the channel. I stream out of the house here. Usually a couple times a month, I'll have some folks over. We'll play some unlimited. They're trying to talk me into doing Twin Suns. I'm not sold yet, but we'll figure it out.
Oh, you should. It's so great.
Ugh. I played it for the first time this week, and I was not impressed with the format. So we'll see. I think that might be I have to mentally recalibrate myself when I sit down at Twin Suns table. Yeah, I think to do it correctly, and I'm not there yet.
I mean, when I've actually gotten to play Twin Suns, it is great, and I've enjoyed it. My current Twin Suns deck. Anybody want to guess the leader combination?
Current
Vader Tarkin.
No. What we have, the
that's
Imperial
a
way.
very
I appreciate
common
that.
one.
That was a good call. It is actually Boba Fett Jango Fett because everything.
There
So
you go.
It's team
Sure,
suspended
love it.
because Boba Fett Jango Fett on red can actually play every suspended card. Right now, so it's actually what it does, and it's probably not a great idea because I'm getting ganged up on, when I play Twin Suns. But
I think when you build.
Well, they just posted round 4 pairings, so we should probably call this.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to take a quick break, and Wes will be back. Victor, thanks very much. We might bring him back if time serves.
Thank you, Victor. That was a blast.
Pleasure.
Appreciate your time.
Huge pleasure, and I'm here all night. See you around.
Yep.
Bye.
Take care.
Yep, very good.
What's going on, guys? This is Towernumbernine. I'm going to be stepping in here to cast here for this next round. Big shout out to Loopy and Late Night Gaming for having me on the stream. I'm joined here by McBobber. How you doing, McBobber?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, we should have that next matchup for you guys shortly, and I think it could be interesting.
Versus Mando on the Data Vault.
Yeah, that is going to be the Mandalorian, a leader that was released in the second set of the game, and it was not one that made a really big splash when it first came out, but recently, we have all those pilots. There's a lot more upgrade stuff and potentially work with it, so we'll see how it does here.
Yeah, I think part of the struggle with Mando before was that you need so many upgrades for his ability to work, but then if you draw your upgrades, you don't have the units. It's really challenging. But now, because these pilots can be the unit or the upgrade, you get a lot more flexibility to not get stuck.
Yeah, that's a really good point, McBobber. I think that the piloting mechanic has worked really well in this situation. Now, it's going to be interesting to see. It isn't immediately apparent to me which of these decks is going to be stronger in the end game. It's going to depend a lot on the specific deck building choices made. What do you think about who's the beatdown, who's the control here?
It's hard to say. I think who ramps faster is going to play a big role. Obviously Han wants to ramp really fast if he gets the right cards, but you never know how the draws are going to go.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
If Mando can exhaust Han when he deploys, that's going to be painful, but we'll see how it goes. We got a 3-3 in both lanes, but Han had to pay a little more for his.
All right. Well, this is a we're seeing the classic Hotshot Deal 44, one of the cards from set 2 that has seen quite a lot of play, unlike the damage from that Battlefield Marine, and the Mandalorian's ability also being used here to exhaust that blue leader.
Yeah, that blaster representing a 5 damage swing, pretty good.
Yeah, and with the exhaust built in, it's really, really extra value on a card that already is a ton of value. As you said, a 5 damage swing instead of just the 2 bonus damage. He got 2 bonus damage and negated 3 from his opponent. But now Han brings out the Falcon and swings in for another 3.
Not to be denied his 3 damage.
Yeah. Now,
I think he does have to pay for that Falcon here because he didn't get the extra resource.
I believe that's accurate. So he's only going to have 3 resources available this turn, while our Mando player is going to have 4. 5 damage on the board with that Battlefield Marine versus 6 on the board from those 2 ships here. And with the 33 HP base there, the Mandalorian's extra ahead, and he's got more upgrades. Here comes a jetpack.
Obviously hoping he doesn't get waylaid here, I'm sure.
Yeah, he smuggles the jetpack, exhausting the Falcon. As you say, this is kind of risky against a deck that potentially has some bounce. But if it isn't countered, this is going to be another big chunk of damage. And even if it is countered, he's still got that exhaust. However, that was smuggled in from the... so it's going to cost 4.
Got the Hound pilot there for a couple bonus damage.
Yeah, both players using some upgrades here for some nice extra damage. That is a powerful swing, though. A whole 7 from that Battlefield Marine.
That is a well-equipped Marine.
Yeah. He's got his jetpack. He's got his hotshot blaster. And I think, is that initiative taken here? Yeah.
Looks like it.
Okay, so we have 12 damage on Han's base. That means there's going to be 18 HP left, while there's going to be 25 HP left on Mando's base. It is worth noting that Han is going to be able to deploy this turn in principle, at least, if he wants to go for Han's leader ability to accelerate his deployment. Whereas the Mandalorian will not be able to deploy until next turn unless he hits a ramp this turn.
On bouncing that Falcon, wants to make sure he has all of his resources for a 7-drop here, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I think that's a good call. So a classic play pattern with this set 1 Han is for people to go for what's sometimes called the 5-6-7, where you start on 5 resources, you use Han's leader ability to go to 6 resources, and then you attack with him, and the on-attack ability brings you up to 7 resources, at which point you can then play really powerful cards like Han Reluctant Hero, U-Wing Reinforcement. But we'll see whether or not the Mandalorian has any tricks that are going to prevent that.
Yeah,
tricks or no tricks, he's got a huge amount of damage that he's throwing on the board here just with that buffed Marine. We're at 19 damage on Han's base. Here comes the Han flip. Is there going to be some answer? Now, the Mandalorian's leader ability can exhaust a lot of things, but it isn't going to be able to exhaust this leader Han, because while the Mandalorian is a leader, he can only exhaust a unit with 4 or less remaining HP. Looks like blue leader goes to the ground arena to ambush Han, swinging in 5 damage, but that isn't enough to kill him. Han throws some damage onto the base, I believe, here, and that does bring him up to 7 resources. Let's see if we're going to see a U-Wing or something here.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's looking for the play of the Han unit here to take out that Marine.
Yeah. And there he goes. The heavily buffed Battlefield Marine is finally defeated. Managed to do a incredible 19 damage to Han's base, but Han is now very ahead on board, with the blue leader there being the only unit on the board for the Mandalorian. Now, the Mandalorian can deploy this turn, but that Han Reluctant Hero is a major threat, can potentially actually kill the Mandalorian if there's some kind of pump.
Yeah, snapshot reflexes would be pretty huge here.
5 resources. Traitorous!
Ooh, interesting.
Wow, and because Han was wounded by Blue Leader, he now has a low enough remaining HP that the Mandalorian's leader ability can be used. So not only does that Traitorous take over the buffed Blue Leader, it also exhausts the leader Han. Now, what was that?
He had to lose his blue leader because now he controls 2 of them.
Oh, that's so funny.
I'm not sure if he planned around that one.
Yeah. That is... Yeah, I do think that given that, it might have been better to sequence that a little differently. You know, maybe you attack with your blue leader first, and then you can play the Traitorous. May have lost out on some damage there, but let's see what else he has. Han Reluctant Hero going for base, so no longer there to cover a potential deployment from the Mandalorian. Snapshot reflexes onto the blue leader. That's going to be I think 6 damage here.
Interesting call, because he could have snapshotted onto his blue leader before to kill the Han unit and then also the Han leader. But I think he's prioritizing base damage here, it looks like.
Yeah, and he will be able to potentially flip the Mandalorian. If the Mandalorian doesn't get exhausted or killed somehow, and there's no Sentinel, he'll be able to swing in for another 4 damage, leaving the base on 1 HP. But Han hasn't spent his resources yet. Let's see what he's got going for him here.
Yeah, Han does have a Millennium Falcon in there, but he needs something else to take out that blue leader.
With Han exhausted, he's not going to be able to swing and go up to 7 resources here. There's the Falcon.
Maybe he has a surprise strike or a Han unit.
Yeah, you might have to just use it to kill the blue leader that's been captured there.
Yeah, that blue
because
leader
this is a
threatening lethal.
33 HP base, there's still 10 HP, so he's probably not going to be able to get there. Mandalorian flips. Even if Han can clear this blue leader somehow, the Mandalorian is threatening lethal if there's any attack pump card. Snapshot reflexes, another hotshot blaster from Smuggle, surprise strike. I think the Mandalorian's in a pretty strong position here.
I agree, because all you have to do is claim and have any of those choices, and it'd be game over.
What is happening here?
I think Han's trying to figure out if there's any way he can get out of this situation.
Careful review of his options. He throws 3 damage onto the base. At this point, claim probably just wins, unless the Han has been really slow rolling a waylay or something, but that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And even then you might win. Hotshot blaster onto Han. Yeah, that's game. So now blue leader just swings and that's it.
Yep.
So we're going to be moving on to game 2.
Mando
Win for the Mandalorian. If someone said that the Mandalorian would be beating Han Green on stream, I think that is not the outcome that would necessarily have been predicted by the estimated competitive level of those leaders. But that is what we just saw. Let's see whether or not our Han player can make a comeback here. Have you played at all with the Mandalorian recently?
I have not. I have a friend at my local who likes Mando. He's played him a few times, but I haven't run him myself.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think he was kind of designed around the concept of playing those bounty upgrades on opposing units and also getting extra value from exhausting them. But it seems like the focus of this deck has not been on bounties at all. I'm not sure we saw a single one. Rather, he's just playing some nice upgrades on his own unit, using that to buff things up and sort of race his opponent while also slowing them down with the Mandalorian's exhausts.
Yeah. And the Mando player's name
for strategy.
It is Mark Wong. And I'll just hop in during the sidebar conversation with you guys for a second. But yeah, what a cool deck. I saw people before set 2 that were doing quite a bit of Mando Green. The one that comes to mind is actually Eros Mango, who is the Han Green player there. But I mean, wow. I mean, that game 1 was smooth.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong win for the Mandalorian, honestly.
Yeah. And I mean, I love this stuff. I love it when the matches come up that weren't necessarily on your bingo card for what happened. And you know, this is what I have to deal with on Late Night Live, because McBobber comes up with this kind of thing, you know, and puts it down across from me on the regular, you know, where I do not know what I'm going to be having to come on. So
yeah, it's always interesting. There is a bit of an advantage sometimes from playing a deck that's a bit off meta, in terms of if you've truly come up with something that can compete with the big decks and your opponent doesn't know what you have, there can be some real advantage to that compared to the opponent playing a matchup that they've, you know, done a dozen times in testing and know their sideboard plan in advance and so on.
Yeah, and the you know, I love it. I mean, when the sideboard decisions happen, it can be kind of tough to decide what's happening when you don't know. Oh man, they're already going. I guess this Zachary did not need the extra time to sideboard, so you guys take it away.
Yeah, here we go. We have the players shuffling on up. Looks like a quick mulligan here for the Mandalorian.
Han had waylays in his main deck, but I'm sure he put him in the sideboard if he did.
Yeah, waylay would have been a pretty good thing to have. This is a situation where I think that it's possible a double yellow Han would be better suited to deal with this deck than a Han green, as you do have access to some more bounce cards, which could be quite effective. You know, just I mean, Cunning itself, of course, although in some cases the unit might be buffed beyond Cunning's range, but you also have that Cantina Bouncer, who is a very strong card.
Absolutely. And Bodhi as well is good at getting rid of snapshots or...
Oh yeah, good point. You often see Bodhi Rook going after events, but it does not have to be event. Bodhi says non-unit card, so you can use him on those upgrades, although not pilots. All right, here come the resource decisions. Are Han players good to go? And so is... Oh, maybe not. I was about to say so is his opponent, but that last resource choice seems to be difficult here, which is something that I think is really interesting about this game. The resource system can definitely lead to some important moments.
Yeah,
Phoenix Squadron
like
A-Wing.
Resource at the beginning of the game is like one of the most important decisions you make throughout the game.
Yeah. And different decks care about it to a different degree, you know, but some of them can be very complicated, especially once you factor in things like smuggle, potential effects that discard resources. So like Han's ability discarding a resource can sometimes actually be used to your advantage if you're playing, say, Home 1. Double Space Start, and that's an unusual card there from the Mandalorian.
Is that the what is I forget the name, but it's a Republic like 2-3.
Yeah, so it's basically like an Alliance X-wing. It's the Hotshot V-wing, which is a 2-cost 2/3. 2-cost 2/3, no text.
That Han pilot again. I love that.
Yeah, Han pilot going straight for the base. Now a 5/5. Looks like we're going to see a pilot Luke on the other side of the board. So we have another 5/5. We have a 2/3 with +3/+2 and a 3/2 with +2/+3.
Does he go for the trade? No, he doesn't.
It would be a favorable trade for the Mandalorian because that Luke Skywalker pilot would then become a ground unit after the trade, which would mean that it would be an empty board for Han, but we would still have that 3/2 in the ground arena for the Mandalorian. But he does opt to go for the base. I do think that this sort of exhaust deck has some advantages when it comes to a racing type matchup. So it may be that that's sort of where he's trying to press the advantage. Surprise strike, a bit early for a surprise strike, but it's gonna throw 8 damage on the base here.
Han's trying to establish himself as the beatdown hero. I don't know if Mando's gonna go for it though.
Doesn't look like it. The thing about cards like Surprise Striker, for a cause I believe in early on, is that you ideally are going to be using those cards kind of as closers. You don't necessarily want to be playing them super early because even though they do throw damage onto the opponent's base, they don't like really set up your position for future turns. They just get some immediate value. Looks like we're going to see, I believe it's a Bright Hope there. So a Sentinel now set up in space for our Mandalorian player. And it is going to be the new Falcon Get Out and Push. And I believe that is the prestige version of the card there. Gets buffed up if it has pilots on it.
That Bright Hope might prove to be pretty annoying for Han to deal with if he doesn't have a surprise strike.
Oh, Pilot Han on the Bright Hope. Bright Hope now swinging for 4. Probably going to be into the base.
We need those.
Yeah, and yeah, now there's a 4/9 there. Could be a huge obstacle. Chewie gets thrown onto that Falcon.
7 attack on that Falcon now, I believe.
Yeah, +3/+3, and then it gets the +1 for a pilot. So it is an intimidating 7/7, but 7 power is not actually enough to clear that buffed Bright Hope.
Needs another pilot.
Yeah, if he gets another pilot, he could maybe kill it in one hit. Even a pilot R2 would give him enough power, I believe. What is that? Spare the target.
Spare the target.
Bounces. Yeah, spare the target, bounces the A-Wing. Han's ability used. Is there going to be another pilot for this Falcon? Meanwhile, that V-Wing is swinging more damage in, piloted by Luke, another 5 damage. Mando now very ahead in the race, 19 damage on that base, 11 HP left for Han. where there are still 20 HP left for the Mandalorian. However, we do see Han deploying this turn after making a temporary resource. 3 resources left. I think initiative taken. Is there some way for our Han player to navigate past this bright hope?
TheGandork in chat pointing out that Mando could have exhausted the Falcon when the Han unit was initially played.
Interesting. Yeah, I may have missed that. If Chewie was not put on the Falcon yet, it would be subject to exhaust. But there isn't going to be any solution here. The Falcon just swings on into Bright Hope, doesn't kill it in one hit, so that damage doesn't get through to the base. Han does do a nice chunk with that hotshot blaster, but the Mandalorian player still ahead thanks to the extra HP on the base, and the space arena is still blocked by that Sentinel. A breaking in here could be pretty big for that Falcon.
Hotshot blaster would be pretty big as well if he could exhaust the Falcon here.
Yeah, now that the Falcon has taken a bunch of damage, it can be exhausted again by the Mandalorian's ability. Let's see whether or not there's some way to do that. Of course, Bright Hope could also just swing on in for 4 and still be a potential obstacle. Now, with only 2 HP left, we could potentially see the original Falcon being played by Han, and then have that trade with Bright Hope to open the door for the bigger Falcon. But that V-Wing could still trade with the Falcon here, I believe, which would also then send Luke to the ground arena. It looks like the Mandalorian's in a pretty good spot, but we'll see.
Oof, that's huge.
Nasty. Snapshot reflexes.
Or snapshot, rather.
Yes, that's gonna be another 5 damage on that base, and the Mandalorian's ability used here to exhaust that Falcon because it's damaged. This is looking really bad for Han. Let's see if he can pull a rabbit out of his hat somehow. But
that V-Wing is representing lethal here.
Yeah. Plus, we still have the Mandalorian leader flip this turn, so if there's any buff at all, that's another source of lethal. I think the Mandalorian's got this. Our Han player looking at his hand, looking at his resources, looking at the smuggle options. There's only 5 HP left on his base. As you said, that V-Wing is threatening lethal. Another hotshot blaster, so Han is swinging for big damage. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be 8 damage to the base, but it doesn't matter at this point. That V-Wing can just close the game. Yep, there's the handshake. Really a strong performance from the Mandalorian, quite frankly.
Very decisively winning 2 in a row.
Yeah,
here.
Won both of those with a fair amount of margin to spare. He still had, even after Han swinging for 8 damage with those 2 hotshot blasters, he still had 11 HP left and a bunch of resources and so on. That Bright Hope, buffed by the pilot and later by the snapshot reflexes, was a huge obstacle to Han's space push.
What a game! I mean, the Mando deck approves to 4-0 at the 582 player Richmond Sector Qualifier, going on, and I did not have that on my bingo card. I will tell you that.
No, that was I would say that was a pretty decisive victory too. So, the Mandalorian might be something that people need to be paying more attention to. We'll see how well he does in the rest of the event, but that was an extremely strong match against Han.
All right,
needed a lot more waylays.
Yep. We're going to go to a quick break. I did ask SCG. Sometimes they're able to seed a game 3 when a match finishes this fast. So if we can do that, then we'll bring that to you. Otherwise, we will have an interview. We might even have both an interview and the other one, depending on how things go here. So we're going to take a quick break and see what we can do for you guys. And we'll be back with a whole lot more coverage after this.
Sounds good.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy and Towernumbernine, and we're
What's
waiting.
up, guys?
Yep, we're waiting for a game 3. No, that's not what I was trying to do. We're waiting for a game 3 to be reseated at the feature table. We think that SCG is going to be able to do that, but until that happens, I want to chat with Tower because we both have done a ton of SWU commentary, but very rarely at the same time. So.
Yeah, I mean it's a cool thing. I've actually been really excited to see the extent to which, even with Fantasy Flight Games not doing a lot of official coverage for these events, we've still been in a situation where the community has stepped up and done a lot of these broadcasts. So, we have this. I've done a bunch of streams with the McClunky Gaming team. I know that there have been some Bothan Network streams, and some other stuff in the community. And I think it's really cool to see the enthusiasm and energy behind making this sort of coverage happen, even when it's stuff that we're all sort of putting together ourselves.
Yeah, and shout out to Tim and Claire at McClunky. I mean, if you guys can't tell, I mean, we're friends and we work together. I mean, I was so happy to see McClunky start up out on the East Coast. And, they're both...
You were so happy?
Yeah, I was very, very happy when there were good streams out East going on. I mean, the farther you are away from your home, the more difficult it is to do. But they spend a lot of time, money, and energy to get to these events. With their recording setup and making sure that it happens. I'm grateful to see C-Raptor coming in and kind of joining the SWU community in a more significant way, and all the other places that do this. The ones in Europe, Nordic Takedown, we had Viktor on before, but I love the kind of coverage aspect of the game, and I love the kind of the community. I think Star Wars has the best community around for a CCG, so we're working very hard and we're trying to get better every time. But.
Yeah, it's been and there have been some lessons learned and so on. There's some stuff that doesn't always work, but people gain knowledge of the equipment and the setup and the both the physical setup and the digital stuff and so on. And it's an evolving process. I think and I think we've seen we've been seeing more streams as the game has grown, and I hope that's the trajectory that we stay on as the competitive scene grows, especially moving on into season 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what we're looking at right now, speaking of getting better as the game grows, I mean, look at the meta representation, right now. I love the chart that was brought to Richmond today, with 10% only being the
most represented
deck.
Yeah. 10% for Sabine, and that's 10% is not a huge. I mean, it is a big share when you compare it to the number of leaders that are in the game. But if you look at some of the past metas, we've seen way higher representation numbers than that. I think right now we're in a relatively open meta with a lot of interesting options out there.
All right. Well, we're still waiting for our match, and actually, I'm getting a transmission from outer space that we have an interview guest. So I'm going to pop Ryan Warner, Webble Resource, up, and we're going to chat with him until our game 3 gets seated. So he'll be joining us in just a second. And Ryan, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So your mic is real low. Let me see if I can boost that on my end. But,
all right, I turned my gain up on my microphone. Does that help at all?
Yeah, and I had you very low, so I mean we have to reset that every time. But I don't know if you caught any of the coverage so far. But what do you think about Richmond and the meta here?
Yeah, I have not caught in the coverage. I actually was just watching the live stream on my other desktop, and I was watching you guys talk about the meta breakdown, and I love to see just the diversity here. It's really cool. I think that's going to keep a lot of people excited about competitive play, where your favorite leader could be played, it could see play. Yeah, it's just exciting to see. I know the community's got to be happy about this, right? I can't imagine, like I have a friend in my Patreon, and they love playing Lando Red. Now, that deck was completely unplayable with Django, and now it's kind of a fringe tier 1.5 deck, and they're excited to bring it. And I just love seeing that, people finding their favorite characters in Star Wars, and they're actually playable, actually viable, somewhat competitive, and they can bring them to a big event.
Are we talking?
Yeah,
about
one
Cam?
thing that I think is
that who we're talking about?
That's what was that? Can you say that again?
Are we talking about Cam from Madison? The Lando Red.
Yes, it is Cam. Yeah.
Cam.
Cam.
He's a bud, and one of my testing guys, too. And for those that were, tuned into our Madison coverage, the so on controversy was not actually a controversy. It was two of us wanting to play cards. But yeah, no, I love Cam. But Tower, you had a question for Ryan?
Oh yeah, well, I was going to say just I think they have a really interesting decision to bring out those showcase prizes for the top, for anyone who is the best with a certain leader in the top 64. And I think it really encourages people to play some of those decks that maybe it's not the absolute tier 1 top of the meta, but it's something that they personally think they can do pretty well with, and it gives that extra incentive.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I know some people are thinking about bringing Luke or Obi-Wan, even if they don't feel like, hey, you know what? I'm not concerned about the top 16 or whatever, or top 8. I just want to get top 64 with this leader. I think that's really, really interesting. And I mean, are other games doing something like this? Isn't this pretty unique to this TCG? I can't recall any other game doing something like this.
Yeah, I know something about this because we're going to be hearing from him. We'll likely, if all things go to plan, have an interview with Ron Longhi, who's a new employee.
I love Ron. Ron's the best.
Yep. You played.
Oh, Ron.
You played the Chicago PQ, haven't you? When Ron was running it.
Yeah. I think I got 6th or 7th place. I got a showcase. I got packs. I got my promos for the PQ. I also got a hyperfoil force lightning that I still have, I think. So I actually made out like a bandit with that PQ, and I got like 6th place. I mean, he did such a great job running that event.
Yeah, I think some people have thought, this game should have better pricing or whatever. And I feel like when it comes to pricing, I think he's definitely someone who knows what players want.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I've talked to him. Extensively. I'm like, this is what we want. I give him my feedback. I hope it makes its way into future rollouts. And the thing is, Ron and FFG are listening. They are listening to us. They're hearing our feedback. My guess is we're going to see super cool characters, Ahsoka, Luke's, Vader's in the future, other characters that we think are really cool, really fun, that you want to play. I mean, why do you like Star Wars, right? It's because of the characters, right? And it's not just because there's Force or there's just laser swords. We all have a connection to these characters in some way, whether it's a favorite movie growing up, characters we've read in books or comics, a combination of that. And now that we get cards, we're probably going to get more support for that in the future. So I'm excited. It's only going to get better from here.
All right. And for those there, it is true they listen to feedback. If you caught my interview with Alicia, who's the marketing director, where they want feedback submitted is unlimited at fantasyflightgames.com. And we love all our commentators in Twitch and YouTube. For those of you that have constructive suggestions to make it better, it's a lot better to send it to the company that actually can change it than to some random YouTube channel where we have no powers. So I'm actually putting that email address on the stream. That is the right place to send constructive feedback. Please don't flame Fantasy Flight. They make the game that we all love. but I think that's a good source. Circling back to the conversation we're having about the showcases, I think that was Ron's suggestion as he was coming on, like on his second day of work with Fantasy Flight or so. And I mean, I think it's a credit they listened, and I think that's a cool idea. I mean, do you guys agree with that?
Yeah. I certainly would not have thought of that. So It's a cool idea. It definitely incentivizes diversity. Yeah, it's cool. And then, let alone just like people playing decks that they don't think are going to do well, etc. We have seen people top 8. Stevie Gatz from KTOD, from what I heard, he was planning, he's like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to bring this deck. I don't think he was planning on top 8ing, and then he top 8ed. So he's going to get a Luke showcase, and he top 8ed. He got all the promos. So it's cool to see that as well, where it's like somebody brought an unexpected deck that wasn't like in the mind of the meta, and they ended up doing really well with it. And they get the showcase. It's just, I think that's really cool. It adds a lot of incentive for that. And it kind of breaks our conception of like what the best decks are, and we kind of group think a little bit. And this might incentivize people to like bring decks that are a bit more not standard meta, and then they perform well. That's exciting to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say, we have a couple. We actually had Stevie on our stream at Denver a couple of times. The VODs are releasing now. The next VOD to release, which will probably be Monday, is the round with Giovanni playing Yoda. So I know VODs get significantly less views and everything than the live streams and the replays of the live streams, but that match was the single favorite match that I've called in Star Wars, and I'm not going to spoil anything that happens, but if you want to check out that round 9 between Yoda Data Vault and Luke Data Vault, I think that is excellent content. We do the VODs because I think that it's important, if you're trying to get better at Star Wars, to watch good players there kind of running the decks. I don't know if you guys do that, or what your process is for testing.
Yeah, go ahead, Tower.
Oh, I mean, I think, there's different ways that you can test. One thing I try to do is just get a lot of games in with a deck and get like a feel for it. But, there comes a point where I feel like in order to prepare more efficiently, it can be very desirable to play games against people who to be good, who are using decks that are known to be good, where it's not just, if you play a lot of games just at your local meetup or whatever it is, that's a good way to get some experience, and that can help you like get a sense of what your deck does and like make it more efficient. But there's a point where you have to kind of put it to the test against tougher competition if you want to really see how it's going to do at a big tournament.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say as well, I would say find really good players. There are great Patreons where you can learn from and play with players that have proven results, consistent topping of events. There's plenty of them. That's one way, one avenue. That's going to be your best shortcut, right? There's like the raw grind of just playing like honestly 1,000 games of the deck. You want to do that? Go ahead. You're going to be great. Maybe. But there's shortcuts to learning as well. And I think watching VODs, I've done this with other games. Like I played Smash Bros. Ultimate, I'd watch other people play certain characters, and I'd look at their play style and their play patterns, right, in that game. And that applies to a game like this. Why did they play this card and resource that card? Well, it's like a chess piece. Well, if I get rid of this chess piece can counter that one, right? And you can do that by just kind of studying and playing a lot, or you could do that in a group of some kind. And there's other communities like KTOD, the Bothan Network, and other teams popping up that are happy to help with sharing information on decks, or even just talking about game theory and like what you should do. So I think that really there's a lot of ways to go about it, but I would greatly recommend people to like check out those online communities so that they can accelerate their learning as much as possible, because it's helped me a lot, even just having a team of some kind to get feedback on.
Yeah,
absolutely. So while we have you on, Ryan, what's new at the Rebel Resource Channel?
Yeah, life's been kind of busy with my kids and family and work. So I have not posted, but I'm planning on posting some new content soon. I've also been really focused on my Patreon and just kind of talking to people in my Patreon as you drag my logo onto the screen.
So for those that don't know, Ryan's like a graphic designer. So like I get all the logos from every other guest, and they're small. And then Ryan's on a resolution that is like 20 times my monitor. So I've been very slowly sizing down the Rebel Resource logo so I can put it here. But yeah, no, that's a true story. I do not know how many pixels that logo started at, but it was ginormous. Keep going.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, SVG or bust. SVG or bust. If you know, you know. So I've been really focused on just talking to my Patreons, getting VODs for my Patreons of play lines and sharing that with them. And also with like the travel to some of these events as well. That's been, for some of us, we may not have kids or, etc. And so juggling all of that has been a lot, but I'm looking to produce a lot more content. I actually have an email chain with Tolarian Community College. Shout out, Professor. Feature me on your channel to grow the game of Star Wars Unlimited. So I'm also really trying to focus on how can I just expand the growth of this game. The game is about to be in big box stores. I want this game to be big. I want these events to sell out. We have a really great community, but it would be even better if it's larger and growing. And so I'm just really thinking about how can I grow this community and make this game, this community that's so great. There's more people who are going to love it. And so that's really what I'm trying to figure out and kind of plan content to help get others into the game that are not already playing it, that may be in the other TCGs, right? They may be playing One Piece, they may be playing Magic, but if they try Star Wars Unlimited, maybe they'll fall in love with the game and the community as well. Because we got, just even that fact that I'm on a stream right now, this is really cool and really exciting. And there's a lot of people that I think would love to be a part of this community that may not even have the ability to know about it yet.
And we do have a really great community, like you said. The scene in this game is very positive compared to some, and I think the game itself is really fun. It's a really good game. I think that like of the big TCGs, in my opinion, this is the best one.
All right, so in the chat, I've been fact checked because the showcases are being implemented by Ron. It was actually Nico's idea. And Nico is in the chat. That actually is the head of Final Fantasy organized play. We met him at Gen Con, if you remember, Ryan.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. So shout out to Nico, and Rebel Resource has identified what the kanji are in his logo. Is that Orabesh? Is that what that is, or is that a different?
No, that is katakana, which is a different style of type for Japanese. There's kanji and there's katakana. They're both Japanese, but they're just different. That the katakana is kind of that really cool like title stuff you see. That is actually called katakana.
And what does it say?
It says Star Wars on it.
Yeah, and actually the Star Wars
but
celebration.
That's not my official logo. Okay,
Yep.
My official logo is this one. All right.
Yep. The Star Wars celebration was just in Japan because I think that's what Tim and Claire from McClunky were at. It
looked amazing. I saw so many. I actually followed like a Facebook group where people were getting signatures. Someone got their like Hayden Christensen signature on their Anakin showcase.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So you remember the Bothan competitive team? Tell me about that, Ryan. Looks like we have some.
Yeah. So I'm on the Bothan competitive team. And the Bothan Network is just a community for games, including Star Wars Unlimited, mainly Star Wars Unlimited, for people to kind of talk about the game, talk about previews, talk about, there's like, we have a thread in there to get ideas or coaching help if you have questions on rules and stuff like that. And it's just another community for you to kind of jump into. And it really came out of this idea of like, we have a competitive team. What if we had like a side of our Discord for people who just like the game, that want to engage with us, engage with each other. And so it's a really great community. I love the Bothan Network team. Huge shout out to the admin team called Protocol, George the Hulk, Frank, Courtney. I'm missing some of you all. I'm really sorry. I don't even know who's all on the admin team, to be honest. Sorry, guys. Cook me later. But it's just great. Everyone on the team is amazing. And yeah, I the Bothan Invitational was great. That was through the Bothan team. And I'm excited to see what can come of that in the future, and like another Bothan Invitational potentially on the horizon. So yeah, love the Bothan team, and I'm pretty active in there. So if you want to like talk to me, hang out with me, and you don't want to join my Patreon, no worries. Just join the Bothan Network, and you can hang out with the team and get to know us.
Absolutely, and
it's a welcoming place.
I am on the Bothan Discord. Let me actually link to the Bothan Discord in the chat for everybody. It's entirely free, and I think it's a good place. And I mean, the Bothans are almost universally helpful if anybody in the community needs it. I mean, you guys are great. So
yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, and we like, to be honest, we have a lot of discussions about that internally. Like, how can we continue to make the game better, make a friendly environment, even at events? How can we kind of level up the competition? You know, we're always trying to show up and win events. I mean, you know, ironically, we didn't win our own invitational, but we love that. We love that KTOD won the 3v3, right? Like, we want more competition, so we're also like fostering that as well, because with competition comes, you know, more competitive players and more players in general. So yeah, love you too, Carlos, in the chat.
Yeah, no, Carlos is my boy. We actually played a game last night. I think I played Luke Datavault into him, honestly, you know, last night. So it was cool seeing your boy Crispy run that on stream. You know, that is a deck. It's not quite my list, but I mean, it's one of the decks I think is being slept on right now is Young Han with green. You know, there's some things that happen set forward that are just really, really good.
Yeah, there's some things in there. We'll see. Crispy is like, he's always coming up with those Crispy decks, right? He's got the Von Reg yellow, getting like top 16 with that at Beatle in the 6K. I love his deck. I love his decks. You know, Ryan, are we going to see you at the Appleton or Pastime? So Spags, I will be at the Appleton PQ at Boardlandia. Boardlandia is my game store. They're a great game store. Everyone coming to that PQ is going to love it. Much better than the other one we went to. That game store gave out crap pricing. Won't say their name on stream, but
we're not going to say on the national stream, you know, what that game store is. But Late Night will have coverage of some kind of both the Chicago and the Wisconsin PQs. I'm working hard, and I think I might have heard something today that gives me hope I have a live producer for Chicago. I mean, Rebel Trader cannot because he's playing Grants Pass. That's the other one that knows how to do this. That's not me. On our stream, and Poem does too, who's off getting his masters and doing all kinds of things. Poem's a great, you know, technical guy, but the producing side is something that's not a widely shared skill. But we will have that, and we'll definitely have live coverage of the Wisconsin PQ. So I'm going to see if I can get over you.
Yeah, big shout out to Claire, who does a bunch of the production stuff for the McClunky Gaming streams. Yeah. It's a tough job, and there's a lot of reliability and so on gained when you have someone on site doing the production.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I met Claire actually at the Bothan Invitational and Titanic. They were amazing. The most welcoming people as well. So they're not just great at what they do; they're great people. They were awesome to hang out with and play against.
All right, so.
Did we ever get that game 3, by the way?
Yeah, nope, we did not. So, I mean, I've been watching the things, so I don't know what happened with that. I mean, we're at the mercy of the judge staff. I mean, the number one thing to have happen is that they're running a great event. So, you know, it's always my preference to have, as much as I love guys like Rebel Resource, it's always my preference to have gameplay for as much as the time as we can. But, you know, it looks like it wasn't able to happen for this round, and we're getting towards the beginning of what will be round 5.
Yeah, kick me off whenever you guys want. I can yap all day. I'm a talker.
It's nice having somebody to talk to here. It's cool, and you know, I know you also have been a Cunning Sabine proponent for some time. That's a deck that I've played myself. Honestly, one that I really like. Where are you at right now? Are you still in the Cunning Sabine thing post suspensions?
Yeah. I actually think Cunning Sabine got a lot better, largely because I got to take cards out of my deck that I didn't want to play, namely L3. I brought L3 into Cunning Sabine in set 3 to basically beat Django. and I took it out, and it freed a lot of spaces up in the deck. I'll be posting a video, I think, probably tomorrow, because somebody somehow got my Patreon list and then posted it on YouTube.
Oh, that's
without
nasty.
asking me. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. I'm not salty. Maybe a little bit. But a card that I love playing, because every single time I play it, the question I get asked or the comment that is said is, I've never read that card before, and it's Coordinated Front. Coordinated Front is a 2-cost heroism event, and you may give +2/+2 to 2 units, a space unit and a ground unit. And I play it on the Sabine deploy, and it's basically Darksaber for the turn, split up over 2 units for 2 resources, and it's a heroism card for a cause. Every time I play it, people are like, what is that? And number 2, it pushes so much damage, and it prevents your units from dying. So that's been kind of a card I've been toying with. Sabine gets suspended, Ryan, believe it or not. Cunning Sabine just got better. That's too funny. Yeah, I always do think Cunning Sabine got better. But I think one of the reasons why I also think Cunning Sabine got better is pilots in general were kind of bad against Django, because you would play a pilot and then maybe get the value out of it, but then it would get tapped down into infinity. But the Han pilot is the best pilot. I'm sorry, Chewie's not the best pilot. There's a reason why it's really good in double yellow Han, and it's good in yellow Sabine. The Han pilot is, in my opinion, the best pilot. I really think that card is insane. It lets you do some powerful stuff with the right units.
It's only because you guys don't know how to use Snap Wexley enough yet, but we'll get there.
Oh, yeah?
Dude, Snap Wexley is actually pretty tight in the right build. I don't know if we have enough. I don't know if we have enough resistance cards yet for him. But I was testing him earlier in I think it was a Poe build, and that like discount on attack when you play him as a ground unit, that can be really good. You know, you can play him turn 2. If he lives to turn 3, which is pretty likely since he has 5 HP, you get to swing. Then you get to play unit Poe for 4. Like, that's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is really crazy. I think playing Poe on 4 in general is good, and there's more than one deck that can do that.
How about playing Poe on 2? And I'll leave you guys to try to figure out what that is, but it relates to something we've been talking about today.
Now there are 2 of them, right?
Nope, nothing having to do with that.
Wow.
It's much easier. It has to do with our buddy Snap Wexley is what it has to do with. All right, so while we're at this, I mean, Tower, we're going to be actually switching up commentators. Thank you for the comments about that, by the way. I do think that commentators, as much as Tower's done long days at times, I've done very long days at times. When we have an event like this, I think it's good to switch the people up so we keep things fresh and different voices and get viewers out there for us. But Tower, why don't you give us a sell for your channel? Because I know you've been at this since before I even knew Star Wars Unlimited existed. But I want to.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at it
because I don't think people all know that you have a channel.
I've been at it for a while. If you go to Towernumbernine, one word, all spelled out, like it is on the little bar there, that is my YouTube channel. As you say, I've been covering Star Wars Unlimited for a pretty long time now, since before the game came out, in fact. And I do a bunch of different stuff. I do, meta report, tier list type stuff. I have a series where I play at least 5 games with every leader from the set, and then do post videos on them. So including some of the ones that people won't necessarily think of as being the best. I was recently playing with Cunning Rose, actually, and I personally think Rose Tico is a way better leader than people give her credit for. I was really impressed. I was really impressed by what she had to offer. But yeah, a bunch of SWU content over there on YouTube, and I do also do a bunch of commentary, most frequently with McClunky Gaming. But I have stepped in on some other broadcasts and stuff as well, including this one. So thanks again for having me, Loopy, and I will catch you guys later.
Absolutely, and everybody, please sub Towernumbernine if you want to throw that up in the chat for everybody as we go. We are going to
Rebel Resource.
And Rebel Resource, absolutely. Yeah, both you guys. Thanks for everything you do for the community, and thanks for part of this community stream. I think this stream is a lot bigger than Late Night. In fact, Late Night members are the minority of the people involved with the stream, just because of how generous everything is. But it doesn't happen without everybody, pitching in, at least not in the way that it is. So thanks so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with round 5 after this.
Alrighty. Am I supposed to leave or can I just hang?
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you can all hear us to the Richmond sector here. We're entering round 5. I am Mickey D, might have heard my voice before on some certain commentaries, member of the Bothan Network. I am here with Jeff Creasy, whose voice you've probably heard more often than mine. How's it going, Jeff?
Hello! It is going great. How you doing, Mickey?
I am doing good on this fine Saturday afternoon for me. So we've got some stats here going into round 5. What stands out to you, and what are we looking at here?
There's some interesting stats. So what we're looking at, so the picture that I see on the screen now is the total percentage of leaders at the start of the tournament. But what we have now, data-wise, is we have a list of the leaders that are still undefeated and their percentages. So it's interesting to me, some of the percentages are holding pretty strong. So remember, we started with Sabine number 1 at 10%, which is what we can see now. You can see most of it. Sabine number 1 at 10%, and then there were 3 pretty close behind her with Quinlan, Han, and Cad Bane, and Anakin was right behind that. What we've seen is Sabine is tied with Quinlan and Han now. So Sabine dropped a little bit, but the biggest loser that's dropped more percentage points is Cad, who's down to basically another Cad lost. And now Cad's tied with Anakin, also tied with Kira for the in the 4, 5, 6 slots of number of leaders still undefeated. And then we also have Darth Vader 1 in the mix, as well as Darth Vader Pilot having multiple undefeated copies.
Yeah, the Darth Vader 4 is what really surprised me about the chart. Chart we're looking at here, it says 7.7 of the remaining undefeated leaders are Darth Vader 4, or at least of the top, of the top 10, 7.7% are.
We have
Darth
33 undefeated players total, so anything that we see as a 3% is basically one person is undefeated. So we have one undefeated Darth Vader from set 1, which is George the Hulk. We have 2 undefeated Darth Vader pilots. And then we have
probably 3
more than
Kiras,
that.
3 Cads, 3 Anakins, and then 4 of the rest.
4
and
of
so,
the rest. Yep.
Obviously, this is like a small sample size. It's only 33 players, but it's kind of been playing out the way at least I was expecting. I kind of expected a top 4 of Quinlan, Han, Sabine, Anakin. But it's kind of bracketed itself a little bit differently. It looks like it's again, small sample size, but it's a top 3 of Han, Quinlan, Sabine, and then just below that, if you were to tier it, maybe tier 1.5 is the Anakin, Cad, Kira. And so those are kind of the 6 that are in the mix, and all of those seem expected. And then below that is kind of where you get some of the saucier lists. Specifically, Darth Vader Pilot stands out, but Darth Vader set 1, as well as the Gar Saxon. There's one Gar Saxon undefeated, and a Bosk.
And a Bosk. I assume Bosk Blue. Not 100% sure on the combo. I have to dig through the data. I'm looking at the data so I can find it.
But this feels relatively expected, but also very healthy, in my opinion. There's no one leader that's 50% of the undefeateds, or even a third of the undefeateds.
Excellent. Starting on table 2, if you are following along in Melee, and we do have a Vader Pilot here against a Quinlan Tarkentown. Now, I wish we had a commentator here that was familiar with Quinlan Tarkentown. What do you think about this deck, Mickey?
This Quinlan deck, I mean, some people might like it. Yeah, I've been playing Quinlan Tarkentown since Quinlan was revealed as a leader, before the set even launched. So I have some familiarity with the deck, and this matchup seems interesting. Quinlan is often pretty light in space, so you can kind of get run over. And big pilots can be hard to deal with, big upgrades. Unless you have something like Poe or a Bamboozle, or even a Disabling Fang Fighter. So it's a little bit tricky of a matchup, I'd imagine. But because Vader deploys on 6, I imagine Quinlan would be at least slightly favored.
I feel like Vader is one of those decks where it's kind of in between, where it's kind of a rogue deck, but there are also a decent number of people that have been on it. So do you think it has that unfamiliarity aspect where Quinlan might not know what it's trying to do, how fast it's trying to go, or anything? Or is Vader just kind of that straightforward of a leader that you kind of know?
I think it's a mix of both, probably. If I'm looking across to Vader, I'm expecting early space, obviously, so I'm expecting stuff like Kajimi Patrollers, In yellow, maybe some Cartel Spacer. And then I'm also expecting maybe some Invisible Hand stuff. Against yellow, before the Triple Dark Raid ban, I would be expecting some Triple Dark Raid stuff as well to find that Invisible Hand. Without Triple Dark Raid, maybe some Sneak Attack. But like, I think you know the general game plan, but the specifics of certain cards, as well as like, are they on the Underworld package? That would be kind of reasonable for them to play. Are they just on like a Separatist package even? That wouldn't be that unreasonable. So it's hard to know specifics, but I think you know a general game plan.
Yeah, I will say I enjoyed messing around with whether it's Vader or not, but you Triple Dark Raid into Invisible Hand and try to get swarming Vulture droids going. That was a lot of fun to try to make work.
Yeah, I agree. Swarming Vulture Droid is a card that there's a lot of analogs in Magic the Gathering of like breaking deck limit size, and it's actually statted decently well, so it's not unreasonable to see competitive play. But I imagine this game one for Quinlan is going to be a bit of a feel out game, and I like this from Quinlan. He passed first action. Normally, against a deck that's going slightly bigger than you, which Vader is, you don't always want to pass, but because Vader getting a unit turn one is so important for them to start generating ties, I think this is a good call from Quinlan.
And that's where you go with the assumptions. You assume this Vader deck's going to be aggressive. You know, if you're not really using your Vader leader ability. And yeah, you can use the Vader to kind of soft pass, but that's not Quinlan can just pass again. It doesn't really mean much right now.
Yeah, and the Kajimi Patrollers, you love to see it. If you're Quinlan there, you get a ping off the non-token for free, and Vader requires you attacking with a non-token unit to start generating value. So
yeah, nothing Quinlan likes better than getting the main unit off board without having to use Tarkentown on turn one. It is going to be difficult to ping this token, but you could always, if you really wanted to, you could attack into it. But do you think Quinlan's just going to leave this token around and potentially get got by some pilots, or do you think they're going to need to try to clear this?
I think my instinct is to just clear it. Don't get punked out by anything. If you get to like the mid-game Quinlan flip relatively healthy, and even with Tarkentown still up, I think you're feeling pretty good about it. So the 3 damage does matter. Like, you do want to get them dead relatively fast, but I think you're going to have enough time over the course of the game to get that damage in. So I wouldn't get too cute with it.
Yeah. Oh, well, or they put a pilot, but if you have a 3-drop, you can still clear this.
That 3-drop, but with the ping here, you get to take it out either with the
ping Tarkentown and still kill the pilot.
And our Quinlan player on the left here with the secret sleeves. Shout out to Team Secret. He is a member of Team Secret. I believe they're based in the Northeast. At least that's where I've heard of them from. So.
Excellent. So yeah, so we see the Quinlan player. If you were able to watch or kind of listen through the fog of round one, this player is the brother of the CAD player from, or I believe he's the CAD player in round one, or might have been the other deck. Either way, the brother of the round one secret player.
Interesting use of Tarkentown there. I don't hate it. Like, keep your space unit alive to threaten more stuff. I am particularly stingy with my Tarkentowns with Quinlan. Probably too stingy sometimes. I might have just traded my A-Wing into it, but
it doesn't even trade, right? Because the Jump Master is only a 2/4. To me, the big thing was, it goes back to when I was asking you how much he cares about clearing that token. I think he used the Tarkentown to make sure that he could clear the token, so we didn't see a pilot or anything. But yeah, I agree. It'll be an interesting turning point if we see a point in this game where he really wishes he had Tarkentown and didn't, and then the token doesn't amount to much.
And like, if you keep the token alive, but save your Tarkentown teamed up with that A-Wing can help clear that piloted up leader.
Really interesting here. So you see basically the value Kira where he names the 1-drop so that he doesn't so that Vader can't develop a ship this turn, rather than naming one of the more expensive cards that could have a bigger impact. I don't disagree with the decision, because I think he's trying to avoid some of the Vader synergies.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting. It's always a discussion of, do you disrupt their turn this turn, or do you disrupt what could be a much more powerful turn in the future?
Yeah. And I think this is the point where Quinlan's going to start turning the corner here and go mostly base, try and develop maybe 2 units this turn. And there's an interesting tension point here of you almost don't want to play a space unit as Quinlan because the only way that Vader can start generating tokens this turn is with an ambusher. But if you don't give them a target to ambush, they can't get a space attack off. And so...
Yeah. I'll be really interested if Quinlan can clear the space board this turn. Oh, Victor leader is huge. That means it's going to be much harder to ping off. Because otherwise you could Quinlan play any unit to kill this token, but now you can't. So it's looking like Vader is going to get to deploy on a ship next turn unless Quinlan spends a lot of resources trying to clear that up. And this is what we talked about, where if there was a Tarkin Town here, then you could Tarkin down the Victor leader, and then you could start pinging off the ships. It's really interesting.
This is the biggest Tarkin Town target in the deck, I think, is the Victor leader. Now, if Quinlan has Millennium Falcon here, that helps a lot because you can ping Victor leader, then attack into it. Then any 2-drop kills that token with the ping with Quinlan deployed. So there's still some lines here for Quinlan, but this is the cost of using the Tarkin Town early, right? You got some damage in, you got to clear the token, but now this Victor leader gets scary.
And do you think Quinlan can win the race if Vader gets to flip onto a unit?
I think so. From here, with no damage on your base, you get at least 9 damage this turn. That's not including pumps. And you get to develop a threat. So, like, say he just plays a Plo Koon out, that's 6 more damage next turn, or a Poe, that's 8 more damage. It's probably going to take at least 2 turns to die to Vader here, which we see Vader going for the race. We see him going for it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he only has to count to 25. Quinlan has to count higher.
If things stand as they are, that would be 7 plus 2 is 9 more damage for Vader next turn. So probably has lethal over 2. It's does Quinlan have lethal next turn, which I think is very reasonable.
I think we're also going to get into action economy type of stuff. Who's going to have initiative? Who's going to have lethal in the fewest actions? I think they're in a point where they're probably both going to have lethal in the same turn, unless Quinlan has some pumps next turn.
So we are looking at 12. So a surprise strike from Quinlan would make it lethal next turn. 15 plus 12 is 27 plus 3 would make it 30. Did seemingly miss the Quinlan ping here. I don't think it's going to matter, but if you put a damage on that TIE fighter and then somehow manage to defeat the Victor leader, that TIE fighter would die with the damage on it.
Or any second unit you play next turn could kill the TIE fighter.
Which puts pressure, like you said, that action economy, that action pressure, kind of forces Vader to attack with that TIE fighter first.
Okay,
and he was just thinking about it.
Oh, he's doing the discard first.
That's what it was.
So the Vader player was deciding what to discard.
Ooh, I think Quinlan drew Big Falcon there.
That's a good one. Basically, you assume Vader's going to deploy first action here. So if you draw Big Falcon, you can just ambush whatever they don't deploy onto and kill that. You're not going to be able to. Oh, if he starts with an attack, okay, he's moving his stuff to the side.
I think I saw a surprise strike in Quinlan's hand as well, so he might be going for lethal here. Honestly, the biggest fear at this point is a flip into an overwhelming barrage. That's kind of what you have to play around.
Yeah, you can't do much about that though, because this Vader gives +5/+5. Oh, the bamboozle. So now that plays around overwhelming barrage. So that just defeats the Vader straight away.
Yeah.
Now, I feel comfortable saying Quinlan's winning the race.
Yeah. Takes off 5 damage. Oh, okay. Sanctioner Shuttle. I think prevents lethal this turn. And that is a big space force with Victor leader out
all
there.
your pressure is gone is the problem. You're going to, instead of going from 5 to 20, you get to go from 5 to 7 damage on Quinlan's base. And here you get to kill the Victor leader, which kills the token as well.
And then a ping kills a second token.
And then ping. Yep. So 2 tokens down.
Absolutely brutal. That was about the perfect turn from Quinlan.
Yeah, that's always been, ever since this set was previewed and I've been testing with it, and even in limited, honestly, that's always been my problem with Vader leader is he always seems a little fragile. If you're playing against some of these removal heavy decks like the Cads or the Quinlans, who can stop you from using your ability or can easily kill the 1/1s, then it can be really hard to get any momentum. Add into that the Bamboozle main deck from
Mhm.
Quinlan, and it's a tough day to be a Vader pilot.
Yeah. If you get the snowball rolling with Vader, it's very hard to stop it, but it's easy to stop it before it starts, or easier to stop it before it starts.
Sometimes the snow just melts, and Bamboozle has high snow melting abilities if you're playing Vader pilot. Absolutely.
If Vader is a snowball, Bamboozle's the bonfire that just instantly melts it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the classic Frosty the Snowman, that tale of foreboding for Vader of melting and coming back again someday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he'll get to come back in game 2. We're not playing a best of 1 here. I don't know what he could do to come back this game, but
don't think there is much. I think that's the Wingman Viktor. I don't know which one.
Viktor to make a pilot.
But that surprise strike will be lethal there.
Yes.
On
to game 2. So pretty convincing, I would say, from Quinlan. It looked like they were winning the race anyway, and then they also had the Bamboozle and Ahsoka. We didn't even see a ton of the discard package out of Quinlan. It was more just the control of you don't get any 1/1s, and then the holding the Bamboozle for the Vader flip.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Quinlan here, how aggressively do you try to aggressively mulligan for this Bamboozle, or do you just trust that it's kind of the icing on the cake if you draw it and you just don't want to mess up your early turns and you're more worried about those?
I think because Vader deploys on 6 and you're going to dig so far into your deck beforehand, I think I just want to have a good curve because you don't even need the Bamboozle to win this matchup. Yeah. Like we saw there, if Quinlan didn't have Bamboozle there, I don't even know if he's losing. I think he does lose if the Vader has, or is close to losing if the Vader has Overwhelming Barrage, which is why he did what he did. But I prioritize like a higher curve, and I think oftentimes you can get the board state to a point where it doesn't even have to be Bamboozle on Vader flip. If Quinlan there just had like a Spark of Rebellion or a Kira on that turn to prevent the Overwhelming Barrage and could still push to base, I think that's good enough there.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Overwhelming Barrage Vader gives +5/+5, correct? So Overwhelming Barrage would have only been for 9, quote unquote only. Yeah. So it wouldn't have. There were 4 completely healthy units on Quinlan's board. It would have only killed 2 of them. So it might have made the race closer, but even Barrage there, I don't think would have been a super big blowout or anything.
I don't think it's game over for Quinlan, but I think it's the only card that Vader could play to get him back in the game there.
Yeah, definitely. It just slammed the door shut when that option was gone, for sure.
Yes. So I don't aggressively mulligan for the upgrade removal. You definitely add more of it to your deck. Like I think Fang Fighters, if that's in the sideboard, it's totally reasonable. I think I saw a sneak peek of Quinlan's sideboard and saw Open Fire, which I think he brought in mostly. I imagine mostly due to Viktor Leader. It's great at sniping a Viktor Leader.
Do you put it in the sideboard more for cards like Falcon, and this is just a happy coincidence, a little happy accident that you get Viktor Leaders to snipe out?
Yep, all right, 100%. I'm going to hop in for just a second here because I had a random thing in the chat that I'm doing. Right now, as we started the stream, Mickey D's channel was at 298 subs. If you can get it to double that, we have more people watching right now than we need. But if you can get it to 594, I'm going to give away a pack of Carbonite to somebody here, and send it out. So somebody help out Mickey D. We need to get it there, and please subscribe to Late Night Gaming too. I don't say that enough. 100%. It's bad, but
also don't forget to like this video. All the metric stuff is really big. We have to engage our algorithm overlords.
Get it out there, share it if you can. There's plenty of regional discords. Post the link there. Get people watching some SWU on a Saturday.
Christian Schmidt in the chat, is the Vader undefeated? Yes, the Vader is undefeated. Both of these players are undefeated, 4-0 going into round 5. And there's another undefeated Vader, who's a guy we know.
Yes, there are 2
George
undefeated
Hudson.
Vader pilots.
That is who I've been.
Well, George is on Vader 1.
Yeah,
he's on Vader 1 Data Bolt.
Yeah, well, both Vaders can be okay, but Vader 1 Data Bolt is a kind of okay deck.
Yes,
so.
but no, I'm saying there are 2 Vader pilots undefeated and a set 1 Vader undefeated.
So there are 3 Darth Vader total.
So there are 3 Darth Vaders undefeated total.
2 different flavors.
Yeah.
Vader winning the Vader versus Luke race of going for the showcase as well. I think a lot of that on the back of George just being an incredible player as well.
I mean, it's not an accident though. He's put a lot of work into this deck. I tried to help him out with it,
Yes.
trying to put
Incredible
in some work as well.
player
It's a
and-
really cool deck.
And incredible
Hopefully
deck
we'll get to see it
builder.
on stream. Yeah.
He's got some really interesting ideas in there, and it was incredible to watch. Public viewing. Okay, I wonder if that's out of the sideboard. I could see it being in the main deck, just trying to go wide here. It's very good. The 1-drops preventing the Quinlan ping is a good strategy.
I think it's main deck because also with the Kijimi Patrollers and stuff, you want to have options to go 2 1-drops. I think as a deck, you know that Quinlan Tarkentown is going to be a big meta player, so I think you prepare for it. And what's one of the known plans against Quinlan is, hey, if I go 2 1-drops, then I'm doing a lot better. So I think you just put it main deck.
And it seems with a lot of 1-drops, and there's some decent amount of 2-drops as well, and like the pilots giving that modularity of being able to be a 2 or a 1, a 3 or a 2. I wouldn't be surprised if a major play line for the Vader deck is going 2-drop into 2+1-drop on turn 2.
Yeah.
Either that or like 1+1 into Viktor leader can really close a door out if your opponent starts around.
Especially if the one of the ones is the Kijimi Patrollers where you make 2 or there's a lot of cool plays there to just start the snowball on turn 1 and then turn 2 you can be so far behind.
Yep. Quinlan passing here. I think trying to bait out a Viktor leader would be my guess, or any 3-drop really to ping Tarkentown, but that's the big one. And I like the claim here from Vader. This guarantees a second token through a second attack. Plus, now your 2-1 has raid 1, so you're going to get Quinlan either to 5, or you can trade into that Green Squadron A-Wing. And you want to get to your flip as healthy as possible.
I'm curious if they take the trade here, because it is kind of appealing, because otherwise it really depends on what kind of a ship you have this turn to play. The Tarkentown is still up, so I think if you're worried that whatever you play this turn is going to get killed, then you just go base and know that this A-Wing is going to get 2 trades in.
For example,
it makes
if
a token. Interesting.
I guess it's the hardest to ping, although a 2-1 is also hard to ping. Maybe just wants to save the damage this turn, and also keeps your A-Wing alive to trade into something else, or potentially set up a Tarkentown on something else. I don't hate
isn't it a 1/1 with raid when there's a token? So, or
it's a 2-1.
Oh, it's a 2/1. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. I get all the green villain ships mixed up.
Yep, they all look very similar,
Yeah.
all similarly statted and cheap. So,
because I know the one that makes a 1/1 token is a 1/1 itself. So yeah, this is a 2/1 with raid when you have a token. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. In that case, I totally agree. And now next turn, you're probably gonna, you're gonna throw your A-Wing into this contracted jump master if you can't, you can't try to ping Tarkentown. But even if you do, you could throw the token into the A-Wing. Or honestly, if your jump master gets pinged, I would just attack the jump master into the A-Wing at that point.
It's gonna get Tarkentown most likely anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, that would kind of force the Tarkentown as opposed to letting him attack with A-Wing.
Yep. This is kind of what you want if you're Vader here, though. Go wide in space, annoying stuff to ping. Quinlan kind of wants to go wide on this turn, like a 2+3 to help start pinging down some of that space. But
And your wide things are hidden behind a 2/4 Sentinel as well, which is currently not the easiest for Quinlan to get through, at least not action efficiently.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting turn to navigate because I think Vader can almost slam the door here if he manages to stick a Viktor leader and keep it alive.
Yeah.
But with that Tarkentown still up, that's going to be hard to do because any 3-drop.
This is where you can go the other way with the action cheating too. Like we talked before about trying to find lethal in fewer actions, but here you can just start attacking with 1/1s until they use the Tarkentown, and then say, okay, now that you've used Tarkentown, I'm going to play this Viktor leader. You lose a couple of damage this turn from not pumping the 1/1s, but you get to save your Viktor leader.
Yep. I think It's one of my favorite parts of this game is the action economy. Sometimes being action dense is really really important. Sometimes being action sparse is really important. Like efficiency versus being able to react. It's a really fine balance.
Yeah, and we've seen Vader utilizing that and understanding that they can just activate their leader as a way to soft pass without potentially losing, or without potentially just having your opponent be able to pass back and the turn be over.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Vader activation here to just kind of bait an action out of Quinlan, make him commit to something first.
Yeah, the Quinlan did deploy, so everything is pingable now. Oh, there's the barrage.
Okay.
Onto the Viktor leader 2-1.
For 5. Gets the Ahsoka out. Puts a lot of pressure on. That's going to attack for now 6, it looks like. So that's going to be...
Also can't be Tarkin Town this turn with a ping. It would die at the end of turn, but...
You're still going to take the 6, and so that's what...
Exactly. Yeah, same thing here with the open fire. It doesn't die right now. Oh, no, sorry, it still does.
It does.
It's only
exactly
1 health, yeah.
That's
an interesting play there. Really heads up play by Michael here, because one of my thoughts was if you have open fire, it can cleanly answer the jump master. But then he would not have had a clean answer for that barraged up unit.
Yep. It does appear that Vader's going to stick this game, and it's going to be at a relatively high life total. Tarkin Town, I was curious about this. I think I agree with this.
Tarkin Town still.
But it's close, because if you don't Tarkin Town it, Vader's going to pilot onto it, and then you're never going to be able to attack anything directly.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely Tarkin Town it as well, because Vader took initiative, so now Vader doesn't have a non-token unit, so they can't get that one extra token before they deploy anyway. Yeah, I definitely agree with the Tarkin Town there. And I think we saw the A-Wing attack happen because Quinlan had a lot of options. They wanted to keep their options open. I would imagine they had ways if they didn't need to use the open fire to ping the jump master. But since they saved the Tarkin Town and had the open fire, they were able to kind of navigate that the best way that they needed to.
Yep. So Vader gives +5/+5, correct?
Yes. So now we have a 6/6, and it makes 2 TIE fighters. So we see, there's another bamboozle.
Had the bamboozle again.
Vader is not sticking.
But still 4/1/1s, although this healthy Quinlan is going to be brutal. And I almost
every unit's going to ping a 1/1.
I was almost wondering if you just wanted to flip Vader to ground there. Start cleaning up the ground. Prevent getting blown out by upgrade removal, especially post-board. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I think, to me, it depends on how far behind you think you are. If you think you are really far behind, then you flip Vader in space and make them have the bamboozle. If you think you can win this more easily, then I think you flip to ground and try to trade. The problem is Quinlan is really good at taking out, taking out decently held leaders. Like they're sitting there with all their resources and Quinlan deployed. So something like a Plo Koon, I don't think your Vader's going to get in a ton of work on the ground. You'd have to hope that maybe they sided out the Plo Koons.
Yep. Which I do think, I don't know if you side them out, but I definitely resource it more aggressively in this kind of matchup.
Yeah.
But
here we see the same thing again. Falcon coming in, ambushing one, killing another. So he went for 2 tokens because I think he's just telling Vader, you can get your 1/1, but I'm so far ahead, you're gonna have to trade into my Falcon. I'm not gonna do it for you.
Yep. Because that's 11 damage on Quinlan's board. Another barrage would be for 7 here. We'd be able to clean up the Sabine and the Falcon or the Quinlan.
Yeah, barrage would be big.
Barrage would be quite good. And we're getting just 7 resources. I'm not sure how big the top end for this Vader deck is. Looks like he didn't even resource this 7. So
yeah.
Looking to be more aggressive, not as much top end, it appears.
Yeah, and I've had the same problem with both Vader and Luke pilot leaders. The fact that they kind of want to be aggressive in general, but they deploy at 6, which is inherently a not very aggressive time to deploy.
Yeah. Yep. So you basically don't have a leader. Luckily, your leader ability does add into that game plan, especially Vader's of just generating units to attack with. But not being able to get that free 5 damage in, especially in this matchup, the Bamboozle not even getting that 5 in.
Yep,
is brutal.
Interesting play here to lead with the Sanctioner shuttle, because now Quinlan has the option. Do they want to free their Sabine, which I don't think that's the most likely option, but it's an option. They could just get 5 more damage into base. They could take out the larger space unit if they're worried about it. Going with the force throw.
If Vader has like 2 cards in hand, which I think is about the number I like this. That's the number I usually target for like a force throw where I need to do a certain amount of damage. And even in this case, like if you get a 5, wonderful. If you get a 3, very good. But even if you get a 1, you're getting rid of a token, shrinking that. Right now it's a 7/7 or is it a 6/6 because it counts other units, I believe. So, yep, you only get a 1, but you get to clear a tie. This isn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
Another one.
Sanctioner shuttle. No, nothing to capture, but you're just giving that buff to your unit. And also people talking and debating whether you should deploy ground or space. If you have this unit in your hand that gets a buff for each unit, deploying in space makes a lot more sense because you just make 2 tokens. So it helps get in there.
Now you might have to take the trade with the Falcon.
He goes to base.
I'm talking as the Quinn.
Oh, sorry. You mean Michael trading into the
Yeah. But now you can't. At least not this turn, because now it's a 6/6 again.
Yeah.
This is a very
I don't
precarious.
hate just getting your Sabine back.
Yep, I
that
think
also shrinks it, and your Falcon's still alive.
I think that's what I'd do. But it's a very up in the air game right now.
Yeah, Vader's been pumping in the damage. Yeah, Michael does go to get his Sabine back here.
I think I like that.
That does leave the door open for Sanctioner shuttle to just kill the Falcon, but then you're also shrinking the damage on base and shrinking the other unit. What we might see instead is first action play a space unit so that it still can't, so that you still can't take out the big one with the Falcon.
As it stands, I believe Quinlan is 1 short of lethal on board right now, and Vader is 3 short. But Quinlan does have a number of pumps, any amount of hot shot blasters, even a second Cassian or a surprise strike Falcon. A lot of damage from hand opportunities.
Yeah, Vader's damage is kind of up in the air as well, because if they get extra tokens and more units, then this guy gets buffed even more. Like a contracted jump master could be a decent play right out of the gate.
Yep, blocks the Falcon, makes it trade into something that can attack this turn. Like a turn of contracted jump master into Viktor leader. Like protect all your space units, get them even buffer.
Yep.
Save 5 damage on your base. Like that could be a good turnaround. A Barrage again. Barrage is a good card. Who knew? Could take out Cassian and Falcon. Could take out 2 units essentially.
Oh, just surprise striking in here. So getting in for 8. So that was the difference that we noted. But a lot of these units are fairly easy to kill. So I would expect Quinlan to not be dead to nothing. But if there's another surprise strike here.
Yep.
So I think the best thing for Michael to have right now would be another big Falcon to just play from hand and kill both units in one action. Feels kind of bad.
I would not be surprised if you have a 2-drop or something to just ping off the token and say, if you have a second pump, you got me, because Vader was top decking that turn.
Yeah, and we do see that. We see the second unique unit come into play to ping off a token.
Yeah. Now Vader might have to trade into this Falcon because any pump is lethal for Quinlan. And if you trade off this Falcon, then you have just a 3/3 left over, but that could be enough.
Yeah, you do get a token this turn, and you assume Quinlan's going to have to attack in, so you'll probably get to play another card, make a token, and still have initiative. Unless you force Quinlan to not spend their resources and not play actions.
That's not a bad one too, because with a token here, that's 2 lethal threats on board. The 2-1 with Ray 1 when you have a token, as well as just even just the 3/3 body, but it'll be a 5/5 with a token made. So I think if you're Vader here, you can take Falcon out of your opponent's range. You can take most cheap units out of your opponent's range, honestly, because they would have played anything else other than that Sabine to ping your 1/1. And so what's left in their
the one
hand
thing
is-
that I could say is if they have a 6-drop they want to play, like maybe they have a big Falcon, but they didn't want to play it first. So playing the Sabine over a 3-drop meant that they still have 6 resources up.
Yep.
So it could have just been resource management.
Like a Falcon in the row there, yeah.
Yeah. Or a 6-3-3 or a 2-3-3 that they wanted to play. So maybe now there's a Falcon plus this Hotshot Blaster. For Little Falcon plus this.
I think if I'm taking my opponent off of Falcon here, I think if they have the Falcon, it was an excellent bluff. And I think you have to claim as Vader here because a second hot shot is lethal if the Quinlan claims. A surprise strike is lethal if the Quinlan claims. I think my opponent is more likely to have a second hot shot or a surprise strike in their hand than they are to have a Falcon.
We're at 20. Vader's at 23 as well, so Falcon's not lethal.
No, but it does clear the board. And they had the Falcon. Brutal.
Yeah.
I think that's a fine call and just excellent bluff from Quinlan there just to really lock it up.
Yeah. Yeah, Vader got really close that game. I think it showed kind of the resilience of Vader. We talked about it being a little bit of a glass cannon and a little bit easy to disrupt. But I think it showed there that even through some of this disruption, it can still have some big turns and get really close. Quinlan needed to have 2-drop, 3-drop Falcon. So like Falcon being the last card there was huge.
Yep. I think Falcon being the last card, the ping or creating the token wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, and that good games. So I think Vader played it right there because I think even if you make the token, you can't beat the Falcon anyway. No, you can't kill the 4/4 now. Oh, it looks like he had it covered either way, showing the hot shot in the row in the post game discussion there.
Yeah, so if Vader makes a token, Quinlan claims and then puts second blaster on Quinlan leader for lethal. So if Vader, so either way, if Vader didn't claim, Quinlan claimed and had lethal. If Vader did claim, Quinlan could clear the board to prevent lethal. So Michael really covering all his bases there, and it's kind of nice to point out that no, you didn't make a misplay.
Yeah, like I totally agree with the Vader play there. I think it's correct to just claim and hope they don't have the Falcon. I'm putting him on pump more than I am on Falcon there. Just so happens he had both, so you can't win it either way.
But also they play more pumps than Falcons, than Little Falcons, right? With 3 resources left, because they play 3 surprise strikes and 3 blasters. So even though you've seen 1 blaster, they're still more likely to have a second pump than they are to have the small Falcon. So I think you've also just got to play the odds there and make them have it.
And with the way my opponent playing that Sabine first action, sucking their own guy, I'd have to go back. Maybe they couldn't play the Falcon with the ping because it would be dead to the 4/4 in space. I'm not sure. But I think the way my opponent played there, I was not putting them on Falcon. I think...
Yeah. Somebody asking in chat about the records, both of these players went into this round undefeated.
Yep, so Vader still has a good shot at making day 2. They're 4-1 now. And this Quinlan player is now 5-0.
For a bit.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Let me transition this over. That was a heck of a match.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was.
So Michael played Quinlan very tight, I thought. I mean,
I thought so as well, yeah.
Was that your impression, Mickey?
Yes, he was very on top of it. The only question mark I had was the pass through turn 2 of that second game. That was really the only thing I was big question mark over, but otherwise very, very tight play there.
Yeah, and I mean, bamboozle is a thing. I mean, if you're in this meta, I mean, what you do is you play to win, right? Whether you think the card should work the way it does, or whether you don't think the card should work the way it does, it works the way it does. And I mean, it had to be the card of the game, both of those matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd like to think that lore-wise, you're kind of causing like a canopy malfunction. You're confusing the pilot. They forget how their ship works, and then they get kind of ejected into space. It happens to the best of them.
Yeah, and if you look at the art, I mean, it is so solid and beautiful.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably
second best art in SWU behind Jar Jar Binks, but yeah, it's up there.
See, now you're forgetting about Snap Wexley, who's my friend from here.
They've released some bangers for both meme culture and Star Wars enthusiasts.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Don't forget new Luke pilot leader. Excellent art as well.
The showcase. Oh, it's good. I love it.
All right. So while we have a little bit of a break, I can tell you for the viewers at home, I'm trying to set up both an interview that would be on point if I can get it with that last match, and I'm also looking for a game 3 if possible. So we'll see if the stars align for that kind of a thing. But I was trying to pump Mickey's channel already with my little giveaway here, which we're a little short of. I mean, we need about a fourth of the people that are watching online to sub to Mickey's channel, and then I'm going to give away a pack of carbonite. So if anybody wants to do that and make that happen, I am going to honor the word. I'm not going to do it unless you actually get there, because otherwise the giveaway things don't work. But tell us about Mickey D, the channel, and what's going on.
Yeah, so I drop content somewhat sporadically. I do it when I think I have something to add to the community. So most recently, my latest video was about like what I consider the pillars of SWU and like a fundamental way of thinking about and tackling the game. And so I hadn't seen much content around like a full comprehensive guide like that, and it was an idea that had been knocking around in my brain, and there are guides like it, but not in the ways that I thought about it, and so I thought I would just contribute my ideas to that conversation. A lot of my videos are about like decks I'm playing and like deck lists and deep dives, and I think I'm going to make a video here soon. Maybe this will motivate me to do it over this weekend about Tarkentown and like the ways you can play with it and the ways you can play around it, because it's a very big part of the meta right now. Even with Django gone, Quinlan Tarkentown is still a meta player. We've seen a lot of CAD Tarkentown. And so, yeah, I make videos when I think I can contribute something to the conversation, and a lot of that is about Quinlan and Palpatine, because those were the decks I played a lot. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good way. I mean, Mickey's videos are all excellent. I mean, the one that I watched on Green Palpatine, I mean, that before that I didn't even know who you were, but I thought it was the best at the time Palpatine content, and few and far between though they be. I mean, he's really got a lot to say, and we interact a lot on the Quinlan thread on KTOD Discord, which at this point has like 1,000 people hanging with us. But if you scrolled up, I mean, all the way through the however many tens of thousands of messages there are, you'll see me, Mickey, Maddie, and then a couple others popping in there soon, kind of getting the bones together of the deck that eventually became, maybe the best deck in Star Wars right now. It's in the conversation for sure.
It's certainly in the conversation. Yeah, I think it was enemy number 1 coming into the weekend.
Yeah,
whether it should have been or not is up for debate, but it's certainly. It is in your testing gauntlet. It is in everyone's testing gauntlet right now, as it should be.
Yep. And I mean, that's the first time that one of my, harebrained ideas kind of became, a thing that was actually a thing. So, I'm glad that happened.
It's the first card game where I felt my skill grow as a deck builder, both with the Palpatine video and the Quinlan stuff. Like, being able to contribute to the game in a deck building perspective has been really rewarding. And shout out to, like you mentioned, the KTOD guys, as well as my teammates on the Bothan Network. A lot of different voices have gone into constructing the decks I build. So,
yep. So absolutely, we posted, if somebody wants to link again the Mickey D, channel there. But we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to see what we can get. We're going to have either a guest or another game on soon. So keep watching, guys. And it looks like things have improved quality-wise. We hope that you're enjoying our coverage, and we'll be back with something soon after this.
This is the way.
It's a trap!
Everyone, we are here with a very special interview. We have the last undefeated Darth Vader player as of last round, George the Hulk, aka George Hudson. How are you doing, George?
Doing good, feeling good. 4-1 at the moment. Great game versus Alex. Ton of fun.
Yeah, that Alex guy is kind of okay at cards. So
yeah. I've heard that one twice.
Yeah, tell our viewers what happened on table 5. They weren't able to see it, but you went into it 4-0 on Vader, right?
Yeah.
Yep, Vader Data Vault. My take on it, it is a ramp heavy version, even with price on your head and resupply carrier. It is a very vehicle heavy version with prepare for takeoff and salvage. Has a lot of utility pieces, and so I was prepared for the Han Grant matchup, but it's not easy, even being prepared for it. Yeah, it was me versus Alex and Han won green. First game, didn't ramp, which isn't the end of the world. Like, I still was able to get my space answers out there, like a Black Sun, Tank Fighter to deal with pilots, that sort of stuff. But he got a massive ground presence and just pushed past me before I could flip Vader and like really answer that. And then game 2, it was like this is a really good game. I double ramped that game, and then got my Vader out. He got a Han Solo out, and I had a Hux giving me +4 damage across my board. So that was pretty cool.
So what
again,
card? What card is in your Vader deck?
General Hux, the First Order synergy card. Yeah,
all Hux given.
Absolutely. No Hux are given. Yep, absolutely. Huge fan of him. It's a raid leader, but it's a raid leader and a Pershing for 2 resources, and he has combat stats. So yeah, 1/4. So huge fan of him. And that made it so that way my Calistar silencer was killing Falcons. Lots of important breakpoints, but especially that with the ping. But alas, hopefully it didn't work out. So we got 3 more rounds to see if I can make it.
Yep, and I'm watching live. We have 27 matches unreported, so as we get closer, we'll wrap up. But George is obviously on site in Richmond, which is cool that we can do this, but this is kind of our process, and we're hoping to get more of these throughout. What's the energy like at the event?
Super good. Like, great spirits between, like, both Alex this round, last round. The side events are firing like crazy, so lots of those happening that I can see. So lots of my friends are doing great. And then so ton of fun here in Richmond for sure.
Yeah. All right. So
what were your oh, sorry. You go
ahead,
Loopy.
Hit him up.
No, I was just curious what your first 4 rounds were like to get you to undefeated. What did you play going up?
Round 1 was Anakin 30. 2-1 that. Then it was a Iden Data Vault.
Interesting.
Yep. I got annihilated for all 6 of my Devastators. That was terrifying.
That is brutal.
I'm like rude.
We got to make a T-shirt that says "I got annihilated for 6 Devastators, and all I got with this lousy T-shirt." That actually is pretty sad when it hits Darth Vader for me. So.
So that happened, and then Hux came through there, just ended up racing him out. Then round 3 was a Vader Blue. Had to knock out my fellow Vader player, so
which is sad, but
pretty good. Yeah, yeah, but there can only be one showcase, so you got to do what you got to do. And then so Galactic, so that's on the prize wall. But then round 4 was a Quinlan Tarkin Town, and yep, that was super clean. And then it was Alex and Hungary. So
not a bad.
Gonna be a great opponent win. Gonna be a great opponent win percentage going into the last round. We'll see.
Yep. I've experienced the other side of the Quinlan Vader matchup, and it is not very pretty. It takes a while to catch on because you have to play very differently against Vader than any other deck.
Alex with the entire match going like, I have no idea what you're doing. Because it was more awkward against him. I mean, that's a general statement whenever I sit down at tables. People don't generally know what deck I'm playing. But both games I did a prepare for takeoff opener to find my like Black Suns and my Fang Fighters. So like, you are not doing pilots, we are not playing that game. All right, next. What are you doing?
Yep.
So yeah, wasn't enough, but
You talked a little bit about General Hux already, but is there any other cards that have really shined for you today? Like either that you expected to be very good or like surprises for you?
Let's see. Dagger's doing Dagger things where like super, like, you know, you get it off Vader. That's been super, you know, that's come in clutch a handful of times. The early game salvages has, just with my matchup spread, the early game salvages haven't really shined, but the late game salvage has been great, where it's like I can salvage Red Devastator for face damage, I can salvage Green Devastator for a Sentinel. So late game salvages felt great. You see sort of like control decks.
Salvage is also good into Quinlan, I would think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's for a very different reason. It's discard fodder.
Yep.
You know,
I see Mickey nodding. He's probably ran into it because you guys test together. So.
Yeah. There's not many matchups can be like, yeah, Force Throws a dead card. And it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of a dead card. It's not a dead card for you have to do some weird stuff beforehand.
What about our tank?
Or double spark.
That's another good Quinlan, anti-Quinlan card, I would think.
The tank today has been good. It's mostly been I die slower card today, but in testing I really liked it. So and it's good against like discard sort of decks like Quinlan. So today it's mostly been a like safety net. But in testing I've had some crazy pirate tanks, but hasn't so much shown up today. Anything out of the ordinary? Price on your head has been super solid today as a consistency piece. With open fire and less so force choke, mostly open fire plus like timely intervention. Those lines have come up a lot where I can get my we're gonna get my price on your head early. Resupply carrier is the king of the deck.
I was about that one. how it's been going for you?
Best card in the deck. It's so good. The ability to consistently develop a 4/5, flip your Vader immediately. Like, yeah, Vader. The reason to play Vader as a leader is for the unit, for the body, and the amount of pressure he deals. So, being able to double ramp to me is the key to like really getting value from him. And resupply carrier is one of the best ways to double ramp because you're still developing a body. You can do cool stuff with it. So you can search for resupply carrier off and prepare for takeoff. So that's a nice little consistency piece. Like people are talking about, oh, you're running ramp and you're running data vault. Is that like a cost? And like there's a lot of math involved. But like I think I'm pretty happy with where I landed with the list.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with it, I should say.
So for me, especially as like I also am a math enjoyer. For me, the biggest thing for Data Vault is redundancy, right? And when you look at ramp spells, especially with resupply carrier and price on your head, you have 12 to choose from. So that's enough redundancy to get you to the exact same numbers that you would have in a deck where you say, oh, I can't afford to run price on your head. But when you're already running so much removal, you already want the resupply carriers. To me, it makes a lot of sense that you can still play a ramp deck with Data Vault.
And I actually commented exactly that on the Vader video I did, and I also thought that a surprisingly underviewed video on KTOD, Justin went over kind of the rare base selection and when you want to use it and when you don't. But I thought that was excellent, so shout out to Justin Desai.
That's cool.
You know, they're kind of getting that. We are down to 7 unreported matches now. So I will tell you, George made my day. What was it, 2-3 days ago when you disclosed that you were running Big Daddy in the correct color for Richmond. How did the match with Blue Vader go? Because that was your first masterclass, and it was actually the first masterclass was after you and Guy took down Orlando, right?
Yeah, a little poetic for sure. Relentless is a good card, and when you can find a Relentless pretty consistently, yeah. Because I just feel, I have plenty of time to prepare for takeoff and ramp, and it was a 2-0.
If you go back to the Blue Vader masterclass, I think I said that Green Vader's actually pretty good into it. So I mean, I think it still is.
Yeah.
I've never had problems with that particular matchup.
Yeah, because I think the meta is that is more like if you're playing those control style decks, you want to discard the Relentless. and that's kind of like you're out
Right.
there. But like the blue Vader can't run discard and everything else it needs to be consistent. So
And then boarded,
Yeah,
you have potentially Palpatine's returns, more relentlesses, and it can be real tough. Salvage for you.
I just go another salvage main deck. I think salvage is such a good toolbox card, especially with like the 3/2s like Fang Fighter and Black Sun Starfighter. Like the ability to get a Sentinel out of your discard again. One of the lines I was hoping to line up against Han Green was like a Black Sun Starfighter. They kill it with whatever unit, and then you salvage it, and then Vader Ping to kill like a Chewbacca Falcon. But anyway, sideboard for Vader Blue is just throw another Relentless in and take out the price on your head. I will say, I do think Notice Integrations over OB is correct. So this is a hot topic.
We'll talk more about that. But depends what matchup you're in.
How spicy do you want to get on this theme?
Right. Well, I mean, the thing for me is OB is much more situational overall in the game now than it used to be, because it's all about how easily do you have a big body to OB at the right time. Whereas Notice Integrations with Vader says, in 2 actions, I kill your non-leader guy. For 4 resources.
Annihilator, I kill Luke, and also it buys you time to like draw with Hux. It lets you develop like other units. Yeah.
So if you're worried about Falcon getting Chewied or whatever, okay, cool. Notice Integrations kills that. If you're worried about Devastator, Annihilator, big late game ships, okay, Notice Integrations kills that. With OB, you've got to have the units line up, and I think a lot of the green villain decks right now, Kira excluded, or it's really hard for them to have the units line up to where you want to OB efficiently.
So,
and I think when you're on 11 ramp like I am, you will ramp into your flip turn a lot of the time. So you're not flipping Vader OB. It's like flip Vader, do some other stuff. Now you ready 8 resources. Do you want to be playing OB?
So
yeah, because then you've got to find a 2-drop to go with it. You can't ping, or a 3-drop or whatever. Like it's much cleaner in Kira where you flip OB for 5. I think that's one of the only green villain decks right now that actually likes having OB, in my opinion.
Yeah, so here's what's going to happen, guys. First off, George, are you playing to top 64 or are you playing to win event? What's your plan here?
So like my main deck, I mean I'm playing Vader, right? So like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like I am playing on hard mode. Love Vader, absolutely. It's super fun deck. I think it's powerful. Is it tier 1 or 8? Is it gonna stand up to what else is out there? Probably. I don't know.
The answer is yes, George.
So
it will.
We used to call it pie tier.
Yeah.
It's not quite tier 1, but it's right below it. But what's going to happen is we want George to take this down, and then there's going to be a Green Vader masterclass, and then George and I are going to figure out and finish that conversation about OB, and how they line up. But
it's an hour-long video about OB.
Yeah, I mean, I've both been working with George on this Vader deck, and I've done a lot of Palpatine stuff, and it's just like my Palpatine deck doesn't have OB in it at all, not in the 60. Like I think it's just not the removal that most green villain decks want to play right now, just because of how it lines up.
Because I
think
yellow. Oh, Palp yellow. Oh, steal your girl, Palp. Interesting too. But I mean, we could talk about this stuff all the time. Let's not digress too far into the card choices. Shout out, George. Thanks for joining us between rounds. And good luck. I mean, I'm looking to you and the rest of our Vader players here to carry the day. We want to see you day 2, and we'll see if we can get you on stream at some point. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's
good talking to you.
Dodge those Han Greens. Let's go.
Yeah. Bye, George. Good luck, George.
All right, so let's go back to the deck chart. I think the rounds are just going here. Before we go, Mickey, you want to do a parting shot for for your channel?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was wonderful commentating. I'm going to dip out here, let Loopy and Jeff take over. Subscribe to my channel if you want occasional, what I think is high-quality Star Wars content where I talk about cards and look at a PowerPoint, but I think the words I say are somewhat valuable. So if you just want more Swoop content in your life, looking to post something here probably within the next week, diving into Tarkentown as a base. So, yeah.
Yep. And I will hold to my giveaway. We need to get 594 streams. I'll mention that again. So if you want a free Carbonite pack, I mean, we'll go. That's what it would be. So, all right. Very good.
Unsubbed and then resubbed, so it counted as me subbing to Mickey D's channel.
Yeah, very good.
It counts.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. I think I got to select our match here real quick, so we'll see what's going to be, and we'll have more after this.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm joined with Jeff Creasy, who was one of our heroes of Denver and commentated the last round. But I think we have an epic match coming for you in round 6. In the meantime, I wanted to actually show the showcases. So, shout out, I think actually Bobbysapphire sent me this on my request, and a couple other people in my Discord, but this is what the Vader showcase looks like from set 1. I don't think they actually exist yet in paper. I think that as they were doing the showcase idea, they decided to do it and get them printed. If that's not true and FFG has them, I will try to get Ron to bring them to show us the actual cards, because I always like seeing these things in cards. And,
I have been told both Luke and Vader have not been printed yet, but they will be ready for Galactic. So all the people that that have won them will get them handed to them at Galactics, is my understanding.
Yep, and this is the Luke showcase that you can win. Stevie Getz of KTOD won that already last week out of Denver. A guy named, I think it was Andrew Rubio, won the Vader one on Vader Blue. I mean, I thought going into Denver, Vader Blue was much better into Django than Vader Green, because one thing that one way you could get Django was hard control. That's something that was known hard control as other tough matchups, but it was actually still decent into the Django deck that's now banned. But I think both of these showcases look fantastic, and I think it's kind of a nice touch that they did them.
Yeah, definitely. I as soon as they showed the showcases for the leaders that were in the starter decks for set 2, my thought was that Luke and Vader would be Galactic prizes as showcases, and that's kind of what they did, so I'm excited.
Alright, so this is our match. It looks, I would recognize that Naruto mat anywhere. So we do have Alex Blandon. We did get KTOD's Alex Blandon as one of the matches, and his opponent is Jason Burno with Vader Yellow. So we have two kind of pretty significant space decks, is what most Han Greens are right now. What do you think about this matchup, Jeff? And I'm going to start up leading the overlay.
I think that Han Green has a lot of tools, a lot of options here. It's going to come down to if Vader can get on the board early and stay on the board early. If Han gets a turn 1 Falcon, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Vader to do his thing. We saw last round how kind of resilient these Vader Yellow decks can be, but I think that I would say that this is Han favored. Some of it comes down to if they still have, if Alex is running things like Bright Hope and Marauder, which aren't in a lot of the new Vader lists that were staples last set. But the ability to play a turn 1 Falcon, either the newest one or the set 1 Falcon, can really help control space early and prevent Vader from ever getting online with its with the token generation.
Yep. And the Naruto and Matt got moved. I think actually SCG's policy, it's nothing that we have to do with. SCG's policy is that only official mats can be used.
Yes, I think it's a combination of SCG enforcing FFG policy, because FFG removed their playmat policy for non-streamed games, but streamed games still have still need to be on official playmats.
Yep, or solid color. So I do think our late night mats qualify, and one of these days the post office is not going to screw up, or whatever it is, and we'll actually have our 2-player late night mats on stream. But shipping people are not my favorite right now, because we had FedEx epically fail for Denver. This time it's only some dials and dice that weren't there. On that note, shout out to Just Jack and Golden Dice Podcast. Not only are those great guys, the tokens that we're using that are replacing the dice that the post office waylaid are Golden Dices, and they're playing this event, and we appreciate very much our community, helping out as needs arise. All right, so we have Jason on Vader yellow now. I'm going to actually change the base.
Yellow is what it was before for the Pilot Vader.
Yeah, Pilot Vader. And they're cutting initiative. I believe the Falcon is the initiative token, or unless that's a Falcon reminder token.
Sounds like the music is still on, Loopy, from the cutscene.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, let me know when I do that. I don't want to have no music there, but now I'm watching as close as I can. It's not jazz. It's actually Star Wars lo-fi. So it's Chill Astronauts channel, and they let
I would
us
call
use
it Star Wars jazz personally, but yeah,
Star Wars jazz. It could be Star Wars jazz. I mean, I'll go with that. If anybody knows how to set sounds for different sources to different levels in OBS, please DM that to me, because I can't figure it out other than doing it manually. But there's probably a way to do it. I just don't know how.
Here we go, getting going with game one. Both players have a hand that they like. I'm
updating the overlay for just a moment here, if you want to call the match.
Yeah, sure. And another thing so we do see a turn 1 Falcon from Alex, but Vader does get to lead off with 2 1-drops. So Alex can kill one of them, but he's not going to be able to stop Vader from being able to make a token this turn. So that's another thing this Vader deck can do. It plays really well into Quinlan as well, where you can play 2 1-drops. It's a lot harder for Quinlan to ping, and it can get your leader online earlier. I would imagine this Falcon is just going to trade into 3 units, though, where it killed one of the 1-drops. It's probably going to kill the second 1-drop after it attacks this turn. Then it still has 1 health left to get a token. And then it'll be the absolute worst for Vader if there's something like a Han pilot to make this Falcon stick around and kill everything. But we'll have to see. I mean, this Han green deck, I like green 30 a lot more than Data Vault for Han specifically, because you have a lot of 2-card combos that you like. Even though you can still make the numbers work with turn 1 plays, I like the ability to make it easier to get your Falcons and your Chewies and things like that. And also with Resupply being your only ramp spell, it makes it a lot harder to go into 33 health. We see another 1-drop from Vader here. So really low to the ground hand. We've seen Vader so far play 3 1-drops. Oh, and the blue leader coming in. So Alex really having a hand here to control space down. This is not what Vader wanted to see. Oh, he doesn't even make the token. Interesting.
Yeah.
So Vader...
I guess the tempo and keeping, initiative is more important to him. And, this is a good start for Han. I can't imagine that Alex is sad about having 2 space units into a deck that really needs space. In most cases, to do well. Now, sometimes what you do, vehicle rush on ground, which eventually can go. Viktor leader
blank. So this is not a start where I would say is worthy of not making a token last turn. There is the Han pilot. So this game is looking pretty over. We talked. There were a lot of ifs that if Alex had A, B, C, and D, then or any 1 or 2 of those things, and he kind of has all 4 of them. We had the turn 1 Falcon. He had the blue leader to ambush clean up. He has the Han pilot now as well to help Falcon clear things in space. So this is looking pretty rough. I would imagine now he can start turning the corner, but he's still probably going to keep space clear so that Vader can't have an easy flip into space next turn. But yeah, looking really good for Alex here in game 1.
Yep, so he outmaneuvers the space arena. I don't think that's probably
not what Vader wants to do.
That's not what he was expecting that card to do.
That is not what the card is in the deck for, but it still does its job here. It makes it so that Alex doesn't get damage on base this turn from those units. So
Yeah, shout out to our friends at the Outmaneuver podcast, J-Rod, Dudeness, Faith, those guys. Actually, we might have them pop on there, but they have a podcast named after that particular card. When it works, it can be a lot of value. I mean, it saved, 6 damage there? It's not bad for 3.
8 damage, I believe.
8 damage,
pilot on the
forgot
Falcon.
about the pilot on the Falcon. But, no. The start is less than ideal for Jason, piloting Yellow Vader into a Han Green deck. He finds a Viktor 2 on the ground. Viktor 2 is my favorite villain green pilot. I like it more than Viktor 3.
He's much worse when he's just walking around, though.
Yeah. Well, he's the 3-2, He hits as hard as Sabine.
And I mean, for now, when he's when you had 2 resources left anyway, it's just an efficient play. It's fine.
Yep. And no, this is not
Alex
the
still
same
going full
Vader
trade mode.
Yellow.
Interesting.
Both of these players are undefeated, 5-0, going into round 6 of the 580. I think it was 582 player. Richmond
582. So at the time we saw the last Vader Yellow on stream, there were 2 undefeated. That one lost. This is now the remaining undefeated Vader Yellow pilot. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to game 2, which I agree with. You're an aggro deck with 1 damage on base, and they have a massive board. Just you got 3 games here. Go to the next ones.
Yep. So we're gonna update that. Han is up for 1-0. Alex, I don't think I've met him in person, but I know him from KTOD community. Very, very accomplished Star Wars Unlimited player.
I've met him in person several times. I really like Alex. He's a cool guy. It's actually funny. I met him online through a different username, playing a different card game, because Alex and Tada, both from KTOD, are the kind of guys that can just go from game to game and be one of the best players in whatever game they play. And so I played a different game that Alex actually helped create and work on as a game designer and met him in Discord stuff through there. And I didn't even realize until I met him in person in Atlanta and we were just talking that, oh wait, you're this username that we've interacted before. It was just kind of funny.
Yeah. Miranda, there's 8 rounds of Swiss today, and then they're going to cut to top 64, I believe, and then there are 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow where it will cut to top 8 single elimination bracket, and that will determine the winner of the Richmond Sector Qualifier. We will have every round here.
So for anyone that didn't see the changes that Ron has posted in a few Discords, so the Denver sector and the first ones in Europe were all 9 rounds of Swiss day 1, and then a varying number of rounds of Swiss in day 2. So what they changed it to is every sector and regional has a day 2 of 4 rounds of Swiss cut to top 8. And then they either have 8 or 9 rounds of Swiss in day 1, depending on attendance. And there are certain numbers. I believe under a 650 person cap is 8 rounds of Swiss on day 1, and over 650 is 9 rounds of Swiss on day 1. We're at 582 here, so 8 rounds of Swiss day 1. And then Alex got game 1 on Han Green.
Yep. And Alex is using MetalFab dice on stream with permission. They do look very nice on stream. And shout out to the guys at MetalFab.
They do.
They actually provided a bunch of tokens when we had the emergency situation in Denver, where it's all hands on deck. So we appreciate that, and they make some good stuff. They're really kind of nice tokens to handle for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited they're getting involved in the community too. They're sponsoring KTOD. It's really cool to see sponsors like that getting involved with SWU and with SWU teams.
Yeah. Mike LeClain in the chat says, "Please nerf Echo Base." I mean, really, it is kind of overpowered. I think they're going to have to do something.
If you ban Echo Base, does Command Center become the default number 1? I've been a Maz Kanata's Castle kind of guy personally.
I don't see how Han Solo's on Command Center. I mean, you're talking heresy over there, Jeff.
Well, it doesn't have, not just for Han, for anything. I always had my Palpatine in Command Center when I was playing Palp Green, for example, because that was just thematic. But the main reason I always play my Han Solo with Maz Kanata's castle as a base is so that I can name my deck Han in the High Castle.
So both players are 5-0. I mean, if we get to the point, and when we get to the point that we're not showing undefeated matches, we will let you know. But this is a 582 player event, so I mean, we're gonna probably stick with the undefeateds until
we get close to intentional draw time, where we need to make sure to find people that are playing for something.
Right. Yeah, no, the last round you do not want people that are already in, there. But
yeah,
it's been tight play. Been a lot of good matches today. This is actually the second Vader yellow that we saw on stream. I like that. Who in the chat said, "Why is he on Moss Eisley? Vader hates sand." That's a good one. If you look at the overlay here, it has the Moss Eisley, which was the Sue DB card on the day that we had set one relief. It has my thumb in it because one thing I do is I take pictures of the cards that we get. So I've kept that because it was amusing when I put that up for my deck. I played a Moss Eisley deck, and then somebody mentioned the thumb on screen, and I'm like, that's actually my thumb from when I took the picture and sent it to Parker. But
yeah,
Parker, Nerd Parker, does a lot for the community and is actually the administrator of SWODB. So I don't think people know that. He does that all in his spare time, and pays all the costs and stuff. So if you appreciate the ability to deck build on SWODB, shout out to Parker. If the thing doesn't save for a day, I mean, give the guy a little grace. I mean, it's extremely reliable. All right, so
Vader with a much better start here in game 2.
Yeah. This is what Vader wants to see. So now, the tie is.
Alex had the resupply turn 1, which is what Han usually wants to do. But Vader again had 2 1-drops and then into Viktor leader on turn 2.
Yep.
So Alex played what I believe is the new Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
But it just gets taken out because with the token unit, the 2/1 has raid 1 up to 3, and then with the Viktor leader, it has 4 power. So 1-drop trading for the Millennium Falcon, and Alex has no board presence going into what could be his flip turn, Vader's 4 resource turn. So he needs to find something fast to stop this snowball.
Yeah. So this is what Vader Bellows tries to get to. So that Falcon is going to come down. That's a 3/4 that comes into ready. It can't be killed on action. You wouldn't with 1 action on board. So he would need to play another kind of a card.
I think he's just going to go to base, make sure to get his Vader trigger. And what Han might want to, and this is where if we see a Han activation into a Han pilot.
And that's...
Oh, sorry, he was already at 5. He was already at 5. So he Han pilots to kill the Viktor leader because he resupplied on turn 1.
Yep. So
it's hard to see with the white sleeves how many resources are up, but he started the turn with 5 because he resupplied on turn 1. Like I'd already said, this could be the Han flip turn. So yeah, Alex with the the Falcon into Han to clear the Viktor leader helps. And now he's going to be able to start taking out the units. The question is it too late? What other gas does Jason have in the tank? That's some gas.
Yep, so that is the ship that has +1/+1 for every space unit that's out there.
Yes.
Alex stayed in the game, I think, that turn by playing the Falcon into Han. But for that, I mean, this would be a very, very dire situation to where, Alex might really concede.
Absolutely.
But really the Han Solo pilot, I mean, I was kind of ribbing Ryan before when we were doing that interview. But Han Solo pilot is excellent value. It's a 2-cost upgrade that adds 2 3-tier ship, and if it's a Falcon, gives first strike essentially, and that's
it gives first strike for that 1 attack. So when you play Han on any vehicle, you get to attack with it in the same action, and if that vehicle is Falcon, it deals its damage first. But it's only for that attack that it gets the first strike if we're using Magic terminology.
Yep, and the Falcon attacks base, putting 5 damage on base. The Falcon actually couldn't kill the clone cohort carrier. I'm trying to remember the exact name of that card.
Something like that.
I mean, you see it in Vader decks. I mean, it's actually it's a neutral card, but does very well in Vader. With this Clone Combat Squadron is the name of the card. I'll throw that right up there. But it is a 3/3 in space for 4 that gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit. So currently there are 3 space units there. The
4 now.
4 now.
Yeah, I figured
so
we'd
now it's
see
hit for 8.
Because so Alex had to pay for his Falcon last turn, so he had to Han activate to go to 7 total, 6 ready, and then flip an attack to U-Wing. But this is going to be a big point of the game. Alex is not playing the what we call the casino version, so he's not going to have the Luke Skywalkers to get. I don't think he's on Bright Hopes. I haven't seen his KTOD publishes all their lists, so I'm only talking about things that they've published. I haven't seen in his latest published list. I don't think he was on Bright Hopes at the time. I'm not sure if he is now.
Yep.
They would
so
obviously
he's
they would be
considering
okay
his
here,
U-Wing
but it would just be a
cards.
speed bump.
What will Alex bring out? So whenever you play a card like U-Wing, you have different decision points. I mean, any Space Sentinel would be great for him right now. I mean, you really want to try to avoid the damage coming in from the Clone Combat Squadron. It's going to
I don't think he has any Space Sentinels, so he goes Blue Leader and
Poe.
Luke. Oh, is that a Poe? Yeah, that is a Poe. You're right. That is definitely a Poe.
Oh,
I was gonna say it would be
you're going to see
interesting if you got something like an Infus Nest.
I think I know what's going to happen here. So you're going to see
he
a
pilots
pretty
the
interesting
Blue
rules
Leader.
interaction. The X-Wing is token. He actually is able to attach Poe to the Blue Leader, allowing it to hit for 5, and he's then able to ambush. So, without giving away too much, my Han 2 Data Vault deck, plays a lot of Poe. Poe unit is way better in practice than I thought he was, post-release. And I think you saw Alex using it very, very well for this Han Green deck.
Yeah.
All right, but...
Yeah, notably, you don't have to pilot the token that Poe makes. You can pilot any ship that doesn't have a pilot when you play that Poe.
Right. So, like on turn 2 with Han 2, you can actually put him on black 1 and actually make a token, and it only costs 3. If you use the Han action. So that's...
GandorK is saying we're wrong. I thought he could choose the order of the wind blades, but Oh, that's right. They changed the way those work with wind blades coming. So you have to fully resolve each wind blade at a time.
Okay.
When you get cards off U-Wing. You can't mix and match like that, basically.
Well, and that's why we have a GandorK here. We'll actually see if we can get him to explain that, maybe between rounds, to everybody, particularly if it's a rule change.
Yeah, it was new, I believe, for this set.
Either way, he used it to kill a TIE.
I don't think it impacted the board state, but it is still incorrect and should be at least... Yeah, so I think it actually doesn't change anything because the Blue Leader the unit the Blue Leader killed still would have been killed without killing the Blue Leader back.
Right, yeah.
No, because he just ambushed a 2/1.
Right.
So it doesn't change anything, but it could in the future, so we need to make sure that the interaction doesn't happen that way again.
Yeah, let me actually read the chat. Okay, so the when played would have to...
Yeah, so basically you have to fully resolve each
separately.
when played for each unit separately.
Yeah.
Cunning here for 6 from the Vader deck. That is interesting. So we see a tap buff. Alex is not in good shape here.
No, absolutely. Vader's in good shape, has not deployed.
Yeah.
There is 18 damage. And we're looking at what, the cards are going through. Cunning actually comes out of the Han deck for 6, which is able
Oh wow,
to...
Cunning responded with a Cunning.
Yeah, and he actually picked up and shuffled his cards, too. So I'm thinking one of the players conceded is what happened, with what's going on.
It seems like it.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody conceded, I mean, you would think it would be the Han player, Alex, because it was there. So it looks like we're going to get a game 3 on the feature table. So great. All right, so players are talking. Jason has his cards picked up, so, I mean, unless something's very weird, I would expect that means that one of the players scooped, and between the two, it would make more sense that Alex would do it at that particular junction of the game.
Yeah, also, if Vader scooped, you would just be de-sideboarding.
Right. And it's entirely possible that they're going to be just kind of talking through the kind of complicated action, there. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, so with Poe and the blue leader, I mean, given what he did, I mean, it really doesn't matter, right? Because the blue leader's ambush could kill the TIE fighter and then Poe could attach after. I mean, I'm not even sure that it was relevant. But I think we're going to game 3 of round 6. Both players undefeated. Alex Blandon, piloting Han Green, is looking across from Jason, an undefeated Raider Yellow player. Each have taken a game, and we're going to go for all the marbles now.
Yeah, they're probably discussing the U-Wing. I messaged one of the judges about it. We don't have like direct lines to them. We're just in Discord, so
and listen, I mean, for this, it actually just doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it's one of the things for me. It did matter for this game, but I could see how it could matter.
Yeah, what I'm much more used to doing the thing where you like play a unit and then you pull it up with Bright Hope to draw a card, and I'm fairly confident that works. Yeah. So the time
of that works because you have to resolve all the when played separately. Or you can just play the other unit first.
Yeah, but the nested actions you have to fully resolve the when played of each card as they go, and we will try to get Gandork to explain. Actually, Nick Gandork from Artifcery is going to be calling one of the matches coming up, and you will be able to quiz him as much as you like about complicated rules interactions. And we kind of have him on deck as a Mike Pereira or whatever his name is from Fox.
Yeah, the NFL officiating rules analyst.
Yeah, if I don't pretend to be a judge, I'm a player, and oftentimes, my answer to things is because Gandork said so. Because if I know how the card works, that's what I care about. So I appreciate a lot of what he does to actually kind of keep the community in line with the calls. So we have Kajimi Patrollers coming down at the beginning of game 3 for Jason, which is 1/1 that creates a token. And
also just for people, and I know the discussion is still ongoing in chat, I don't like to ever use this word, but I would guarantee that Alex did not maliciously and knowingly break the rules.
No way.
It's just one of those weird things. It didn't impact that game at all, but still, I will throw down the guarantee word that it was an incidental if the mistake happened. He might have just said ambush and then put Poe on it too. We couldn't hear them, but either way,
I don't even think it was, because the Poe can attach to the blue leader. It's just before or after the ambush.
Yeah, it just can attach before ambush, which wasn't relevant in that scenario. But anyway, on to this game.
It's an interesting interaction, but I don't think that's relevant. Yeah. Alex plays a sanctioner shuttle, and I think that's a good play. even when it doesn't have coordinate, even when it doesn't capture against a Vader yellow, you're really just trying to defend that space arena from.
You can kill 1/1s, you can kill the 2/1s. Yeah. I'm interested here if he goes to kill a token to keep his unit alive, or if he kills the non-token unit that would allow Vader to make another token and trade.
Yep, and the chat is actually having multiple people also, vote for Alex's.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I got to know him really well. Really well relatively, and over like a couple of weekends at both the Bothan Invitational and at SCG Atlanta. He's a good dude.
He's also a very good player, and what he did there.
Oh, amazing player! He's you can't make a list of the top SWU players in the world without putting him in it.
Yep, and
you can't make an accurate list.
Yep,
you can make whatever list you want.
So he attacked into the one non-token unit that Vader had, and was able to do that, and that prevents a token probably this turn, unless Vader has an ambush unit. He plays Chewbacca into the ground arena, not just a pilot.
I think that is actually a stolen AT hauler. It's hard for us to see on the. Okay, it's hard for me to see with the glare.
It is stolen AT hauler.
But yeah, so it's the 4/5 that when it dies, the other person can play it.
And I'll put that up as the.
Oh wow,
card.
The stream quality is actually much higher than what we're casting off of. So yeah, when I glance over the stream, it's definitely stolen AT hauler. But yeah, there's the Sanctioner shuttle to capture the stolen AT hauler.
Yep. Now,
I mean, Vader's doing Vader things again. We've got to see what Alex has to try to deal with this overwhelming space presence. They're all small units, but one Viktor leader, one of the clone cohorts, it can easily get out of control. And also, you don't want Vader to have a lot of options for what to flip onto.
All right, so Alex is playing one of the most versatile cards in the game, Kira. We'll see. We don't have table audio. Directly, but
I'm pretty sure he's going to name them spaceships right there.
Yeah, it surprised me if he named something other than, Clone Combat Squadron. Oh, yeah. They pointed at Cad Bane. So it probably was a Cad Bane call.
That must mean that he has some other answer for the Clone Squadron. I'm not sure what he would have for it, but
yeah, we'll see. We'll see as this match unfolds. So the Sanctioner Cup shuttle comes into 2, putting Alex's base to 7.
Another cards in hand now, so he's going to flip Han. I would imagine he has a blaster in the resource row, so we can flip Han, attack with Han, and then put a blaster on Chewie to attack in for another 12 damage this turn.
Yeah, in the chat they're saying love Kira. Yeah, Kira is Bay. This is actually what I usually say, is for Quinlan.
Yeah.
Great card. I mean, all sorts of games, it's Kira that ultimately is what buys you the space you need, or the tempo you need, depending on how you want to phrase things, to survive long enough to win. So, and I think it's a great design card. I mean, well done, throughout. Doesn't feel too strong, but very, very good. All right.
Oh, Chewie's only 4 attack base, so it's 11 total this turn. Yeah.
Yep, it's 11 on each base, I believe.
Okay, yeah, and then he did point at the clones because they didn't get played.
Yeah,
so that makes. I was trying to. If he didn't name them, he would have a reason for it that I was trying to figure out on the fly.
I was surprised
he
too,
did name the clones.
I was expecting the Clone Combat Squadron to be called because that Clone Combat Squadron would be hitting for 8 right now.
That would be a beast,
and it's not unique either.
Yeah.
So let me throw that one back up again. This is a battle of arenas. We have 18 damage on Vader's base.
Come in clutch.
The only thing scarier than a Wookiee,
as Fu and Devs intended.
Yeah, the only thing scarier than a Wookiee is a Wookiee with a gun. So that's what's happening there.
Yeah.
All right, a tie comes in, taking Han to 13.
So I would imagine this is just so he can make another token and then flip. But I think it's going to come down more to action economy than it is to the 1 extra damage. Because he's going to be dead pretty quick to this Chewie plus Han.
Everybody's got a gun.
And by pretty quick, I mean potentially this turn.
Everybody's got a hot shot. Not Kira yet.
So even if he has Surprise Strike is 1 short, right? It looks like he's on...
He's on 24 right now, so surprise strike would be...
Is he on 24 or is he... Oh, my video just stopped.
Okay, so one thing that could be happening, I do not know as it sits, but the judge staff of SCG wanted to stop the video anytime there's a judge call happening, so it very well could be that. It just went black. If it's a technical thing, it's a technical thing. We'll see. But I'm going to say that given how sudden that was...
I think they're talking about the play from game 2 with the U-wing.
Oh. Well, they might have moved past it. So.
They might be.
But yeah, they wanted to put the video down when there was a judge call, happening. So that's SCG policy. So that's what we're doing. So we're during round 6 right now, which each player has won one game. Jeff, what do you think about the match so far?
I think it's really good. I think in both the matches, even though we saw the other one, the Vader deck lose, I've been surprised by the resilience of this Vader deck. And we saw the same thing here. I mean, game 1, Alex had exactly everything he needed, and it went incredibly well for him. But it's if you stumble just a little bit, then it can start to get out of control. So yeah, and I think we saw that in both games 2 and 3. Looks like our camera feed's back.
Yep. So and that's exactly what that was, because there's no loss of quality or anything. I mean the SCG folks turn off the camera and they're making a judge call, so somebody was talking to a judge. We have now
so Vader flipping onto the Sanctioner shuttle, but
yep. Well,
27 on base. So any attack next turn is lethal. So you would assume Alex is going to claim here, and Vader has to kill him this turn. Can Jason get enough damage in?
Yep, so he needs to do 17. Vader represents 7.
He's got 10 on board right now.
Right, so
he needs to find 7 damage. So even 2 surprise strikes doesn't do it.
Yeah, and Barrage doesn't do it either. So
yeah, could be a Viktor pilot plus 2 surprise strikes. Obviously 3 surprise strikes, but now we're getting into the realms of we'll call it mathematical improbability.
I don't know whether Alex should have another resource or not. It's very difficult. I think actually
I don't either.
I think
that
what happened is check, right? So I mean, if you watch, there's a video by Bobbysapphire earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact, I think that Jason claimed
the game was over that turn either way. So I think that's why it didn't. He knew it didn't matter, and he was also probably still thinking about the judge call that had just happened. So
yep. So very, very good. So Alex prevails and goes to an undefeated 6-0, living up to his reputation as a great player. One of the members of the KTOD competitive team. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see if we can get another match. Otherwise, we'll have an interview for you, and I think actually that might be possible. So we'll be back with round 7 eventually, and hopefully something in between on our coverage of the Richmond Sector Qualifier. All right, just an update for those. Just an update for those watching. We may be getting a game 3 at an undefeated table. So if we do that, we'll do a game 3 at an undefeated table. If not, we'll have an interview. So we'll be one of the two relatively soon. Thanks for watching.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
is the way.
It's a trap! Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
All right, Star Wars Unlimited fans, we are back. And as we've been switching up commentators today, I'm joined with GandorK from Artifcery. How are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm good. How you been doing, Loopy?
We've been having a day. I've really been enjoying the matchups. I mean, I'm really excited with how diverse the meta is. I mean, I did not have Mando Green, making a run on my bingo card today. And I know you've been watching.
Yeah, I caught that game.
Yeah, I've been watching the coverage because I've seen you in the chats. What are your thoughts of so far at Richmond?
Yeah, no, it's looked really great. Like just a really diverse, spread out meta. Like nothing was way overrepresented. So yeah, very interesting. Like I wonder, like if it's just like people didn't know what to play, which kept it very diverse, and if we'll see something coming out with like the results tomorrow that'll maybe start to skew the meta again. But yeah, so far it looks really good.
Okay, so we're going to recap some of the top tables here carefully because I want to make sure no deck lists pop up. But on table 1, we had Bosk Dagobah, that would be Boss Blue, against Kira Green, and the Bosk player, Duncan Howard, who I remember actually, I think from the Baltimore PQ, was able to beat Wesley on Kira. On table 2, we had Charles. That's Craw from the Bothan Network is who that is. On Kira Green, was able to take out an Anakin 30 2-0. Table 3 was Luke Tarkentown. That's new Luke, I believe, Hero Yavin. Against Evan Hennicutt on Cad Bane Tarkentown, and Cad took that. But I'm interested to see that Luke deck. Table 4, we watched. Alex was able to improve to undefeated. Table 5, Nick Alfano was playing Anakin Blue 30 against a Quinlan, and Quinlan won to go to undefeated. And on table 6, we had Cad Bane Tarkentown versus Sabine ECL. And Sabine ECL was able to win 2-0. 7, Zachary Halo on Kira Data Vault beats Han Yellow. Oh, wait, nope. Han won that. John Morris won against Kira.
John Morris won that one.
And then I guess we'll stop at this one. Michael Conroe and Quinlan Voss went against Agar Yellow, AJ Clemens, and Michael Conroe was able to manage somehow against the incredibly powerful Gar Yellow deck. So, yeah, shout out to all these players. I mean, this is a big event. So anybody at this stage of the game and undefeated is looking pretty good. We have 3 matches left, and then right after that it will be standings. These are the standings from the round before going into it. So going into that round, we had 17 undefeateds. We'll have half that this time, and it is really cool seeing the meta open up at this sector compared to Denver. I mean, it's night and day as far as
yeah, no, for sure.
So why don't you explain for those that don't know, GandorK is an accomplished judge. I met him in Destiny times, and he would keep me honest, but we had interaction with Ewing that last game. Can you kind of run through how that worked with the nested actions for everybody?
Yeah, sure. It's technically not nested actions, kind of, but like nobody understands what a nested action is, so that's fine. But yeah, it has to do with the rules, and they haven't really changed, so they have clarified them a bit, but just the rules with when a card has you take like multiple actions, such as like playing multiple cards, like Ewing does. So like the rule as it is, when you play multiple cards like that, like between every card you play, after you play it, you have to resolve any when played triggers and any other triggers that might trigger off those triggers before you move on to the next card playing. So it ended up not mattering, but yeah, when Alex was playing the blue leader, and then he played the Poe, and then he tried to resolve the Poe to make the X-wing and put the blue leader on, or the Poe on the blue leader, then ambush with the blue leader. that sequence was wrong. Like as soon as you play the blue leader, you have to resolve both of blue leader's ambush and the win plate ability if you can, and then you play the Poe and resolve it.
Yeah, and blue leader is kind of a cool set 4 card. I mean, it's very, very versatile. I mean, it's not overstated, but it's very versatile, and I think that's, why it gets played. And in a much more simpler example, I mean, you can order the ambush before or after the when played that moves it to ground, right?
Right. Yeah. So blue leader by itself is really cool in that it has that ambush, which is technically a win play trigger, or at least triggers at the same time as those, and it has the win play trigger to, pay 2 more, move it to the ground, give it 2 experience. So you can play blue leader, ambush something in space with it as a 3/3. Then if it lives, you can pay 2 to put it to the ground, give it 2 experience.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Very cool. And I mean, whenever you can play blue leader and kill an A-wing and then go to the ground, and actually kind of get a threat, late in the game, it always just feels cool. And and just to be super clear, the Alex play didn't matter because he ended up ambushing into a 2-1 TIE fighter anyway, which he could have just done when he played the blue leader before he put Poe on it. It ended up in a spot that was still completely legal. He got no advantage from it. I think actually Alex did it exactly correctly. I think the only one that said that Poe went on first was me, so I really just doesn't matter to the game itself, and certainly,
right.
No kind of that's not a guy that would in any way rule Shark anyway. I know. So we are getting pairings here. So we will have another match shortly. In the meantime, why don't you tell everybody about Artifcery? Because, I mean, you guys are as OG as Star Wars games, can get. Because I remember tuning in before I even knew Late Night existed.
Yeah, there's still just a group of us, mostly based out of the Northwest. But we got Nick Obi over in Wisconsin, and we got Garrett, who's in Louisiana, and a few other people scattered around. But yeah, we all met during Destiny and traveling to Destiny events, and we'd share an Airbnb and play Destiny and play board games, and just that kind of became Artifcery to some extent. I mean, we're not super active now. I don't post videos very often, just kind of when I feel like it or I'm bored, and I get into a stretch of actually posting videos. But we're still around. We're still going to events. We're still doing things. So.
Yep. And Nick Obi Taxter is a friend of mine. Great guy.
Yep.
Great player from Madison. Of course, we all miss the late great Agent of Zion, who was a member of your team, and great that unfortunately passed away between the 2 games. But absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like Mickey's channel. The content isn't super regular, but when it's there, it's good. And I do like your deck builds. When you choose to pick them. What would you be playing if you were playing this today? Let me ask you that.
If I was playing today, I was thinking about this earlier. I would probably. People are yelling at me to turn down my mic.
Oh. I know why that is. You just leave it how it is.
Okay, I was I don't think my mic is super high.
Yeah, well, you were having some, what was going on before is affecting, because I made an adjustment there. So, hopefully the levels are there. But,
okay, but yeah, hopefully I'm not blaring people's ears out. But yeah, what I would have played today, I really like the Han 2 green decks in this current meta.
You like the cut of your jib, my friend.
Yeah, I think it's kind of an under the radar deck that does some really good things.
All right, so the next round is starting in 30 seconds. And we'll see what matchup we get. We'll go to the gameplay overlay. They haven't told us yet what we're getting, but I mean, at this point in the event, let me actually check. We should have the round 6 standings right now. We have now 9 undefeateds, and they are Duncan Howard, Alex Blendon, Michael Conroe, who's from Team Secret, Andrew Colucci, Cad Bane, 2 Sabine ECLs are undefeated. Craw on Kira is undefeated. And the last one is a Han Yellow. So...
Yeah, go Craw. That's an old Destiny throwback.
Yeah, no, he's a looper. So, shout out to him. We're actually hoping to get Craw on for an interview after this round and before the next. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool seeing. I mean, we have 2 Quinlans, 2 Sabines, but we also have a Kira, 2 different colors of Han, Cad Bane, and Bosk. I mean, so going into the rounds, I mean, we don't have one deck running away with it, and that is what you want, in a CCG, I think.
Yeah, I think if there was any slight disappointment is I feel like some of the old standards are starting to pull out toward the top, and I was hoping for more rogue decks in there, but it's still a good mix.
Yeah, let me see. George Hudson is 5-1 on Darth Vader Vault. I mean, I guess that's the first one I'll always get to. Chris Schutz is 5-1. Maddie from KTOD is 5-1 on Kira. So, I mean, we got as you go to the next level down, I see a Kylo Red. I see a new Luke on Tarkentown. That is 5-1. So, yeah, we'll look at these standings a little bit when we have more time. But, I mean, really kind of a nice diverse meta. And here we are on the match. Let's see which table this is. All right, we got a Quinlan on the top.
Kira Data Vault.
Kira Data Vault Quinlan. Oh. So this is Craw, I believe. Yep, so we have Craw from Bothan Network going against Michael Conroe on Quinlan Voss. So tell me about the pressure points of the matchup. I am going to get the overlay updated.
Sure. So this is a matchup I've played against Kira a lot. I've played against Quinlan a lot. I haven't played this matchup against each other a lot. But I think my initial reaction, I would probably give the favor to Kira. She should have enough ways to remove everything.
Yeah, it depends on lists. It depends on lists. I mean, we did see Michael on stream before, and he looked like a fairly standard Quinlan list, which certainly there's no punts for Quinlan. I mean, Quinlan's one of those decks where it just doesn't totally punt. You always have, some way, to get there if things go right. You're going to want to be trying to discard to Kira. Kira is a very controlling mid-range deck. So if you can get her to top deck, that's really a good thing. A Rebels kind of build of Quinlan is a little better maybe into Kira because it has Wing Leader, which is a very good anti-blue villain card with all their removal. But I'm looking forward to this match. Both of these players undefeated. I mean, and they're feeling pretty good about their chances for day 2. I mean, at this point. I mean, you're more or less into day 2, but I mean, you got to keep going because I mean, your overall record matters as you proceed.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel I think you're 100% spot on. I think Quinlan probably lives and dies by effective discard.
Right.
And he's probably on the Kira side. Who knows what's in the list? But if she lands a Pershing or something, that becomes high priority. You have to get it off the board because she could just win off the back of that.
Yep. And you absolutely, Kira, even if you make top deck, I mean, even if you make her top deck, right? Sometimes what'll happen if you're playing Quinlan is you'll make them top deck and then they'll top deck perfectly. And then they'll still beat you, right? Because that's what it is. But you got to try to get there, right? If you give Kira a whole bunch of extra cards, she's going to have choices for removal as opposed to just whatever pops up. And Kira's going to crush Quinlan. I mean, Quinlan's got to make up 8 damage on base in this matchup, which is a challenge. And I think Data Vault helped Kira in this particular matchup too. I mean, I felt much more comfortable when it was more ECL Kira's. That extra damage is hugely relevant.
For sure. It makes it a lot. You can't just hope to aggro her out before she gets to endgame, at least not as consistently. So
right. Oops. That's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah. I know KTOD's been on. I don't know if Michael or it wasn't Michael was playing the KTOD version of the list that they've been pushing, but I know a lot of them are on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got the Pershing starter here, which we just mentioned. So like that's like Pershing is priority number one for Quinlan. I don't think he can win the game if he can't get Pershing off the board before he draws a couple cards.
Oh yeah. We'll see what Michael can do to handle that. The A-wing is not going to help as far as getting rid of Pershing.
Yeah, and Quinlan went first, so he didn't even get like the ping to try to like get Tarkentown to move it close.
All right, Power of the Dark
Still
Side
at meeting all 5.
immediately takes care of the A-wing. That's good. That is a land speeder, right? Oh, that's Guerrilla Soldier. That's what that is. So that is the 2/3
that is
indirect
good
damage. He puts all of the damage on Pershing, which kind of surprises me, but that means the Guerrilla doesn't get too ready. He still gets a card.
Yeah, I don't know if that really matters either way. Oh, no, I actually think I would have rather put it on the base and let it ready because I think that forces at least to burn the Tarkentown early, and I think you're fine with that too.
Right.
But yeah, and instead of when he put all the damage there, that just meant that Quinlan claims and can just attack to clear the Pershing and save the Tarkentown. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm super happy with that. Like, if you would have put the 3 indirect on his base, the Guerrillas would ready, and then if you wanted to clear the Pershing, he would have to have attacked and Tarkentown. I don't know if it was worth saving the damage on the base, but we'll see. He did get a card out of Pershing, better than nothing. The other thing that Kira has here that I think it can be hugely beneficial is she is playing ramp package with the data vault. It's a little worse because you have 10 extra cards, but if Kira hits the ramp, that can be huge. Just get to those big things quicker. Oh, he discards the resupply.
Ooh, that's big. That is big.
Yeah, but it was his choice though with the Ahsoka. So
yeah,
wonder if he has a second one.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's also. I mean, we're going into 5 anyway, right? So,
yeah,
it actually may be.
I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah, it might be a very good play in the end because you really kind of want to deploy Kira after Quinlan if at all possible because Quinlan has a lot of health for a 5 deploy leader. He has 7 health, so being able to take care of it with Kira and then. Quinlan hits back for 3, so it kind of gets you the biggest possible barrage if Quinlan can't take care of Kira in the end. So that's definitely a pressure point here. We have a Pike Sentinel coming down for Craw, which is a Sentinel. It's a 2/3. I think that's the OP version of it, is what we see.
Yep.
Craw is a member of the Bothan competitive team. And Michael is a member of the Secret competitive team. So both of these guys are... well practiced, I'm sure, in their respective teams. Craw decides what to do with his super laser tech or a play right now. Two damage to base.
Did he just pass there? That's weird.
I think that was an attack with the Guerrilla Soldier, wasn't it?
Well, no, I think Craw passed because he played the Pike. The Ahsoka took out the Pike, and then he didn't do anything, and then the Guerrilla Soldier attacked.
Right. Yeah, no.
Kind of.
Kira ramps to 6.
Yeah, I think it's a weird sequence where Craw's is trying to, like you said, get that Kira to flip out after Quinlan.
Right. But, Kira's...
he gets it.
If you go back to the very, very first Woo video on Kira, I mean, he talks at length about timing of the Kira flip. And, I mean, it is important, right? Because Kira is a very reactive deck. I mean, a good control leader. And, we'll see when exactly we decide to deploy Kira in this match.
Yeah, so Michael had the Plo Koon follow-up there, which is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even with the takedown to take out the Quinlan, there's just a lot of damage still on Michael's side. And we're going into 7 resources on Kira, which is... She needs at least another round to get into some of the big things.
Yep.
She's probably, Kira might have Vader, Maul. Those would be good here. Maul would be really... Oh, Vigilance isn't terrible. Not great, not terrible.
Yeah, heals. All right, so So
They're playing fast. I think Michael got the claim, and he's like, I'm going to attack with Plo first.
Yep, so Vigilance.
And then the Vigilance.
Yep, Vigilance takes care of Plo Koon. Two more damage to base.
Yep. I don't know if Vigilance is very good in this match, because it's like you killed the guy, you healed some, but it didn't. You don't have a board still, and he's going to have a big board.
All right, so Kira on Kira Violence with Kira coming down for Quinlan, the unit. I mean, I presume Reinforcement Walker was called, and that really puts Kira on the back seat, because covering the wing got discarded with Spark right after. So that is excellent.
Yeah, I was going to say, that what it was?
Yep.
Yeah, that's rough.
All right, so Vader comes in. Vader is a...
Did he top deck that? I think he top decked that, which is an amazing top deck.
Yeah, because he's top decking. You know, so Michael has accomplished the make Kira top deck playline priority we were talking about before the match. Vader's going to come in. He's going to put a Dagger Squadron down, which I imagine is going to kill the Guerrilla Soldier.
That's a spicy tech include.
Yeah, no, I like it. You know, those Bothans seem to be liking Dagger Squadron. You know, right now we heard George talking about Dagger Squadron things. Isn't Dagger's a 3-drop?
I believe it is. I trust to look it up, but I think you're right.
So not sure how he played a Hylaban and a Dagger.
Yeah, TIE Dagger Vanguard is 3, so you shouldn't have been able to play both.
Yep, so actually the players are going here.
Got it.
You know, too. So yeah, you can't do both. So we might go to a judge situation here where they see what to do with that card that got pulled out. So can you tell us what happens now, you know, that the players have noticed?
I mean, it's going to be a general gameplay error for Krob, but it should be fairly easily fixable by just putting that card back in the bottom with the other stuff that would have been onto the bottom of the deck with.
So you would put it in like the bottom 10 cards, or I guess 9 cards of the deck.
Yeah, essentially he just wouldn't have been able to play it.
Yep.
So it should just go back in there. Yeah, board state didn't really affect the board state in any way that I think requires a rewind at this point. So just back into the randomized bottom of the deck. And then I gave Crowd get a penalty point, and they would track it for in case he repeats that kind of mistake again.
Okay. And players move on. You know, everybody caught it. I've made that exact mistake myself, because it's Dagger Squadron's only a 2/2. So it feels like it should be a 2-drop, but it is actually a 3. And it's a spicy include, so I like it being in this deck and being able to pull it with Vader. That's not something I've thought a ton about, but it is a really cool thing. And that gives me a little time to update my overlay. So, I mean, we got to get a Bothan Network, you know, logo there. This is the first bottom player that has had that.
Looks like they're doing a complicated rewind. I don't recommend this, but it is an option. And they're putting it all back, so that's cool. Maybe the judge just wanted to know what the board state was to make sure he's making a proper call.
All right, so we got that going on there.
But yeah, no, there's 7 rounds into it. Sometimes adding the math up to 3 is difficult.
Well,
3 plus 1 is 3. Got it.
Yeah, so, I mean, people hear this, you know, too, because I watch commentary myself. I mean, it's really easy to see this kind of stuff if that's what you're focused on. It's not easy to go 6-0 or to sector qualifier, and it takes a lot of mental juice. And as tournaments goes on, it actually gets a little more prevalent, but have a lot of grace for the players, guys. I mean, you never know. Hopefully at some point you're at one of these tables. And it's not a simple thing. All right, so I think 14 damage is on Kira's base.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, and 0 still on Tarkentown.
Yeah.
Kira giving the shield there to Vader. So I think Kra will be looking to have Vader hopefully take out the Kira next turn and free up playing the reinforcement walker that I think he still has in hand to try to stabilize.
Yeah, and as far as the chat goes, there's 0 chance that was an intentional thing by Kra. 0.
Except the force throw ruins that plan. There goes the reinforcement walker.
And real good. And I think that is very top tier play by Michael. The non-force unit force throw, if you go back to the Quinlan Masterclass, we talked about that. But, I mean, the Kira unit was in trouble, I think is a good way to put it, with Vader out there with a shield. What he did was he made sure that he wasn't able to clear Kira and then play that walker. And you don't always have to have a force throw or a first unit out to force throw. Absolutely. He's going to take vigilance here because Quinlan is the aggro, needs to go for the throat, and he's much closer to a win. Takedown.
Yeah, I mean,
Cassian.
The takedown's still good there, though. Like, that was a weird spot where the vigilance couldn't kill Cassian.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, Kira is on 17 damage. We do request that the players use our dials. Not happening right now. It looks good. Went to 20 right now. The Green Squadron A-Wing comes down for Quinlan, which is pretty good, and he's going to Tarkentown Vader.
Hey, we remember the Tarkentown. Got it.
There are no breaks for the players, is another thing. And there's oftentimes not great on-site food because we're at convention centers. So, I mean, there's a physical...
I heard the food, the options were actually good today. They had decent food options close by.
I'm glad to hear. Kaboom! Super Laser Blast clears the board.
Yeah, so we're kind of at the point... Oh, another spark. Oh, another reinforcement.
Oh, the reinforcement walkers just getting discarded. So this is how this
is where Kra goes. You've seen like 3 sparks, a force throw, a Kira, an Ahsoka. How do you got all this stuff?
Yeah, I had a opponent, tell me at the Madison thing that he did. He's like, yeah, my match was going good until you systematically destroyed my hand. And I mean, it does feel like that playing Quinlan sometimes.
Yeah, I think Kraus lost like 5 cards from his hand, which is
But that's the only way
Part of
Quinlan
the
can win
cards.
this. I mean, if you don't have discard, Quinlan is a barely mediocre aggro deck. It's the discard that makes it shine, and Michael's using it very, very well today.
Yeah, Kraus just needs to draw something good and stick it. He almost has it stabilized, but he's just not quite there.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is something that happens in Quinlan Mirrors a lot. The 2 players are just top-decking each other. That's what's happened because Quinlan has discarded all sorts of things. Rival's Fall is able to take care of L3. Crafty Smuggler comes down, Craw claims. So, and you see his pace of play picking up. I think that he's worried about winning 2 games, likely. Now, he always can come back. Kira is a deck that has catch-up mechanisms.
Yeah, he's not out of this game. Like I said, it's just a matter of top decking one big thing and sticking it, and he can start turning this around.
Yeah. If I'm Kira, a Snoke right now is what I want to top deck. We don't know, or at least we're not looking at lists. Instead, we get a Pike Sentinel, which is a Sentinel. Will save a little damage, which is precious. Craw has 2 cards in his hand. Has to feel good about having an option for the first time in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, they're running out that Pike first. He probably doesn't have anything too impressive.
Let's see what happens as we go. Craw's action. It is game 1 of round 7. Both of these players are undefeated at 6-0. And we are in game 1 right now. 27 damage on Data Vault, which is a 33 damage base. Ooh, now the Pike has a shield. So he would need to play a 2 to hit the shield off. Instead, the Crafty and the Pike will trade shields. Barrage. That is a underwhelming but effective barrage.
Yeah, good enough.
Yep. I mean, if you can kill, I mean, he's got to survive, right? It's there. We have an L3 come down now. That's going to take care of the Pike, but that Pike saved a ton of damage in the end. We said it would save 2 damage. I think it was actually a little more. And we have another no force unit force throw. So, and I agree with another one. I mean, it doesn't get a great hit. It just gets power of the dark side, but there we go. All right. We are going into the next turn with initiative. Ooh, spicy. That's the
interesting
Sentinel
pick.
Walker.
I actually like that card a lot. I feel it's pretty good in the meta. So I don't know if what pilots Kira is playing, but I like that Walker if you're in a deck that is running pilots.
Yep. And Han Solo clears, though. Han Solo is a big play. And now Kira's definitely on the back foot.
Yeah.
King Craw find an answer. Is game 1 going to go to Quinlan, Michael Conroe of the Secret Team?
Another blast.
Kaboom! Super Laser Blast number 2.
Oof. That's GG. Because he has to put the damage to the base and then it readies for the gorilla.
The Europeans
So,
are
going to game 2.
saying why events have to be so taxing. You know, our store provides free pizza to everybody. It's not free. You pay for it with your entry, but, I mean, it's tough. And I think that SCG is an excellent TO. I mean, they run as many of these big tournaments or more than anybody. I mean, it is tough because, I mean, they have a lot of staff it takes to put these events on. So, I mean, every lunch break, there's a lot of personnel costs that add up, you know, by having it. But I tend to prefer events where you get to eat. You can always play Sabine, to quote Tada.
Yeah. So we're going into the sideboards now. I think Quinlan, depending on what kind of build he follows, he might have pillages he's bringing in from the side for this match.
Best card to bring in is Jam Communications. If you got some Jam, you want to
Jam
play
Communications is fun.
Yep.
Maybe a tech, if you have it, comes in.
Yep.
See that every now and then for these long games.
Yeah, and we saw a Fang main decked. So that's interesting, you know, Michael. That main deck Fang, I think, is a reflection of the Han Green in the field. There's a general knowledge that some very, very good players were going to be on Han Green today. We saw Alex Blendon. Michael's captain, Sonny D, is a great Han Green player and is on that deck today.
Yep. And then, for the Kira side, I don't know if there's any super good sideboards. They might be running something like Top Targets or some other Healy thing, which I'm not super excited about. Palp's Returns maybe can come in here, since they could equal, you know, a toolbox from your graveyard anytime you draw one.
No, absolutely. I mean, I frankly use Woo's Kira's list is what I do. I do like playing Kira. I have it sleeved. I use Woo's list, but I mean, Palp Return is exactly what you want to do into Quinlan. Salvage, you know, if you're running a lot of vehicles, it could be that. Could be a lot of things, but anything that you can do to bring back things from discard is very good into Quinlan Voss, as is anything that smuggles. I mean, if you had any more copies of was it Lam Pike, the blue smuggle card, that is a very good card into Quinlan because it's resistant to the discard, right? So both decks have the potential to substantially improve against each other in the sideboard. Absolutely.
Yeah, do you bring in something like Relentlesses versus Quinlan, or is it just too late to care?
I would not bring Relentless in versus Quinlan. Interestingly, I do bring in Big Dev, you know, because if I have any more copies of Big Dev, it's something Quinlan just doesn't have an answer to. So, and it's a very strong removal smell that then, I mean, maybe they waylay it and then something else gets smashed by the Big Dev the next turn, but that's really all that they can do. Yep. All the Bothans are telling me about the Craw being on the Bothan competition team. He absolutely is, and Craw's a good guy. I knew him from Destiny days, as did you, right?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
So, love seeing him, performing well today. I mean, game one aside, being 6-0 at the largest SWU event to date is a good thing. And shout out to Craw and the whole Bothan Network that are cheering him on in the chat. All right. So we're going to go to game 2 here. Quinlan is up 1-0. Michael Conroe, him and his brother both are excellent SWU players and both members of the secret competition team. Craw's holding it down for the Bothan Network. He might be the last. I don't want to say it if it isn't true because they'll get me in a second, but he might be the last undefeated Bothan. Can he pull it back? For those wondering about Vader Vault, if there's one thing you can count on me for is Vader Vault updates. George did go to 5-1. And
I mean, you might have convinced me to play Vader Vault, but George convinced me to not play it in his interview earlier.
Ha 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 ha.
Well, I mean, when it came out, he's like, I feel like I played with my hand behind my back or something like that.
Yeah, listen.
Is it not that good?
And if you know George, it's not. He's not a guy that's going to play anybody else's list. I mean,
right.
So, I mean, I would take that mirror. In fact, I'm going to try to get you guys that mirror. I will challenge George right now. So if you're listening, folks, we want to do a webcam game with George on Vader, as soon as we go. And we'll settle some things that way. How's that sound? Did you like my video? Did you see it?
I didn't watch your video, but I should.
See? Yeah, there you go. All right, so
Kira, I like the idea of the deck, but go ahead.
Yeah, Kira leads well with a Hylaban Enforcer. A 1-drop, okay? So when you can play undercurve against Quinlan, that's what you want to do. Quinlan builds right now do not have a lot of 1s. I mean, it can, but it doesn't right now because of meta conditions. So that's a hard thing to hit with a Quinlan ping, is a 1-drop. So I like that lead from Craw. A-Wing's never bad, really. I suppose actually A-Wing can be bad, but probably okay into Kira.
Yeah, the Hybelon can represent a pretty quick clock here, too.
Yep.
It's hitting for 4 with a shield out of the gate.
Yep. Now, if Michael can remove it, you get a card on the bounty, which is always, as we saw last game, cards are like gold in this matchup with how it needs to go. All right. Both players hit the opponent base for 3. Michael can use Tarkenton on there. Ooh, Gorilla Soldier is good here. For sure.
Yeah, and it goes through the shield. So I think you have to put it on your base. I think I do exactly what Craw does. You put 1 on the Hylaban so it hits harder, and then you put the rest on base. Yeah,
so Gorilla will go. And
no, you're right. I was forgetting that it was 4 HP there. I thought 1 would kill it. But yeah, 1 on the Hybalon, other 2 to base.
Yep. All right, Pershing hits, which allows another Kira shield if he wants it. Another 1-drop, another Hylaban, and I'm really liking Craw's position in this game.
Yeah, so I think Gorilla has to. You got to take out the Pershing with the Tarkentown here. I think is the play.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, does he want to press the issue with his discard, or does he want to go to base and try to keep up the damage on Kiro? We will see. Michael's considering his options. It's not a clear-cut choice. He does go into Pershing, which now that he's done it is exactly what I would have done.
Right. Yeah, I think the 25 health base you lose the race, so you can't play that aggressive.
Yep.
This is a loose shield, I think. Because, okay, you get the shield, but you have nothing that you can. Well, I guess you can damage the shield, but it just seems awkward.
Well, yeah, but it saves it though, doesn't it? It saves the Pershing from Tarkenton.
It does, but then Michael gets the first action to pop the shield, and then I guess you can burn the Hybrid Shield to draw a card. I don't know. It's awkward all around, I feel.
Yep. Nope. The action economy's there, but I mean, you don't know exactly how the other side is going to sequence. I mean, it could be like an Ahsoka coming down right now for Michael, in which case you're probably going to get some value out of that. Guerrilla Soldier hits into Pershing, taking the shield. Craw's action on Resource 4. Quinlan is up 1-0 as we go forward.
Pops Quinlan for the card draw. Or pops Pershing for the card draw.
Yep.
Daniel asking if anyone else from Artifcery plays. It's mostly the people playing is myself, Nick Obi, Garrett. Wyatt plays a little bit still. I think Sean's he just manufactures stuff now. He doesn't play.
But he's really good at that.
He is really good at it, though.
Good. And what's the name of his store? I know it's not Artifcery.
Eagle and Claw?
Eagle and Claw. GandorK is not the last man standing, unfortunately, because I have to deal with Nick in Madison from time to time. And, you know, the kind of decks that Nick likes. They're super fun to play against.
Yeah, and a bunch of us should be at Galactics this summer, which will be cool.
Shout them out. Anybody who hasn't subbed Artifcery, please do. I mean, how else are you going to get your Gar Yellow content?
Right.
All right. Hylaban, knocks into Kira for 4. What's he doing next?
I totally was talking and missed what Kira hit. Do we know?
Hard to say for sure. The A-Wing goes in. The Dagger. The Dagger gets Kira. Also a 2/2 in space. So a little awkward for that A-Wing up there. The upside of that shield to Pershing is that Tarkentown is available. So Michael not only gets to kill the Hylaban, he draws a card, which is very relevant. Oh, Kira called Super Laser Tech. Thanks, guys, in the chat.
Yeah, not relevant any longer, but was relevant for a second.
Yep, good call. Another card Quinlan might have sideboarded if they had it was Cam Syndulla against Ramtuk, and I really like Cam situationally.
Yes. Cam is still really good.
Right, but
and there was enough Hans play today to make him really good.
Yep, and the Dagger puts 2 damage into the A-Wing, Green Squadron A-Wing, which is red. The Phoenix Squadron A-Wing being green, because we like to reverse those things. All right, so A-Wing attacks for 3, taking it to, I believe, 11 damage on Craw's base.
That's a big overwhelming barrage here.
Big point. This is the game of the 4-point barrage. That's the second 4-point barrage that really had a huge impact.
Yeah, and this will let Kira flip without being immediately taken out by Plo Koon again, if Michael has it, which is nice.
J-Freak asked about the prize wall and side events. I have heard that the changes were good, and we will have Ron from FFG tomorrow between likely the last round of Swiss and top 8, and he'll tell us more about those. I don't have specifics on what they were, other than I saw somebody, one of the administrators from SCG, tell us that another box arrived of more stuff for the prize wall, which I think is good. All right, so Ahsoka comes down because the Quinlan is deployed that can hit the Dagger. But now we're going to have a big flip here.
Dagger technically wasn't dead yet, but they're shortcutting. It's fine.
Yeah, it was exhausted. I mean, it was going to die when the barrage expired. I don't think that that's any problem at all. 0 resources. There's no way to heal it anyway.
Yeah, so Crowd thinking about who he wants to attack with Kira here.
I don't think it's much of a question myself. I mean, I think
I don't think so either, but
actually, he may have barrage. He's maybe thinking about a claim, right? Because that could happen, or has. I mean, if Michael has claimed, he hasn't grabbed the token itself.
Yeah, I don't think Michael. I think it was Michael thinking if he wanted to claim.
Yep, and he does. All right, so, and I mean, he's probably going to lose his Ahsoka. I mean, unless he's got another way to clear Kira, which would be a 5-drop.
I was wondering if Michael had the force throw because he was sitting on one resource and thinking so hard about it.
Yeah,
and maybe he felt like it would whiff if he played it there.
Yeah, it could.
And he didn't want to risk. Croc claiming and having the OB, like you said. So, like, if he played it, Croc discarded something, only did a couple damage to Kira, then all of a sudden he claims, gets the big OB to wipe the board, and you feel much worse off.
All right, so Plo Koon comes down. That is a 5-drop, and then that actually kills Kira with the ping, which is good news for Michael. But somebody's going to die to the Bard of the Dark Side. It's been a great card since set 1. It's kind of one of those standard cards, right? I could see that card being reprinted every rotation. It's just kind of the thing for Villain Blue. Thinking it through, because losing the Plo Koon, so he sacrifices the unit that hits harder for the one that's ready, doing 17 damage to Craw's base. Craw claimed, probably has a way to remove Ahsoka, or nothing to play, one of the two. All right, so that is 7 for Maul, which is real good there. Ahsoka had 2 damage, so that's 4 overwhelm. Taking Michael to 7 damage on base, 17 on Kira's base.
Big old clutch of cards for Michael, though.
Yeah. The tokens in play are graciously provided by Golden Dice to make up for the.
I will never get to play these reinforcement walkers.
Walker is a dirty word into this Quinlan deck. He has how many different walkers has he discarded over the match so far? 3, 4.
3, 4.
I mean,
a lot. Called him with Kira once.
Yep, and Ahsoka follows with Force Throw.
Rough.
Big. Yeah, that is a big turning point in the game right there, and very good sequencing for Michael. Okay, so that was no glory, no results, I believe, to kill Ahsoka.
Yep.
Cool card. I like it. It's interesting. Oh. Look at that. I mean,
just lose your other card.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about with, non-force unit force throws. I mean, Michael has been consistently doing that, and it's a big reason why he's got Craw on the ropes. And I mean,
and then Gorilla into Hot Shot was rough there too.
Yeah, it's a ton of damage. All right, so Michael from Team Secret looking to seal the deal and prove to 7-0. Craw responds with the power of the dark side, which is good.
Takedown. But yeah.
Oh, it's takedown. Yeah, you're right. Of course.
Naked Han Solo didn't hit anything on the way in.
Yep. But representing 6 damage. Data Vault, if you're not that into set 4, is a 33 damage base. So he's got a little work to do. Surprise Strike with Han is lethal.
Yeah. Since he's just resourcing to 8, and he already played them all, the amount of answers that he could draw onto for Han are very minimal.
It is Palpatine's return. Coming back, it's going to be Maul.
Which can get... Yeah, I would say at least sideboarded those in.
if he wants. You give him a
Finally.
walker. Yeah, discard my walkers. I'm still going to play him, says Palpatine's Return. Somehow, Palpatine returned. So now the
Walker was
surprise
play there, though.
Yep, Walker's very good there. Okay, so he's deciding what to do.
No, I was saying I don't know if Walker was very good there over getting them all because, like, he heals 3, right? But he's going to take 6, and like, if there's any pumps or anything, I don't know. Doesn't feel like it does enough.
Yeah, it's arguable. I think that, I mean, if there's a path that actually wins the game as opposed to just loses more slowly, that Walker's pretty good. Yeah, and it's one of those things right there that Han Solo goes to base. So he went down to 24, then back up 6, so he's at 27 right now, and Quinlan has all the resources left. He's going to spark a vigilance, making Craw very sad.
Yeah, at least no pumps there.
Quinlan comes in.
Cassian's going to make it real close.
Oh, so Craw is on the ropes, looking for an answer. I don't know what. I mean, so he can't attack the base there. I mean, he just has to flip whatever that card is, and you need the heal. Doesn't matter what that card is. Going back down to 27, Cassian takes him back to 30. What did Craw top deck?
Needs like a Vader or something here. That's like the other problem with Data Vault is like you hit the point where your deck is so big you're not getting like the super important things.
Right.
That would be really good. I played a Data Vault Lando earlier this week and it kind of felt like the same issue.
Yeah. Though, I mean, on the other hand, he'd be dead if it wasn't Data Vault. All right, so
there it was. I was like, "This is second Cassian going to be here," and there it was.
There's always a second Cassian. So, Michael from Team Secret continues the stomp through the Richmond, Virginia sector, improving to 7-0. Craw, played his little butt off, but really, that was tough with that much discard heading that way. And he was never able to really stabilize. So, all right, we're going to go to the loading screen for just a second, and we'll see what the status is as far as other matches or interviews, and we'll come back with something for you as soon as we can. So, we'll be back.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
am a Jedi, like my father before me.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and we are joined just real briefly here with Craw, who, heroically piloted Kira into a whole bunch of discard on our feature table last round. So tell us about that match.
He discarded me a lot. Pretty standard for Quinlan. I had some 2-for-1s in there, but the discards were really timely. Long Pike abandoned me. I had a lot of turns that last game where Long Pike would have been really good out of my resource row. I could have applied a lot of pressure. I don't know really what else to say.
Yeah, and we saw it there.
It might be like a 50-50. I'm not exactly sure what the matchup ratio is because the meta just reset. It felt last set it was, I believe it was Kira favored. Then it became closer, but I wasn't able to figure out how much closer because Django entered and I had to abandon Kira, so I didn't really have that much practice into Quinlan at that point. It feels evenish, I guess. I could be wrong, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
he definitely play into it.
Yeah, I really
Jeff Tracy here.
I really try to avoid, hard favors or not on leaders because deck construction matters a ton.
It does.
As to how it goes, and I mean, I do know that there's plenty of Quinlan players that feel like Kira is insurmountable, and I'm glad they were able to get to see that match because, I mean, if things go right for Quinlan, you can get there, and I've been trying to tell him that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm on 33, which thins out my answers a little bit. Like there's some really good things into Quinlan, and I get thinned out when I'm on a 60 card deck.
Jeff, you had a question? Sorry to cut you off before.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask real quick. I know for a lot of the Kira aficionados in previous sets, the question has always been ECL versus 30, and now we have Data Vault thrown in as well for the 3 options. What are your thoughts on which options are better in which metas?
They're all fine. ECL's better against aggro, but I wasn't feeling it, and it's always felt bad watching other ECL decks do like Wrecker or Poe or something, and you're like, I don't have anything like that in Kira. You can Devastating Gunship, which is extremely good, but yeah, you're kind of down a lot of HP. So I don't like it right now. I know some people like it. I'm sure it's fine. There's the 30 HP, which I normally play. I just felt like playing 33 this weekend. I'm not gonna knock the 30 HP version. I've played that the most by far. 33 is good. You get a little bit extra health. You get more answers. I played 3 Anakin Blues in a row, and it actually was really nice having 3 Laser Blasts, 3 Walkers, because I needed all of those throughout the course of those games. So that's cool.
And looking at this, I think one of the tournament's early stories right now is the performance of Kira. I think you were the last undefeated, but Table 7 was... Was a Kira... Table 6 was a Kira mirror. There was a Kira on Table 8. There's a Kira Vault on Table 10. A little guy named Matt Gem. Everybody knows him. There's a Kira on Table 12 on Data Vault. So, I mean, Kira's well positioned. So somewhere Wu is smiling. His deck does well.
So it turned out here that Kira's actually pretty good into the field here, at least the top tables here. There's like Hans, and I played a series of Anakins. And I played Quinlan. Like, Quinlan's beatable. Like, that's not even a bad matchup. As far as I can tell, the Sabines all got dumpstered. Is what you do not want to see is Kira. And then Palp, you don't really want to see Palps. Like, I'll tussle with a Palp, and I might beat him, but you don't want that.
All right. So, a couple early results. First, tell me about preparing for this on the Bothan team. Like, tell me about your preparation for this event, Crawl, before we let you go.
Oh, no. You don't want to hear that. I was preparing to play Obi 30, and I pivoted on the 12-hour drive here. But I've played a lot of Kira in the course of this game, so it is not a hard transition to me. So, yeah, I practiced for a completely different deck.
Yeah, I reserve the right to swerve. I mean, and I play multiple decks at the time too. So I mean, I've played hundreds of games of Kira. I like Kira. It's not one that I've taken to a PQ yet, but I certainly could. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, I think you got to always kind of be looking at the meta. I mean, if you're expecting a lot of Quinlan, you could do a lot worse than Kira.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just need to be careful for like Sabine, and Django's gone, so that's nice. Let me make sure the round hasn't started. I'll be right here.
You're good. Thanks very much for joining us, Crawl. We're going to cut you loose, and we're going to look at some standings here. Good luck on the rest of your matches, and we hope to see you day 2.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
All right, so let me see if I can get to my standings page, here, and we'll go over this with you, Jeff. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining us online. We're going to go into the last round of Swiss today, but that's not going to be the end of the tournament. We have a lot more than that tomorrow, so we're going to have more rounds of Swiss. So just recapping what's happening, we have one match still in round 7 that is pending, and as soon as that, we'll pair and we'll get the next round. But on table 1, Alex, the greatest from KTOD, did lose to William O'Neill, who goes to a perfect 7-0 on Sabine ECL. Dead as a competitive list, though it be. We have a perfect Bosk. Bosk takes care of Andrew Colucci on Quinlan, and that means that Bosk played very well, because I don't think that Quinlan's the matchup he really wants.
Yeah, definitely not as Bosk.
Right. You all saw Craw, who's apparently got a different first name than everybody thought, lose to Secret's Michael Conroe on table 3. On table 4, we have let me get back here. We had Matthew Bozevich, I think, on Sabine win against John Morris on Han Yellow. Table 5 had Evan Honeycutt win. Evan is running a Cad Bane Tarkentown against Cad Blue, or excuse me, an Emperor Palpatine Blue on Colossus that's doing well. Table 6 is the last match unreported, which is Akira Mir. That checks out. Our man, George Hudson, takes care of business, improving to 6-1 with Vader Vault. Pretty good deck. Poe Dameron, yellow. Jeff Glazer. Let me get there. Poe Dameron, yellow. Does
yellow
beat Akira. Yeah, Poe Yellow is cool. I like Poe Yellow. So it can do a lot of the pilot stuff.
I played against Poe Blue, Chrono from KTOD on Poe Blue in the Denver sector, but I haven't seen a new, like a post Django Poe Yellow.
Yep, but went to 6-1, taking care of... Oh, excuse me. No, Kira won that. Kira beat the Poe Yellow there, so still cool to see a Poe Yellow that high in the list. We have Hayden on Han Green, taking care of an odd Han on ECL. We had Kira Data Vault. It looks like Maddie from KTOD lost to a Dooku Administrator's Tower. So that would be Dooku Yellow, right?
Yes.
And Paul Heaver was piloting Han Worth the Risk ECL, so that's Han 2, and was able to beat Akira ECL 2-1. So the matches are all there. Let's see if the standings populate for round 7. There they are, I think. Yep, those are the round 7
nice.
standings.
Yeah, these are the ones. We got
so let me go
5 undefeated still going into round 8.
Yep. Oh, so the standings page changed the spacing, so let me fix that for everybody. We're trying to make this as readable as we can. So I can do that. All right, so there we go. Currently, the 1 seed is Matthew Buzevich on Sabine ECL. Michael Conroe is undefeated at 7-0. Duncan Howard is undefeated on Bosk, 7-0. Evan Honeycutt is undefeated on Cad Bane Tarkentown, 7-0. And William O'Neill is undefeated on Sabine ECL. So, though dead is a competitive list, 2 of the 5 undefeateds are Sabine ECL. And I saw Ryan.
Yeah,
Church
and honestly, that surprises me a bit. I expected Sabine to be well represented because it always is. I expected it to be a lower percentage of the top cut at the end of the day, so it's put in a better showing than I thought it would, and a pretty good showing overall, I would say.
Yep. Here, let me actually switch the slides around. We'll go back to the original representation of the deck. So let me get that picture for you that your compatriot Jonathan made for us as the morning started today. I think that's slide 1.
Yeah, while you're bringing that up, there's some cool just looking at the 6-1-0s. We see, think I counted 3 Bothans at 6-1 and 2 KTOD members with both Tata and Alex the Greatest being 6-1. And then from Bothan, we've got Craw, George the Hulk, and Chris Schutz at 6-1. There's not a lot of 6-1s actually, and there's a lot of 5-1-1s. It goes to 5-1-1 after 30. After you get to 30 in the rankings, so it'll be interesting to see how many X2s end up making it. I think nominally we're gonna have just a few 6-2s not make day 2 when it cuts to 64 with this many people.
Yep.
So,
and that's unfortunate. I mean, I think it's tough decisions, there, but they got to have some structure, and that is what they posted and announced, before.
Yeah, and personally, I think I like this structure better. I would rather have some X and 2s not make it than have there was kind of some weirdness in Denver with like, oh, we're X3, we're not making day 2, but we are still in the hunt for a showcase, and I kind of like just the clean cut to top 64. It is nice knowing, oh, if I go X2, I'm in, but I mean that's not how most tournaments work, right? So I like this new format better, but I mean every format is going to have some kind of downside. If there was some magic answer, everybody'd do that.
All right, so let me look at the pairings here myself. All right, I'm just going to go with, I'm going to be sending a message about the match here quick. I think that Sabine's conversion rate to the undefeated is very good.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've got pairings up.
Yep. All right, in the
Looks like we're trying to get George the Hulk in here on our feature table to get a look at that Vader deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're looking towards our next feature match. All of these players, have been playing for a lot of the for a long time today with no breaks whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this last match, though, I mean, the longer you go in an event that you're doing well, the matches get more and more important as you go on. So, I mean, the format continues Swiss into tomorrow. So the majority of the X2s will make it into day 2. And that said, I mean, every match is very, very important because it's very difficult to be in the top 8, which is what you need to do in order to eventually win. So, I mean, these late in day matches can be real important. So when we ask in master classes about, kind of physical performance at long tournaments, that's trying to help people, with kind of their preparation. And a lot of these events, it's very standard not to have a break, which is what it was today, but you got to find a way to eat. You got to find a way to keep your brain fresh as we go.
Yeah, and that's a big difference between a tournament like this and even a PQ where you could play the same number of rounds in a day, but if you're, 7-0 going into round 8 of a PQ, I'm locked for top 8 last round. I don't care. Whatever happens. I get to take a round off, and then you think about the top cut, but here you've got to keep going and then prepare for a long day tomorrow where there's going to be 4 more rounds of Swiss. Even if you go into those undefeated, you've got to, have a decent showing in day 2 to make top 8. So.
Yeah, and I see actually multiple Vaders that are X2 right now. So, that is totally in the running. Who's going to get that showcase too? So it looks like we're going to get, we are going to get George Hudson on for our last Swiss match of the day. We'll be back with round 8 just after this. Actually, there we go. Players are sitting down, so we're just going to actually go right here. Looks like George is on the top with Vader Data Vault, and his opponent is going to be Palpatine's prior apprentice. And who's that?
Wait, Palpatine's apprentice. So I thought it was Maul at one point.
It was Dooku.
Oh, that prior. He's had a few.
I got to throw some Star Wars trivia at you, keep you on your toes, Jeff. So tell us about.
I was thinking Dooku, but then I was trying to decide whether Dooku or Maul or Grievous would be more likely to be at the top table at this point.
All right. So I resisted till the 8th round of Swiss, but I am putting Vader on the big screen, the set 1 Vader, and George is doing well there. For those asking for lists in the chat, it is not open deck lists now, so we will not share any lists until actually we can start showing the list as top 8 as it goes to open. I mean, I think that's the right thing to do for the competitive integrity of the game.
Yeah.
So tell us about this matchup while I update the overlay.
So this matchup is really interesting. So Exploit was a kind of underutilized mechanic from now a couple of sets ago, where it's all around you. If you turn small units into big units and get resource cheating on them. The problem is if the deck can keep removing your small units, it can be hard to get your big units out. So I'm really curious how this Dooku deck is built. George has worked a lot on Dooku decks when that set came out. And there's a lot of so I'm really interested to see how much he values taking potentially inefficient trades to turn off Exploit, and how much this Dooku deck is leaning into that mechanic versus maybe using Dooku as a body, maybe understanding that 7 deploy leaders are back on the menu after DJ got banned. So curious to see how this is gonna go. This Data Vault deck from George is really cool. He actually, most of his first and early plays lean into the First Order package. So he's playing General Hux. He's playing a lot of the cheap First Order units to either give them raid with Hux or to allow him to draw extra cards. So Hux is actually a pretty key point of the early game for this deck. And yeah, he has 12 or 11. I don't know the exact number, but he has access to 12 ramp spells. I don't know exactly how many he's playing with the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, as well as the resupply carrier, resupply, and super laser tech. So he has access to up to 12, which is kind of exciting. And one of his main goals with this deck is to resupply carrier on 6, flip Vader on that turn, and then next turn play a reinforcement walker. That's the main thing that he designed this deck to try to do efficiently, which is why he's running things like Prepare for Takeoff to find both of those cards more consistently, either the reinforcement walker, 8-cost Devastator, or the resupply carrier.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dooku, on the other hand, I mean, Dooku Yellow is, I mean, it's going to be running Separatists as opposed to First Order. And it can exploit in some gigantic threats as time goes on. So, we'll see. And we got Darth Vader from set 1 on George's, so it's the Battle of the Apprentices, I guess.
Yeah, my key with Dooku has always been, how do you balance the cards that naturally have exploit versus giving something that didn't have it exploit, and what good Separatist cards are there out there to work with Dooku like that? Because like with Blue Dooku, you could exploit out the Dooku unit from set 1. So you had some good options there.
And
trying to see what they're like. I literally just went to Star Wars and searched by Separatist to see what options we've got.
Yeah. So one big one is Invincible. I mean, Invincible is undercosted for a Separatist because it only costs 5 in the first place. So, I mean, you can easily have
only if you have a unique Separatist, right? So you need...
I think your leader counts, though. So...
That's what I'm trying to find it, to see if it says unique Separatist unit. Because also, I don't think your leader has traits as on the leader side. It does say unique Separatist card.
So, maybe GandorK, if you're still listening, let me know that.
Yeah, because what I'm not sure of is I'm not sure if the leader if the leader's traits count on the leader side.
Yeah, far as I know,
that is saying leader does count.
Yep.
But yeah, Invincible for 5 and then exploiting it down for 3, just playing it on turn 2. That sounds solid to me. I'm in.
All right, so we are already in business here. So we have double 1-drops. We have 2 of the First Order TIE Fighters, the 2/1, that if it sees a token unit, it will get Raid 1. And both of them come down for Vader, which is a very strong space start into Dooku. And we have the 3/1 Sentinel played by our Dooku player. And George responds with his boy Admiral Hux.
So this is not only when you want to play Hux here, because he can still ping, and now now he's added 2 more power and space, so he gets to ping, kill the 3/1, and then attack for 4. So a lot of times you don't play Hux on turn 1 unless your goal is to draw cards, and in this matchup, I think his goal is more to get in some damage and potentially control the board from some early space units.
And we just talked about that in the I guess I talked in the Vader deck I did, but Vader wants to play undercurve, and I have played a ton of Darth Vader 1. You know, I won a couple of showdowns with it, set 1. You know, there, and oh my God, that was both the earliest concede I've seen. But look at that! I mean, let's get on with it, folks. You know, he did not want to deal with the.
Well, it's important to save time. You know, if you think you're not going to win game 1, I think it's important to make sure that you don't time out going into game 2. So they really being time conscious here. Also, you know, it's dinner time. It's the last round of the day.
Yep. You know, I would say that there's a good chance people are checking their phones quite a bit right now by the bandwidth that I see coming out of Richmond. You know, coming through. There's nothing any of us can do about stream quality during a match. If you want to petition these convention centers to sell internet per day for less than like $9,000, then, you know, maybe we'd get some hardware.
I believe it was 80,000.
It can be. Somebody actually found the exact price for this convention center earlier, and it was $9,000 a day. We don't have that, but you know, we have this, and we had a group of engineers. I'm sure that it was Dooku that scooped with that start.
Yeah, I mean, George is not scooping there. George is in an amazing position.
Yeah, and the Dooku's player name is Josh. R. So I've never seen somebody without a last name in Melee. I don't know what that means. Maybe his last name's R. Who knows? But we know he's decisive.
Yeah.
You know, seeing that result and going there. So we'll update this and get the logos. But yeah, Vader just steps on the gas with 2 1-drops on turn 1 and then a relevant there. And I imagine...
attacking for 4 on turn 2 and clearing your board with 3 units left over is pretty wild. It's a pretty wild swing.
And I mean, I think he saw his cards for the next round on Resource 4 and didn't see a space unit. And you know, with Hux, it gives raid to every first order, right?
Every first order, yep.
So, I mean, they're attacking for at least 3 each, right? Because if he can find a way to make a token, then...
Yeah, if he can make a token. There's not as many ways to make a token in this deck. It's a little bit harder. Then obviously Vader Pilot makes them really easily.
Yes.
But they are 1-drop first order units, which is the main reason they're in here and good. And there are ways to make tokens, but it's not nowhere near as consistent for the token side of things, for sure.
All right, so let me get the tally updated. It is Vader up 1-0, not Quinlan, even though...
Jicky asking in chat, these guys are both X1. So the winner of this is automatically in day 2, and the loser has to wait to see on breakers.
Yep.
I know George's breakers are really good. He was listed pretty high in the standing, so he's probably in either way. I don't know about his opponent.
All right, so we're going to game 2. If I'm sideboarding for Dooku as Vader, I'm really looking for extra removal, because Dooku can get really big with exploits, and then you got to try to deal with it.
I'm curious if the Dooku player is saying, "Oh, you're an aggro deck. I didn't realize you were an aggro deck. I'm gonna scoop and sideboard all my anti-aggro cards."
Yep.
And now he's not going to be ready for, you know, Devastators and things like that to come out in game 2.
Right. So, responding to the chat, I mean, 597 was the paid registration. 582 is how many people played. So that's
you always get some pre-tournament drops and whatnot and stuff like that. Some day of no-shows.
And for those that said Melee's terrible, I just think you're wrong. I mean, they're doing a really good job on...
I love it. I mean, the biggest thing for me, Melee, it's the same as with FFG, where you can be disappointed in things, you can be missing features, but the fact that they're open to feedback and changing things and trying to make a product that we all like, that's what matters to me.
But
I mean, Brad Nelson was at the Denver sector. He was just there as a representative for Melee to make sure that they were represented, and you could go talk to him about stuff, and he was there to troubleshoot problems on the ground. Like, it was great.
A Rebel Trader, friend and sarcastic to the last, says, was the sideboarding longer than the first game? Potentially.
Absolutely.
And
yeah,
that Confederate opener, the 2-1, does not feel good into a Darth Vader deck, I'll tell you what. And it got price on the head put onto it, which is spicy for George.
Not long for this world, I think.
Yep. And that is Kylo Tai coming down for George, setting up the ping and the ramp. Price on the head does not ready like
no, it's
like
just
Super Laser
just
Tech.
a resupply. It's not a Super Laser Tech. Yeah.
Right, but it is very good if you're Vader to be able to ramp. That's one of your pressure points in this matchup, because what Dooku really needs to do is get something big out there. Okay, so he's able to take care of the Kylo Tai with the ambushy ship.
Still gets the ramp.
Yep, and he's going to get the ramp.
George is incredibly happy with this trade, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, does take 2 damage to base. So, 2 damage on Vader's base. Dooku is got a clean sheet so far, and has a battle droid.
He does have a little bit of exploit fodder with the token left over from the ship, so he could we could potentially see the Invincible here.
We're gonna get a 6. It's gonna be Invisible Hand. So Invisible Hand, what it does is
another good one.
It lets him play 2-drop droids, and this could be anything. I mean, it could be one of the Separatist droids. It could also be an R2. I've seen that in some.
Yeah. I've seen R2s and C3POs in these.
But did he whiff?
Looks like he whiffed.
Oh, that is brutal. And I actually saw some of the cards in his whiff, too. So he did not like seeing that. Because some of his big
it really
heavy
depends
hitters,
on the deck construction. It's hard to say. Prepare for takeoff from George. It's hard to say on the deck construction how I'm curious how many hits he has and how unlucky he got, because he might just be playing it as, hey, I have a big invisible hand, and sometimes I'll hit the 3/1 droid sentinel and sometimes I won't.
And Hugo says Dooku should have 1 damage on base. Yes, correct. From the Vader ping round 1, it should be. We did request.
I believe it says 1.
Yeah, and it's tough. So we did request that the players use the tokens that appear on stream. On stream.
Oh no, it definitely says 0. It's clear on stream, but yeah,
it's so if you're ever in one of these events playing on a feature table, I mean, if you're struggling right now to see the base damage on Dooku's base, this is what happens if you don't listen to the request from the coverage to do it, because it's visible.
They're easy to read it. Well, easy-ish to read in person. Even then, sometimes I have to keep leaning over and see it.
Yeah, and lots of Magic players, and I do myself. I keep it running total of base damage at all times. But I mean, I still both because it's in the rules and because it's a good thing to do, I still update the damage on the base itself, and you are required to mark it in some way. Okay, so he gets the 2/3 Separatist droid, Separatist Commando, maybe it's named.
Yeah, where if you have another Separatist, it gets +1 in raid, I believe. Gets bigger in raid.
So that's a strong play from Invisible Hand, but you're about to see the Dark Lord of the Sith. Because resupply carrier hit.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what he wants to do. Resupply carrier, flip when you weren't expecting it. That lets him clear the board. We know he has a reinforcement walker because he got it off prep for takeoff. So this is what George designed this deck to do, is exactly this. And he did the math to make sure it can do it consistently. We'll see. It looks like there's an answer here. There's an OB. So that is enough. Yeah, Invisible Hand is enough. So yeah, George doesn't get to clear the board. We still have the Reinforcement Walker coming. So I'd imagine George is going to claim, kill the Invisible Hand, and play Reinforcement Walker. But yeah, good answer having the OB ready for Dooku. He was not fooled by the ramp into early flip.
Yep. Nope. So that's real big, swing right there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And you can tell
George flips, clears the board, and plays a walker, then I think the game is kind of over. But yeah, the OB really helped save it.
Yep.
Devastator coming out instead of the Reinforcement Walker.
And Devastator is a great set 4 card. George's deck is vehicle based. I mean, we can see that already from what is on stream. Dooku plays a super laser tech, which is scary for Dooku to have.
Yeah, I mean Dooku can flip next turn, but there's 13 power in space right now.
All right, so
that's
he
a
has,
lot, and you know there's still a reinforcement walker coming later.
Yeah, he has 4 damage marked to base. He plays the ship that I'm kind of mad is a space unit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a space unit, that's for sure.
Well, I don't think that in the lore it was a space unit either.
I mean, unless that ground is space ground, I think it's on the ground.
No, that is a space unit. He has it in the correct arena.
No, I know. I'm just saying in terms of art versus where the card should be.
Both of these players are 6-1. We wanted to get a spicy matchup, and Dooku Yellow versus Vader Vault is a spicy matchup.
Yeah.
I did update the overlay. This is Dooku Yellow, which you guys should be able to see.
Yeah, I mean the shield is not nothing here. I mean we see the OB does get to kill the Dooku though, so that's huge. He doesn't have an extra damage to ping off the shield, which is really unfortunate because getting that shield off would be pretty convenient.
Yeah, and let me see if I can figure out the name of that separatist ship with the shield. If anybody has it, let me know.
It is Techno Union Transport.
Techno Union Transport, that's right. So put that up on that. That is not a widely played card, but it is a cool card. And
it is not, but I still had the Star Wars Unlimited base website open set to Separatist to see what Dooku might be playing.
There you go. See, that's what I like about you, Jeff. I like calling matches with you because you're ahead of the game.
Change of heart on the Devastator.
Ooh,
so this is some big damage coming in.
It's a big play. Can Vader respond? George is looking for an answer.
Yeah. He attacked base with the resupply carrier. I think he's assuming that his resupply carrier is going to die, and I think the Dooku player is deciding if he has enough damage that he should go base or if he needs to trade.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he cannot exploit the ship this turn since Dooku died. Well, sorry, he can't exploit for cheaper using Dooku. He has to have just a natural exploit card.
Right, but Dooku still runs a lot of exploit cards, so I mean, all he needs is like the droid that's probably in his deck. The saboteur droid.
I think that's what he would need. He only has 2 up, so it would likely have to be the I'm trying to
infiltrating demolisher.
Or infiltrating demolisher. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing.
If he has an infiltrating demolisher, he could play that to exploit the Devastator.
Yep. So he taps 3 resources. Can he get rid of the Devastator while it's change of hearted? It's kind of steal your girl there. He has a separatist.
That is not getting rid of it. He plays the courier transport again. But George is up to 26, so I think he's going to just try to close it out with damage. Dooku's only at 9 damage on base right now, so I think George is going to have to look for an overwhelming barrage or something to...
so if those of you recall our interview with George, where he says that no disintegrations is, objectively better than overwhelming barrage, which would you rather have right now? Let me ask you that, George.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can also just attack into the 1 unit first. Because the real problem with no disintegrations is it takes 2 actions.
That is. And it doesn't hit leaders. That is, I think, it just is significant a problem now. The Han Green...
or you just play a big Devastator, and now you have a giant Space Sentinel.
Big Dev takes care of it. So, and he runs...
Double Dev, and now he's safe from a second change of heart, too.
Yep. Safe enough. I mean, it's still not a bad...
He's not dying.
Yeah, he's not a bad play, but crashing the Devastators into each other is a pretty good thing. All right, so Vader has taken some body blows, has 26 damage on base. Dooku is deployed. It is his action. Josh is deciding what to do. Fighting to go to 7-1 and win his last round of Swiss.
Yeah. And we're already in game 2, so I assume we're not going to see an early concession here, even if he thinks he's He's got like I would imagine even if he has nothing here, he's going to try to go to next turn and draw something. Change of heart next turn on the big Devastator would be huge.
Right. Let me look into. Can you see how much damage is on Dooku's base, Jeff, in the solo window?
9.
9. Okay, so it's 9 damage on Dooku's base right now. Taking a bunch.
Plus 9 more, so now you should be up to 18.
18 marked.
Yeah, 18 marked. I do think they missed a Vader ping earlier, but we're way past that now, and I don't think it's going to be relevant.
Right.
To the overall outcome.
All right, so we have Invincible coming down for a mere 3 resources. This might be setting up Barrage. So that's going to go to 22.
Yeah. I think it is. That explains the 2 damage on Devastator potentially being impactful.
Right.
But he still dies to this other Devastator hit. I think he needs to try to top deck a Change of Heart. Because if you Change of Heart, the Sentinel Devastator,
yeah,
could be in business.
You know, as far as the big Star Destroyers go, I mean, both players are 6-1 as we go through, which we've mentioned before. That's there. All right, so I think Josh conceded because he didn't have an answer. For the
he drew his cards for the next turn and did not draw a Change of Heart. Is what I think happened. So
I think that's exactly what happened. So shout out to George taking the day and improving to 7-1 and securing a day 2 entry for Vader Vault. Hopefully Josh has the breakers to also move to day 2, because who doesn't want to see a Dooku yellow? Day 2.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see in day 2 for sure.
And with how fast that went,
want to see some more of that deck.
We're going to really try and see if they can seed another match. All right, we're going to be to break for a moment here, and stick around to see if we can get a game 3 for us.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy at Late Night Gaming here. We're still waiting on seeing if we get a Game 3 or a replacement match on the feature table. But in the meantime, we are joined by Thork from Thork's Hot Takes. How you doing, man?
Hey guys, how's it going? What's up?
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We've been, hard at work at the covering the largest SWU event to date. I think this is now officially. I've, due to coverage, not been able to pay a huge amount of attention to the sectors that happened over in Europe. What can you tell us about those events?
Well, I mean, Django was still legal, so so it was a Django fest, of course. I feel like before the ban, we were trying to find solution. Like Bosk was pretty good, but it was it was never going to be like a permanent solution because it was just like a bandage. Like we knew that Django could just adapt the deck list to beat Bosk anyway, so it was just a temporary kind of out of nowhere kind of counter. So not really that good. So
Yep.
and
Lil,
so yeah, nothing happened.
Lil
since
is
then.
next weekend, right?
Yeah, Lily's next weekend. So it's gonna be exciting. Hopefully, we get a meta that is as open as you guys. Even though there's a couple of things that surprised me from the breakdown, but at least the meta is very open, which is great.
Yeah, and if you're looking at what the viewers are, we actually have this was the representation of the decks going into the Richmond sector, and
yeah, I already saw it, so I can talk about it if you want.
No, go ahead.
I already saw it.
You know, hit it because you're a big CCG guy for multiple games. So
You said that was a surprise. What was your biggest surprise from this meta chart?
Yeah, so my biggest surprise was to see Bosk at 2.7. Boss Blue. I mean, obviously I'm a Boss player, so... But I think... Like, I understand that Control is not very popular in the US, but this deck is ridiculously strong right now. Like, it's really, really strong. So, I think this solo is for me, it's criminal. But, like, outside of this, there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously, we'll see Luke, as usual, being overrepresented, and Vader as well, but that's normal. It's because we want to showcase. That's fine.
Yep.
So that's nice. I like to see Anakin at 6.5. It seems a really good deck, so it's nice. I think Pop is underrepresented as well. I think 3% is not enough for this deck. It's really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that I have no problem saying that Bosk is the most underplayed deck relative to its strength. I said that during the masterclass, and I also said that Americans don't seem to favor Bosk Blue. I actually had to struggle to find an American to co-host the masterclass with us. John Griffin did an amazing job, local Chicago player that I know. But I can't say you're wrong. And Bosk was the only leader to win a sector during the Django meta other than Django, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
Bosk,
I mean-
Django was basically free for Bosk. They just ate it up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Bosk is, in the entire, I'm not even talking about this meta or any, I mean, it's the most successful deck in the history of Star Wars Limited relative to how much it sees play. Like, it won the tournaments in Barcelona, which was the biggest tournament Star Wars Limited for a while. It won Birmingham, of course, with me. It won Liverpool, which was... so it's the most successful deck in the history of Star Wars Limited compared to how much it sees plays. So I think it's a testimony on how good the deck is, and I think particularly in this meta, it's really, really good. And the fact that it doesn't see much play means also that people are not willing to spend as much time testing against it. They're not willing to spend as much time dedicating sideboard cards against it, and that makes the deck even better. Because obviously the deck can be really much countered whenever it's targeted, but it's so little play that it's not worth it for people to do so. So it's just like it just makes the deck even better.
How do you think it goes into Quinlan? One of my questions about that deck, about Bosk Blue in general, is how it handles heavy discard. I think it can usually overcome the raise, but in my experience, it's been a lot weaker to Quinlan, where you combine a lot of discard with a pretty aggressive stretch where you can't let them, where it's harder for them to get off the double bounties as much. What are your thoughts on that matchup? Is that one to avoid, or do you just need to build Bosk better and the matchup's not bad?
Oh, it's a very good point. You saw did you see the game between Quinlan and Kira that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. So you saw that what happened was like the Kira was running out of cards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because, so they both control decks, right? The difference is the Kira runs, the only card draw he's going to run is going to be Pershing, which is very vulnerable because it's a unit that can be ambushed and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bosk doesn't have that problem because it runs the biggest draw engine in the entire game. It runs top targets, double trigger top targets. It runs also sideboard cards that makes him draw. Like some people run I Am Your Father, which is ridiculously good against Quinlan. If you're playing Bosk, you should 100% playing this card in sideboard. It's amazing. It's like it's either just deal 7 for 3, which is ridiculous, or it's draw 3. Like it's a win-win in very a lot of cases. And those cards makes a huge difference because if you're not in top deck situation, you like all you have to do is survive, which is not that difficult because Quinlan is not that aggressive. compared to something like a Sabine or something like that. And then you just get to late game, and in late game, of course, you just drop a dude, and that's game over. So I'm not saying it's a excellent matchup, but it is significantly better than a Kira. Like a boss would have a significantly easier time than a Kira because it has this draw engine. Or you can also run smuggle cards, like you can run like a couple of long pike, that kind of stuff. That can really help out when you add a Gauss, and you can run those cards as well, and that's really nice. Obviously, Quinlan can also have stuff as well. I think about like Disney Fang Fighters, they run that in the main deck. That can be a problem. So it really depends on the list, right? But I think overall, I would say it's a pretty even matchup. If I had to say, if I had to make like an educated guess, or maybe slightly favor for boss, depending on the version.
Yeah, and it really depends. I'm going to answer that on behalf of Team Quinlan too, because this is something that I think about a lot. In particular, the boss. I really am grateful for the Boss Blue masterclass that we did, and then I actually just frankly used your list, set 2, and I played a bunch of testing games as Bosk, and I think I understand it a little bit better. It depends a lot on the Quinlan and how much respect they're giving to hard control. I mean, Quinlan can be built to be very, very, very strong into hard control. I mean, especially now that we have set 4 and Jam Communications adding into the discard that already existed. But a lot of Quinlan players do not respect it. And one reason I think for that is just that they lack hard control in their meta. I mean, I have to deal with Griffin, frankly, at big events, and he's likely to be on that. There's another player in Madison who is a hard control guy that can bring, and it's Taxter, it's Artifcery. We had his teammate on here. I mean, he could have that there, so I think it matters a lot on the builds. I mean, you're right. I mean, the Quinlans that aren't running Fangs, I mean, I think that's probably a really poor decision right now, given all the Han Green around, period. But I mean, I respect Bosk with the Jam Communications on top of all the rest of the discard, and that is one of the primary reasons there, because, I mean, it can be tough. And I Am Your Father in Bosk is filthy. I do not like when that happens, so, I mean, hopefully none of the other Trandasham players around me, heard you say that right now.
I do think a lot of people came to this event prepared for pilot aggro. I think Kazuda is an outlier. I don't think the deck is tier 1, but it exists. I think it's more about being able to deal with the Chewbacca and Han pilots. And I think that a lot of people have started realizing Traitorous is a pretty good card right now. And I think that being prepared for upgrades also makes Bosk's top lines like a little bit worse. So some people might have been scared off by that, by thinking people were going to be running more of the Fang Fighters main. Like they're running it to get rid of Chewbacca, and as they accidentally hate on Bosk.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can see that. Like, no, I mean, once again, it's always the same story, right? Is that it's relative. So if you're in a meta where there's no Bosk, then why should you dedicate so many sideboard cards like Jam Communication, which are like that don't really work in a lot of other matchups. So I understand why a lot of people are just not running the cards that deal with boss, but then it just means that if you're picking boss for a tournament like this, you have such a massive advantage. Because so it's always the same story. Like, out control is very good when people don't expect it, and this is why we see it all happening over and over and over again. We'll see how it goes, though. Like, there's so few of them that I don't know if they're gonna do well. But I just wanted to have I had the thoughts when I saw the breakdown, and also, like, I think so. Jumping back to my other surprise, like Palpatine being only 3%, I think that's also like very surprising. I think Palpatine is really, really good. It still struggles to Sabine, right, which is the most played deck, but it's so good against everything else that, like, honestly, man, if the only bad matchup you have is Sabine, like, that's ridiculous. So you're like, okay, well, like 10% means, like, okay, on average on day one, that means you run on one Sabine on average, right, in day one, even less so than one. You can totally afford to get a free loss against Sabine, and then what else is gonna be there, like, to defeat you? Like, honestly, I'm just looking at the other decks and I'm just thinking, well, there's like, Palpatine is just gonna rampage everything else. Like, it's really, really good deck right now. Like, it doesn't mean like it's like the best deck in the world. The meta is very, very open. So obviously there's just so many strategies, and you better be playing with something you're comfortable with. I just think like only 3% for a deck that is that good is a bit weird.
Yeah. What color do you like Palpatine with most?
I think blue and yellows are both very strong. I think blue is a bit more balanced. Like, it can beat aggro if you're on a good.
Yep.
Yellow is just more greedy. It's more like It's yellow is more like it's gonna lose to aggro even worse, but he's gonna shit on everything else. Like,
Yeah, that's what I found as well. When I was testing with yellow, it was hard for me to beat Quinlan in that matchup as well, just because they were fast enough and the discard didn't let me get anything going. But I think blue has a much better chance into Quinlan, and honestly, Sabine isn't a gimme either. They don't get a free win against blue either, I think.
yeah, no, they don't. Like, it's somewhere around 80 to 20%, so you can win, but it's still like it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong about the percentage. Maybe like I haven't grinded Palpatine like crazy, so I could be wrong about the percentage. But like this is kind of like my impression.
All right, so I see Enigma next to your name. Tell me about that.
Oh yeah. Obviously, I should talk about this first. Anyway, yeah. So I decided to build my own team. So I took like a bunch of people. So basically, we had this kind of like European testing group that we had going on, and at some point, I just invited too many people. So like people were kind of like didn't want to play against their biggest competitors in tournaments because they were literally all the best players in Europe was on that group at some point. So it was a bit ridiculous. It was like people didn't want to share information. So it didn't feel very good. So I said, okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna select what I think are the best players out of this group, and I'm gonna make a team out of it. And that's what I did, and it's great because we're also it's being good is not the only criteria. Also, we have to be like good friends, and you have to. So I took 5 people that I think are really good, that I get along with well, and people also come from different country, because if I'm taking the best players in Europe, I'm probably taking like five Polish people. So I was like, okay, I need to spread it a little bit in the countries. Because Poland, in my opinion, is the most competitive area in Europe, and maybe in the world. I'm not saying in the world because I don't know how competitive we are compared to US. It's difficult to assess.
There's a bunch of mad Italians right now.
I'm excited for Galactics to see the Europeans come over and a big brawl. I'm super hyped to see the world level tournament.
Okay, so before
that's going to be awesome. But at least I can say at least definitely in Europe. I can say sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I can say in Europe at least the Polish are really up there, in my opinion.
Yep, very good. And are you playing the Lille sector?
No, I'm not. I had too much going on with preparing for the baby coming in, and getting there was not easy for me because I have to fly to Belgium. It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit complicated. So I'm not going there. But however, from Enigma, you will see Bothan, Sip, and maybe you can call me Al, and I am so humble. I'm gonna be there. And a T85. So, just quick presentation. Like Bothan and Sips are, in my opinion, some of the best players in Poland. They make. If you don't know about them, then you haven't followed any results in Europe because they just keep wrecking tournaments left and right.
I want to say I played a couple of good games with T85 last night. To be honest with you, last night my time. Probably an entirely different time there, but great players. So I'm going to show up here, and I know I'm kind of just shooting from the hip here, but I actually have all of the decks that have 15 match points or greater as we go into there. There's a couple of rounds going on now. We're down to 17 matches, so I think we're not probably going to, unfortunately, get a game 3 as we sit, but we're going to wrap this up. Just looking at this, Quinlan and Sabine have the top 2 spots.
Mm-hmm.
Making Thork's point, Bosk, 4 blues converted with 15 match points, and that's a good conversion rate. I don't know the exact number there.
4 out of 7 or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, there weren't that many, I thought.
Yep, so, I mean, Thork knows Bosk. That is absolutely correct, and, it's way overperforming based upon its representation, sure. Han, Kira, that we said. What do you think about Kira right now in the meta? Because that's actually one of the stories here is how much Kira we see.
Yeah, I think it's a solid deck. As I said, I think it doesn't do as well into Quinlan because it doesn't have as much card draw. So that's a bit of an issue. The problem with Kira is like there's so many different versions, and you can build Kira to beat anything. And so I'll always say this when I talk about Kira. It's like you can build Kira to beat anything, but you cannot beat everything at once, or you cannot beat like. You can't beat like a large enough portion of the meta all at once when you play it. It's hard to to find the right build. And the meta is so open. I wouldn't know how to build Kira correctly in this meta personally. Obviously, it doesn't mean someone cannot do that, and I'm sure that there's going to be people who are going to figure out like what is the ultimate version. It seems like there's like a lot of people running Data Vault with Kira, which is something I think is kind of like an interesting thing. I feel like, oh yeah, another thing that surprised me from this tournament that is very different from Europe is the amount of people who are running Data Vault is crazy. Like, Data Vault is all over the place. That is so weird. So
I'm interested to hear you say that, because I feel like the American meme is that everyone in Europe runs more than 50 cards anyway. You see a lot of winning lists with 52, 54 cards.
Okay. You see, like, because the best player in Europe, I mean, the best player in the UK, and probably the best player in Europe, is a guy called Yosera. And this guy is
on
the
Anakin Blue, I think he
guy.
had 52 or 54 cards with his Colossus deck most recently that did really well.
Yeah, he's the only guy in Europe who does that. But because he does top 8 in every single big tournament, it looks like there's a lot of people who are doing this, but actually it's only one person. As I
It's
said,
just Yosera. That's funny.
yeah, it's literally only one person. Like, this guy is such a big, but yeah, he's alone on that. Like, no, everybody's running like 50 or 51, I guess. But yeah, no, Data Vault is not like, at least it was, as far as I've seen, it's not as nearly as popular. Like, Data Vault is all over the place here. It's crazy, which is very cool. I will see if that end up like being a real thing or it's just like a trend. So that's gonna be interesting to find out.
All right, and we got a new graphic here, and I put this in the general chat of Late Night Discord for everybody who wants to see online, and also our two guests, so it's a little bit more readable for you. I can actually make this all the way full screen here behind me and John for there. But look at this. With the X2s and X1s and a couple undefeateds, I think there was a Sabine that went undefeated. We have Kira Data Vault being the strongest deck, and actually has overtaken the Sabine with 15.5% of the day twos, or for sure day twos. Cad Bane Tarkentown and Quinlan, both coming in hot on her heels, followed by Han only at 6.7%. And I think that's a chunk down. So I mean, this is what we're going to see tomorrow.
I'm not super surprised by that. I kind of expected Kira to perform better than her percentages a bit. And then a lot of the big decks that people prepared for, like the Quinlans and Han Greens, did a little bit less than their day one percentages. So I think a lot of that makes sense.
We did have 2 Vader vaults, I think, advance to day 2. Vader Pilot is actually kind of an interesting thing that's happening here. What do you feel about that leader, Thork?
I played against it like very early on into set 4 when they were even before the release of the set. So I thought that the leader was pretty good, honestly. And then obviously kind of like the Django meta happened, and I didn't really have a second thought about it after. But it is true that it is definitely one of the leaders that benefited the most from the Django ban that nobody talks about. Like it's a leader that really benefited a lot. That he completely went under my radar personally, and I definitely think that the leader is so much better with Django ban. Is it good enough though to be a tier deck, to be like a tier 1 or tier 2? I don't know. Maybe it's just a tier 3, but it's nice to see it.
Yeah, and for me the big thing is he benefited from both bans, because DJ was holding back every leader that deployed at 6+ unless you had a very specific DJ plan, which Vader Pilot didn't. So the fact that DJ is gone as well, like it also opened up the fact that a 6 deploy leader gets to deploy. So I think
100%.
it benefited from both bans.
No, that's very true. And I just want to say, like, the another thing that Kira is benefiting a lot from Emperor Palpatine not seeing a lot of play, like, because Pal play just wipe its feet on Kira's face. Like, it's just such a bad matchup for Kira. So the fact that there's so few people running when Palpatine is great for Kira.
All right. Yeah, no, I think that it's interesting, and you're exactly right. I think Palpatine, and I said this in the video I did yesterday on Vader, that Palpatine is the one really mid-range leader that can, in a serious way go on top of it, and Kira suffers for that in a significant way as well. All right, we are just waiting on the final standings here, and as soon as they are, we're going to show those, and we're going to wrap up. But before we do that, do you want to just shout out your channel a little bit and how people can hear the hot takes?
Yeah, guys. So it's on Thork Hot Takes. If you guys want to see what I have to say about the game, we do deck techs, we do tournament analysis, we go spoiler analysis, ranking cards, all fun stuff. So if you want to check it out, I'll be appreciated. And if you want to support the Enigma team, also we have a merch store now with all of the stuff. So you can check it out as well in the in the description of the most recent video.
Yep, and I really thank you for coming on. We'll keep you on as we do the standings as we wrap up. But one thing people may not entirely get if you're American focused, as some Americans try to be, is that Star Wars Unlimited really is a worldwide phenomena. And I mean, the Americans will see that at Galactics if it's anything like what Destiny Worlds was. There are a significant numbers of Europeans that come. I mean, usually there's some Aussies that come. Usually from around the globe. I mean, I would expect to see people there. So I try on these big events to keep the Europeans in the loop. And also you can get some really cool deck ideas from what's happening in Europe.
Yeah, we have some European Bothans. They're very good. I love playing against those guys.
Yep, absolutely. I'm an Insomniac, so sometimes I run more into Aussies than Europeans, Tom Zone wise. But that's there. All right. So go ahead, Thurk.
Yeah, no, it's really great, and I think like FFG has really done some good efforts into. I was really scared at some point that they were not gonna do like any flight tickets and stuff, because it's really like otherwise I don't see there would be like a lot of Europeans, but they've done some really significant effort on that front. So we're definitely gonna see some European. At least you're gonna see like some of the best coming over. So we're gonna see how they're gonna shape up. Obviously, quantity is still gonna be overwhelming in favor of the Americans. So obviously that's gonna be an advantage for you guys, but like that's fine. We're just here to have fun, so it's gonna be good.
Yeah, and I think that the sector, if I recall right, the sector winners and the regional top 8 might get flights, and I think it is good that FFG is doing that. And when it comes to an American flight to Vegas, I mean that's a little bit of a benefit for American player. But when it comes to a European flight to Vegas for Galactics, that is some serious chump change that Fantasy Flight is laying down to make sure that there's some of those players coming. So I think that's a really, really cool thing and a good decision that they made at the sectors. Okay, so we are down to 5 matches left that are unreported in round 8. We have a pretty good idea what the meta is going to be for tomorrow. We're going to keep doing this, but all of you, we're really hoping to push past the record for concurrent viewers tomorrow. At the Richmond sector, we'll have coverage starting off at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is 7 p.m. Pacific. I don't know what time of day that is in Europe.
It's 7 a.m. Pacific.
7 a.m. Pacific, so bright and early there. Probably mid-afternoon European times. We hope that you guys all join us there.
I just realized on your diagram that they're splitting the leaders on 30 HP base on different names.
Yep,
so and
it's all automated, so it's kind of hard to compile the data automatically.
Yeah. I just want to make sure, so it's not like a definitive list. I would just say.
We'll get some of this done. We're doing APIs, and Jonathan Fisher is doing a great job with creating that.
I can fix that super fast.
Oh, he can super fast. Barely an
inconvenience. I've got a top 64. It's even better. I've got a top 64 for you. I'll hand it to you right now.
All right,
go.
So
let's go.
Let's get it. So we're waiting for the.
We're doing it live, people.
Yeah,
this is end of round 7, but as soon as 8 ends, I'm going to dump the data in and give you that top 64 chart.
Yep, and we'll post all of these on the Late Night Discord. It is in the description of this link there. So if you just want to click there, we'd love to have you. Join around. We have a lot more Discord people right now than we had at the beginning of the day. So that is great. I think the Vader Pilot Yellow, I mean, that is one I didn't see coming. I mean, but that's one of those that you just said was split between the two, because I see both Jabba's Palace and Mos Eisley. Those are both Vader Yellow 30 is what that would be. Here,
I just want to say that it's ending quite early for you guys, because it's not. So are we? What time? Is it right now in the?
It is 7:30 p.m.
5:30 p.m. where I am in Mountain Time. 7:30.
It is 7:30 p.m. where the thing is happening, and I think that's in large part, we have at least as far as CCGs know, the TO that runs the biggest events, that I'm aware of, SCG running it. They do not give the players a lunch break or anything like that. They pound in from beginning to end, and they get the events done.
And they cut a round off day one, so it made it all go a little quicker.
Yeah, and that's true.
I think that's
the format changed
Okay,
yesterday.
so
the format changed yesterday.
So we got our explanation why there's no boss player. No lunch break.
Yeah, no lunch break.
So if you
That's-
Bosk,
Yeah, that's why
if you
people don't play
screwed,
Bosk in America. Europe has to give lunch breaks because you guys all play Bosk.
Yeah,
it all makes sense now.
It's the inverse of the Green Sabine Masterclass. John taught us that in the first Green Sabine Masterclass, you get to eat. Boss Blue, you do not get to eat. Hopefully you find a Sabine somewhere along the way and either trash them or they trash you, and you can grab a sandwich. But certainly those control mirrors can drag, right?
Yeah. I mean, I did play Boss Blue today. I had a store showdown.
How'd you do?
I need to get a lunch break. I won. So
there you go.
I just I got I played against some a Han Green man that was like, the entire deck was built to beat me. It was really tough. Had some really good games.
That new graphics in the channel.
Yep, and I am
Awesome.
putting the new graphic up now. Thanks very much for doing that. We are down to 2 matches unreported, so we'll be able to show you the standings in a second here through Melee. But let's put up John's new graphic. What is this new graphic, Jonathan? Can you tell us?
This is top 64 by end of round 6. Is that the one you're showing? I don't see your stream right now.
It's not on there yet.
I'm just working on data, but yeah, I'm round 7. This is after round 7, the top 64 by rank.
Okay.
So it's no analysis of like match it win percentage or anything like that. It's by the standing rank, the top 64, end of round 7.
So what I'm going to do here now for the viewer, this is actually what you're just talking about and reading it through. We have the top 64. Kira has the largest share now at 15.4%. Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler at 13.8%. Behind me is Sabine. I'm actually going to hide our video here for a second because they know what we look like, Jeff. All right. So behind me, we had Sabine Wren, 10.9%. Darth Vader, Squadron Leader, a surprise to me at 9.2%. My boy Quinlan Voss, 9.2%. Anakin Skywalker, 7.7%. Cad Bane, 7.7%. Darth Vader, Lord of the Sith, 3.1%. Probably 2 decks. Poe Dameron, 3.1%. And then the remaining decks that got through is there's a Boba Fett, an Emperor Dooku, who we just saw, Emperor Palpatine, who's on Colossus, Iden Versio. I'm not sure what color Iden's with. I know the Mandalorian is on Data Vault, so that is what advanced. I will now go back to the day start so you can see how this changed. So this is what.
Sorry, I can't see because of Jeff's name. Is it like Quinlan in orange?
Yeah, Quinlan is orange, correct. No,
okay.
Sticking the landing, Quinlan, yes.
Sticking the landing.
So,
so what? So it's Quinlan in orange.
Yes.
It's Quinlan.
Okay.
So
yeah, Quinlan has went down in percentage.
Yep, a little bit. And
Thork, these tools I'm building can be used for any tournament. So if you know people in Europe that are doing this kind of stuff, have them reach out. I want to share the tools.
Yep, and
absolutely. I'll put hit me on Discord and I'll put you in contact with people.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you guys.
And we still have
do
2
that.
matches left to report for the last round today before we don't have an actual top 64 yet.
Yeah, it's estimated. We know a lot, but I'm not sure. Are the matches unreported relevant? I mean, because they might not be.
Yes, they are tables 16 and 17. So
okay.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Yeah, we're getting there. I know Viktor at the Nordic Takedown. He might be sleeping by now, but he would like those tools too. I saw him in the coverage channel before. Late Night Gaming, for anybody who does coverage, I don't care where you are. We do actually have a channel now devoted to that. As far as I'm concerned, if you guys haven't figured out, it is team coverage. It's not team, late night or anything like that. I work with McClunky, I work with Sea Raptor, all of those things, trying to get as much as we can. And the same invitation would be out there to anybody in Europe that is working hard to put Star Wars Unlimited out there, because we want good coverage out there for the people so that they can see. We're down to one match unreported. Looking at the conversion rates, any comments from either of you guys, Thork or Jeff?
I think the biggest, innovate, Cat Bane is doing well, so that's nice. Because I still see Cat Bane second most represented deck. I don't know if that's accurate, but anyway. I think the biggest innovation compared to what I was kind of expecting was to see Kira. Kira on Data Vault seems to be working. That's kind of like the biggest, in my opinion, the biggest. Han Solo is still there, so that's nice to see. And then Kira on Data Vault is it could be a major breakthrough for the deck that could make the difference into. So is it going to be something that's going to be persisting in the future, or is it something that just for that tournament we'll see? But it seems to be a major it's like a major innovation for the deck, and I think it's it seems to have had some very positive impact. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and I think you have some teams on that too. I do think that KTOD is related to that, and Wu's involved in that, but I know Tada's on Data Vault and a couple other ones there. So that kind of stuff matters, and that's also probably targeting Quinlan, which is in the kind of seat that it might get targeted for the first time, as the meta.
Yeah. You're raising a very good point, because this is something as well, is that whenever you have a bunch of very good players who decides to be running a deck, it has a tendency to kind of skew the results, because it's not only about the deck itself, it's also who's playing it. So it's you can actually completely skew a result just by having an entire team just running it. So that's a good point.
Yeah, one thing that Tada said once that really stuck with me is he said, I don't care what the most represented deck is, I care what the good players are playing, and that's the deck I need to try to beat.
Yeah,
that's true. But in a big tournament like this, it's not if you're in the small tournaments, you can identify who are the best players and you can target them. But I don't know about the US.
600-person tournament. When you were at 50-person PQs, it was much easier to say, X team is going to be here or whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you go into a 600-player tournament. I don't know about the US, but in Europe, there's literally, I would say, at least a good 100 to 200 players that are really, 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 really good. So it's targeting those is impossible.
I take that to mean to me that means I think the good players think Quinlan is the best deck. So I don't care if 10% of the field is going to be Sabine. If I think they're subpar players, I know the good players think Quinlan is the best deck. Or, that type of mentality. Because I would have come into this tournament thinking Quinlan is going to be the most represented, but a lot of good players are going to be on Kira.
And it wasn't. Sabine was the most represented. Sabine, pulled through. Did Sabine things. I think that you had some good teams taking Quinlan counters in, today. And that's interesting, and it also is. I'm gonna go back here. We're waiting on one match to be reported yet, but going back to what we started with today, this is a great spread of leaders being brought to the tournament, and you really had to prepare for just about everything. These decks that are doing very well, had to beat quite a few different things. Poe Dameron actually did very well too, as far as set 4 leaders. I mentioned Vader Pilot, but we had 2 Poes advance, and that's kind of a cool leader. He has piloting, but he's not kind of betting the farm on it because he can do it multiple times.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway from this chart is that nothing seems broken. It was pretty clear when you looked at any kind of percentages with Django that it was broken. Even last set, you look at the Mono Han results versus play percentages. It was pretty clear that something was overpowered there. And I look at this and I see, play what you're comfortable with. You can't target a single deck easily and find success. You can try to dodge a single deck and maybe you'll make it, but you just need a solid play lines and to understand your deck.
Okay, so we just put up the standings, which are now in for day 2. So we're gonna do these and then we're gonna wrap our coverage. But there are 3 undefeateds left. 2 of them are Sabine ECL, and 1 of them is Quinlan Tarkenton. So Secrets, Michael Conroe manages 8-0, which is not an easy thing to do by any means. And then William O'Neill, whose name I recognize, but I'm not getting me right now. I've seen him in other standings, and Matthew Boyzevich are the undefeateds at 7-1. We'll go through the 7-1s because that's something here. We have Alex Blandon with the Best Breakers, Duncan Howard, who's on Boss Blue, making Thork a little happy, George Hudson, who's on Vader Vault, making me a little happy.
Not really, I want Boss to do well, like imagine.
Yeah, there you go. Gar Yellow.
I'm just really curious, like, why is it only 8 rounds? Like, all the other sector qualifier was on 9 rounds on day 1.
Yep.
So
I can answer
the
that.
big problem was. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer that for you, Jeff or Thork. Is they changed the format a little bit for by FFG. It was announced yesterday, and Ron did it, but it is up to 650 players. It would have been 8 rounds of Swiss on Saturday, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on Sunday. And if it would have went over 650, it would have been that. And then they're cutting to a top 64. So they changed the format. It's no longer the case that any X2s, any 6 and 2s got through. So that's what happened. So it's a little bit shorter format.
And I think that they changed the format. There was a lot of feedback from Denver because Denver was a little bit smaller. And so they played 9 rounds on day 1, and then only 36 people made day 2. And then their day 2 was only 2 rounds. So some people made day 2, 2-0'd, and then didn't top cut. So there were a lot of there was a lot of feedback that players didn't like the structure from Denver. So FFG acted in their credit very quickly and said, okay, we get why we're trying to counter what some of the feel bads were. So they made it more variable on day 1, always static 4 rounds on day 2.
All right.
So what did you do? We did, because in Europe we did 9 rounds in day 1 and then 5 rounds in day 2.
Yeah, and if the same size tournaments, that'll happen again. I think if you get up to over 650 people, it'll be 9 rounds on day 1 and 4. I think it was 4 on day 2 of Swiss for the Liverpool and Milan sectors.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, sorry.
All right. So
that'll be the same thing over 650.
Yep, so that's the format right now. Now, FFG does listen to feedback. Maybe that'll change. Maybe it won't. Let's see. But I'm going to give the rest of the 7-1 some props, and then we're going to land this plane. We have Garsax in yellow that made it through at 7-1. AJ Clemens. Evan Honeycutt got through on Cad Bane Tarkenton, making Carlos happy. We have a Han Mos Eisley. That would be Han Yellow at the 9 seed. Going through Kyle Warren on Anakin Colossus. What was the name of the player from Europe?
If we see any looks
that ran Anakin Colossus? You knew it.
Yehosera.
Okay.
Anakin Colossus. When?
I think he's talking about Yehosera.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Yehosera. Yeah, sorry.
So we had Anakin Colossus get through.
He popularized the I'll call it the European version. The Nordic Takedown guys did a really good video on it as well, on his version.
Oh yeah, I actually will tune that up. I have not seen that. I actually have a Cassian Colossus deck with Andor Season 3 coming out. That is the best Cassian deck I've seen. Maybe that's a low bar, but it actually works. And beats meta decks. We have Craw, who we saw in Cure Data Vault, is the 11 seed. Tata, who you would know, very good CCG player in America. The 12 seed. The 13 seed is Aiden Data Vault, so that would be Aiden Green with Data Vault, holding it up at 7-1. Hayden Schaefer-Meifer, which is a Han Green. And then my friend Mufistu, that's Daniel, gets through at Cad Bane, who is the 15 seed. The last 7-1 is Jack Brumo. So that is our day 1 coverage of the Richmond sector. Will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. 15 seed. 1 is Jack Brumo. So that is our day 1 coverage. Sector will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Thork for coming on. I'm sure it's an absurd amount of time, or always great. And
well, we will be back at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m.